something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it.
We're kicking off the last chance qualifier with 6 matches in the upper bracket today at EWC. 2 lucky players will qualify. Who will it be? Let's find out. It's game time. Welcome, everyone. We got the road to EWC, the last chance qualifier for the players who would like to make it into Esports World Cup. StarCraft II happening July 22nd to the 25th, I believe, next month. So this is everyone's last chance. Everyone who's here today, they got here by doing decently well in the other qualifiers that you guys might have watched a couple of weeks ago, but now we're here to the last. So 4 people overall qualifying, 2 from today, 2 from tomorrow. I'm Zombie here with Rotterdam to cover the action. How you doing, Roddy?
I'm doing good. It's a massive weekend. Like, if you're a StarCraft fan, this is definitely, I think, a weekend that you've been looking forward to for a while. It felt like it was just yesterday that the entire road to the Esports World Cup was presented to us and laid out. And now we already know 14 out of the 18 players. The final 4 we'll know in, give or take, 36 hours. So I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm feeling happy. On the other end, I'm also feeling like it's going to be a soul-crushing weekend for a couple of the guys that obviously are already very close, because 4 out of 8 make it. They're all allowed to dream. This is not one of these, you have to beat Seru and Maru to qualify. No. All 8 players, I think, are allowed to dream. So it's so exciting, but you also know that it's going to be heartbreaking.
4 people are going to have their dreams crushed. Big prize money, last chance to show how good that they've been practicing at EWC, and they've gotten so close. They've gotten so close, yet it still might be a little too far for some players today. As you can see, we got the format up on screen, the group stage into the playoffs, and that's where we are right now. Playoffs being this... or group stage in the playoffs, and then that'll be at Esports World Cup. So that is the format, guys. Again, top 4 qualify to EWC, and that could be the likes of Björn, that could be the likes of Estrella, that could be the likes of Gumiho. Who are you looking forward to the most today, Roddy?
All 4 matches are going to be fun and exciting, goes without saying when we are this far into the road to Esports World Cup. But I think the standout opening match out of these 4 for me is Australia-Lambo. Australia is just such a fun, chaotic, weird, unorthodox Protoss to watch, who is really good at so many things and is also an excellent late game player. And then Lambo, of course, the professor of Zerg. We know that he has been deep in the lab. We know that he's going to show up with the absolute sharpest builds that he can possibly think of, because there's no holding back, right? And that's what makes this weekend exciting to me. There literally is no such thing as like, yeah, maybe this is it. Like, this is where you need to perform. This is where you need to deliver, because this is going to be the biggest day of the year for any of these guys. Like, this is the biggest.
Yep. Yep, and if it's not today, then perhaps it is going to be tomorrow with another chance in the lower bracket. But you're right, this is the last chance that they have. They've put everything into this, and they've had some time to try and prepare. Maybe the bracket wasn't known this entire time, but then the players who would be participating have been known. So they've been able to actually size them up and say, where are my hours best spent practicing what matchup and maybe improve my mentality or whatever they need to do. It's all coming down to this moment. Our first match is going to be Bjorn versus Lemon. So you can see for this first best of 5, we do have our 5 maps set up, and this is going to be a tough one for Lemon. I think we can all agree on that, guys. Bjorn, obviously a big favorite to advance on over, and then he'll be facing a TVT guaranteed if he indeed does, and then that would be a best of 7 qualifying match. But let's talk about Lemon for a second, I suppose, while we're waiting to get into the game. Lemon coming in after some mix-ups, shall we say, in the Asia portion of the qualifiers, now has one more chance to try and qualify and represent the region. But what can he really bring as far as Protoss versus a world-class Terran in Bjorn?
Well, do you remember the days before Oliveira won Katowice, that whenever we spoke about Oliveira at time, it was always that one series against Cerro at Aces Assembly or Aces ROG? I kind of feel like for Lemon, it's always that one game he played against Maru in the WTL. That's where he showed us that he's not just a dangerous PvP player, that he can be an excellent PvT player as well. And I absolutely agree that Bjorn is the overwhelming favorite here. When it comes to his accomplishments, when it comes to recent results, Bjorn is, I think, in the eyes of many, the highest skilled play between these two. Don't think it's going to be a walk in the park, though. Like, Lemon is actually, I think, pretty damn dangerous. He is a Protoss with good mechanics. He is a Protoss that can make a lot of gateway units, that's going to spam some Stalkers and Zealots. So Bjorn absolutely the favorite coming into this, but I think he's going to have to work real hard for it, ZG.
See what Lemon has up his sleeves in the bottom right of Torches for map number 1. He is Lemon,
the man who got a best of 1 victory over Maru in that WTO, when Maru was actually the best performing player in that season, so he was absolutely doing his best. In the top right side of Torches, the map that we get to cast so incredibly infrequently, we are looking at the main base of the world champion of StarCraft II 2016. It's Shopify Rebellions Bjorn. It's a lot of zooms.
Well, they were just trying to hype it up, man. You were hyping it up. They were trying to hype it up. They can only do so much as an observer. That's what they can do. But yeah, so we do have a potentially mismatched scenario, but I mean, this wouldn't be the first time that we came in thinking that, Korean player versus one of these guys from the Asian server, the Asia servers, Taiwan, China, whatever it was, came in and totally surprised us. Like, this has happened extensively in the history of StarCraft II. I'm thinking of a couple of really big games in like Katowice 2020, actually, where we're getting super hyped because a lot of the Korean Terrans were struggling against the Protoss. That was a time where we maybe had more of like the mass charge lot play, actually, like seriously just mass charge lot, which you don't see as much anymore. But let's go ahead and talk about the state of PvT. You absolutely can go for a lot of charge lot storm openers. Plenty of people are doing it. You could mix in just literally mass charge lots just to kind of take away their expectations and how Bjorn is used to playing this matchup against so many of the top tier Protosses that he plays. Lemon throws in more aggression. Lemon throws in, not teching or maybe even being extremely greedy. We've seen that too. Haas has been a cheeser and then a macro cheeser, and sometimes like it's really all up to Lemon, which is why we're emphasizing it. But it can happen. It can be that surprise that knocks Bjorn on his butt, and then suddenly we're talking about a 1-0 lead, maybe 2-0, and then Bjorn, that would be the real surprise, but he has to also know it's possible, and can he actually stop that from happening?
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly important for Lemon that he survives these first 4 or 5 minutes in these games. As Bjorn has gone for a double gas opening here, so he's going to get very quick access to that factory, quick access to the starport. Clearly is going to look to build some sort of momentum, and Bjorn knows the moment he finds 6-7 workers before minute 5, he's going to be fine against these Protosses, because he is good enough, he's got killer instinct. We are in the era of pulling the boys. Now, obviously, that is a bit of a high risk, high reward thing. Some Terran players will just feel like it's actually the safest way to close games out. It can get a bit awkward, especially if you're on a map like Torches that I don't think you get to play 24/7. Seems like we have F2 there. This is not really the start that Lemon needs. We are F2ing a hallucinated Phoenix home to deal with 2 Reapers. Well, ZG, I was pretty hyped, as I do really believe that he can make it hard on Beyond, but he's now already struggling a little bit with the most basic thing there is, and that is 2 Reapers and a Hellion.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to the probe micro. I actually don't know if he lost one. He was very close to losing 2, especially as the Reapers came back around, but the shield battery and the natural did save any excess probes from going down too. I was wondering with this Twilight Council, obviously with a lot of other Protosses, we would have just been like, hey guys, not even we're talking about Blink is on the way. Is he going to 3-gate or 4-gate? It's not Blink. It is going to go directly into charge. We have been seeing this a little more from the top tier Koreans too, and then that might be because of that SCD pool meta that you're talking about, but it's kind of a hard thing to call specifically for Lemon. I think like it could be for that reason, but we don't see any really early SCV pool on the way, and I'm not sure his hallucination saw anything either. I'm not sure if it actually got across the map, but I think this is just that different way of playing and just showing up with a handful of charge lots when the Terran least expects it. Has gotten a couple of cheeky wins, but this is not good. The Cyclone does get low, but the Stalker is already dead. One more Stalker available, another one warped in. Cyclone did get injured, and that was good focus there from Lemon, but he needs to take care of this. With the Cyclone goes down, eventually he can take care of this, but the Marine's going to take a little while longer with the medevac. 2 more Stalkers go down too. Ouch.
I'm actually surprised it's only 4 workers. I feel like it's going to be more, and I do think it is going to be a little bit more, as now the Reaper and the Hellion are going to try to make it into the main base as well. Lemon is still warping in Stalkers, really selling the idea like, hey, I'm just going for Blink, don't you worry about anything on your side of the map. This was not pretty. This is one of these scenarios where if he would have just invested in a shield battery in his main, and of course at the highest level people say you can just be building shield batteries everywhere because you start falling too far behind. That is true, but if the scout would have been better and he would have known what Beyond went for, I absolutely believe that you can justify a shield battery in the main base there. And if he has a single battery, ZG, no way in hell he's losing all those Stalkers and 5 probes and the Sentry, I believe. I mean, this was just a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, and the opening is not making as much sense to me anymore without this just, you know, War Prism, a bunch of Zealots going across the map and trying to find the off timing attack, if you will. I mean, he might still try and do something with Zealots. This is like very... I thought it was going to be reminiscent to a hero game, one of those GSO finals, I believe, from first season, but it's not. It's departing from that. Charge was first, and it seemed very intentional, but then we got a 3rd Nexus, we got a Robotics Bay, and a macro game I just don't think is going to look pretty for Lemon, and nothing here is surprising Beyond at all. I mean, what is Lemon's ultimate plan?
I think Lemon just gambled here. I think it is that simple. I think Lemon gambled that Beyond would go for like a tiny poke of a Marine and like 3 Marines, a Cyclone, a medevac, fly it back, and then immediately move out, maybe with a tank, maybe 2 tanks, and a couple of SCVs to go for a very early push. Those pushes that are mega good against just a couple of Stalkers, but are obviously not good if 7 Zealots would show up with charge. I think Lemon gambled, and I want to say he gambled wrong, as Beyond's army is moving out, I think, a lot later than what he was hoping for. Perhaps this is an army that he could still beat with those Zealots, but Stim is going to be done, ZG, and nobody really goes charge first to deal with a Stim push. That's more for those non-Stim pushes.
Yeah, which I think also Beyond has picked up on the speed of the Zealots, even as they're just moving. So, you know, appropriate precautions. Don't let yourself get surrounded by Zealots. There's not even really that many Zealots to be surrounded by. Coming in from the south side as well made it a little scarier. And those tanks are left alone. A couple of Zealots allowed to just chunk away at them, while the Colossus barely holds. The last tank might not be going down, Yeah, very, very close, but no cigar. And that is still a lot of Terran on the front door as Lemon is struggling to get an army supply.
Yep, does have a second Colossus, has a shield battery here. This is a bit risky by Beyond. If you want to die for that, you gotta be damn certain. I didn't like that call by Beyond, actually. I don't think it was necessary, because at the 3rd base, I think Lemon was a lot weaker than he was in the natural there. There was no shield battery, so he absolutely could have picked up the injured Colossus. Instead, he went for the one in the main, which does mean Lemon might have another chance to stabilize, but it's so difficult to deal with medevacs that are bouncing all over the shop when you've got no blink. It's just so painful.
That's something he's getting now at the very least, and I agree with you. I think that could have actually led to straight up disaster, straight up GG. That third base was targeted first, the Colossus goes down, you can't really reach out to save it anymore without a shield bagger to help your lone Colossus at that point, and you know, third base or a bunch of probes go down or both, right? And then it's just 100% game over. We're kind of moving on to the next game. This time around, there's a what if. Lemon did hold, and he has 3-base saturation, 4th base coming up, blink and +1, about halfway done. Now, Bjorn's nowhere close to losing or throwing this game, but this is a sign of hope for Lemon in the macro.
Now you're one bad dive away from a Colossus on the shield battery of actually being in trouble, because you don't have Vikings yet, you don't have Ghosts yet, so I'm with you. I still think we both like it for Beyond, but this probably should have been it already. If Beyond would have just stimmed towards the third base, he kills the Colossus, kills all the probes. His tank can also help against reinforcements from the natural, so Beyond is making life a little bit harder on himself than it perhaps has to be. One minor missed opportunity. He still has the Raven, he still has a good army, and he is getting an answer for the Colossus. But now it's turning into one of those games where he's really gonna have to work for it again, and that's a tiny bit silly when we could have already been up 1-0.
I think so. I think so. A lot of people are going to have a lot more faith in Bjorn's macro game, but Lemon's really not falling too far behind as far as the pacing set from the early game, where he did have a couple of mistakes. +2 immediately gotten as Bjorn's +1 armor was a little bit later. Bjorn is rounding out his composition. More Vikings have been made. I'm not quite sure what he's up to right now, but Ghosts are being added on as well. We did stop at 2 Colossus. Is that true, or did we actually get up to 3? It's typical amounts, and then adding in... No, he actually stopped at 2. That's interesting. Adding in an Immortal, maybe he's going to try and pump another one out. I think he has a second Robo on the way, so we could have the addition of the Disruptors. But what's really missing, I think, from this portion of a PVT right now is that we don't have Lemon with map control. We don't have him threatening with a Warp Prism or trying to go in with Zealots. And that's usually where it really starts to cause the Terran to really have to pick and choose, right? They can't just be commanding the map and looking for grand opportunities to take an engagement. So I'd say that's the one thing missing for Lemon. Otherwise, he is getting to a solid composition, but yeah, probably doesn't want to take a fight out in the open where Terran can get a grand old concave.
He's actually going for a bunch of Immortals, which is kind of cool if they don't get EMP'd. And if Bjorn doesn't have an overwhelming on the army supply, that is a great anti-armor missile. There's a couple of the EMPs, kind of whiff, minor connection with a couple of the gateway units. Lemon needs to have something else going on. He cannot just be looking down the barrel of defeat, looking at this army, because this army is better, and I think it has a bit more micro potential as well. Lemon still wants to take this fight. It is close to his reinforcements, and he does have 3 Immortals in the mix, but 2 out of the 3 die really quickly. The additional Zealots have fallen. I think in the end, Bjorn's army just a little bit too powerful. That was not quite the fight. Lemon really could have used a few Zealots coming in from a different angle, because now everything just looked at that Terran army, ran in range, took so much free damage before their battle even truly started. And it will still be 1-0 for the overwhelming favorite in this opening best of 5 Bjorn. But a 1-0 with a minor missed opportunity, because it could have been over 2 minutes ago. But in the end, I don't think Bjorn is going to be too upset over that. 1-0 is 1-0, ZG. 2 to go for Bjorn.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lemon. He was getting into an okay situation, even though he was close to his reinforcements. I also want to note that they were kind of coming around a ramp, so like they actually like single filed even more brutally than you would want to. You know, the Viking count actually wasn't that high. I think it was actually literally 4, even at the start of the battle. And there's more opportunities, I think, ideally for a Protoss player to pick off 1 or 2. Suddenly 2 Colossus are sticking through that battle a little longer. There are the what ifs. There are the what ifs there, but there really shouldn't be. You know, Bjorn could have also won that right off the bat. His confidence probably going to carry him through. He's naturally aggressive, so he doesn't usually miss further chances to actually kill his opponent. So it's not that it's worrying for Bjorn, it's just that it's more promising maybe for Lemon, as some people might have expected coming into this best of 5. But I think you're right to also call it was a gamble in the beginning, really hoping that Bjorn was maybe looking to kind of get this one over with, you know, like I'll probably catch him off guard, a little tank push to the front. And that didn't happen, which does set you up awkwardly for the defenses later on without those Blink Stalkers.
For sure, yeah, that's the only thing at least that I can think of. Otherwise, it didn't make any sense, right? Because he didn't have a Warp Prism, he didn't have a Proxy Gateway, he was not looking to be aggressive with Zealot Charge as an opener. Like we've seen Jumi in the European scene quite often open up with a Prism and a couple of Zealot Charge early on just to find some damage and turn it into a more normal game. But Lemon had none of that. So then my only conclusion could be that he gambled and he hoped that he could kind of blind counter what Bjorn was doing, but Bjorn had different intentions, didn't go for the build that Lemon wanted to face, and just turned it overall into a bit of an awkward game. But it was an awkward map as well. That was Torches. Let's go ahead and see what game 2 will show as we have loaded into Maganatha. In the bottom right side, it is Shopify, Rebellions, Bjorn.
And in the top left, as the blue Protoss, we do have Lemon. I will throw an additional possibility, because we really wouldn't know unless we asked Lemon. But the only other possibility, and what I was really gearing up for, was akin to a game that I believe we saw in GSL. Might have been a month ago, might have been a couple days ago, I kind of forget. But there was a game where I believe it was Hero, and he got charged, and then he literally, like, I think that was even without a War Prism, to correct myself from earlier, as we have an SCV on the map. I think it was just Zealots running across the map. Like, seriously, like 8 Zealots running across the map. And the Terran was just so shocked by, by having that as a possibility. Their tank was Siege, which doesn't help once the Zealots get in range. And then their army wasn't quite complete overall. Maybe it was in a drop or something. Anyways, that off timing, like, that really unsettled with the Terran that he was facing. But Bjorn, by doing that medevac drop the time that he did, Lemon had to build Stalkers. So it's possible he was meaning to build nothing but Zealots kind of covertly and then rush him across the map. But it is also very possible that he was just hoping that there would be a tank push. Like, I feel like it could go either way. That SCV was not for proxy rocks, guys. That was to block the natural, which is quite annoying for Lemon to deal with.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's all situational, where if Lemon would have gone up against, let's say, a single Widowmine drop, which is an opening that Terran players used to go for in the past if they were worried about Blink Stalker openings, just one Widowmine in a medevac, then he can only make 2 or 3 Stalkers, which he already had, or the 2 Stalkers in the Sentry. He keeps track of that, and he wipes in 6 Zealots in his natural, and Torches was, I think, 33 seconds on the screen when it comes to rush distance, so the smallest map in the map pool when it comes from natural to natural together with Pylon. Yeah, maybe that would have also been an opening if he thought that that was going to accomplish anything. Either way, we can safely say that that was a bit of a disaster game for Lemon, but the fact that it still looked a little bit competitive and that he was actually allowed to dream, and I think at one point going up to 5 bases even, he had the bottom left, and then he was even taking center bottom left as well. It's like, okay, that's actually pretty good, man, that you got up to the point where you warped in 5 Nexus and you had a bad game. What happens if he has a much better game? Well, hopefully we'll see that in this best of 5.
Yeah, exactly. And it really started off with the Sentry and the hallucination being pulled back, right? Yeah. Which I don't think we got the exact vision of the first hallucination. We got the
I think he only saw the barracks and the depots. He did not see the factory, he did not see the gases, he did not see the starport.
There you go. So, I mean, you might have figured it was a factory expand, but not being able to just literally stay in the main base, which you actually should be able to do with hallucination, means that he didn't get to see what popped out of the factory, or if there was actually a starport, unless it's 211 or something beyond that. So that was information that he was supposed to have to really put himself into a very comfortable mindset, and he missed it. And then things kept kind of going along so that he didn't get the scouting at 100%. Hopefully that changes here, because we already have a less aggressive opener for Bjorn, so the Sentry's clearly doing all right. Reaper did not manage to find any of its probes, as the third was appropriately defended by a shield battery, and the scouts on the second gateway in Twilight Council. The charge is coming out first again, which I would say a tank push is less likely, A, the more that we watch games where Bjorn doesn't do it, and B, the bigger the maps are. So it's a little surprising to see the charge first.
Oh, absolutely. I am confused as well. But I guess Lemon is just a real believer that he can deal with that medevac opening of Bjorn. I think this time his units are going to be in a better position, and that really makes all the difference already. Where Bjorn is going to have a hard time figuring out where does he want to unload those units in the main, and he won't be able to jump on top of these Stalkers immediately. It's so important though that, can we take a look at the main base of Lemon, because this is the fight that matters. I don't like this fight. 3 Stalkers without a battery. He gets a lot of shots on the Cyclone, but killing it is a different ball game, but he does manage to kill it. That's a minor micro error by Bjorn, and I know we're brutal there. He does grab 1 Stalker, he might even get a second one. He's gonna lose all the Marines. He's now selling for probes. I think he's still gonna get that Stalker though. He's still gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Okay, well, cancel the battery now at this point. At this point, you don't need it anymore.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate, completely off timing. Not helpful whatsoever. Technically, I guess it was still better than the last time.
Yeah.
You know, the medevac unfortunately did not fall, which was obviously what he was really eyeing, bringing those stalkers back the 2 times that he did. He was eyeing that medevac 100%. But other than that, like, he didn't lose as much, and it didn't, I think, last as long too, which is a real consideration in StarCraft, just how much focus you have to put on that while not perfecting your build order or watching for other opportunities or getting your hallucination back on the front, right? And checking, for instance, if this is going to go into a 3rd CC or 2 base SCV pool, which it is a very large map, and Beyond doesn't really have to do that very high risk, high reward strategy, but you want to make sure. So this is, you know, normal as is. You're going to need another hallucination to really confirm, but so far, seeing the army back at home, seeing what its composition is, blah, 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 like, that's something that Lemon can use while he does have time to calmly macro at this point.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly the thought process of Lemon here. And I guess we can also say Charge is obviously a little bit cheaper than Blink. And because of this current day and age where we open up with a Sentry and you have energy recharge and you are able to spam hallucinations, it is slightly easier to get your Stalkers without Blink in position. Maybe he just feels that the build flows better if he goes for that cheaper Charge first, later Blink, because he doesn't need Blink because he's got vision anyway with the Sentries. Yeah, it's crazy. I can sort of see the logic. I just don't know if it's something that you really want to do over and over again. And it also really limits your possibilities as Protoss to gain map control and be aggressive, because Zealots alone can't do much, and Stalkers without Blink shouldn't be anywhere out on the map. So maybe the build flows a little bit better, but we're definitely taking a couple of L's as well.
Right, Liberator was a bit mishandled. Like, he had paid attention to his main base 1 second before the Liberator came in, which was just very unlucky. But then not pulling his probes as well as he could have. I mean, at that point, you do just kind of take some losses and try and focus on what really matters, which is usually an upcoming push. You know, you don't want to just spend all your time trying to perfect your Liberator defense. But the 4th base is going to be temporarily denied. We do need to focus up entirely on this push. Observers saw it, was scanned, killed. Probe is going to get that second heads up, but a second drop also on the way here. Okay, the tanks are not quite sieged. We just went for it, and a little bit of extra, not letting those charge come through. I don't think that was quite worth it. I mean, the Colossus is going to be saved. The tanks are not all going to be taken down. The Immortal wasn't focused firing on that last one, and now it's injured. Now it's going to be dead, and that Colossus might fall.
Yep, there was a battery there, but it actually didn't go deep enough to that battery. We do have one more Colossus with extra Zealots. We should be okay. Lemon is still up 10 workers. I don't think that was a perfect fight at all, because I think that's Immortal that you mentioned was just shooting at Marines. And Immortals are so silly when they shoot at Marines, but if they would shoot at that Marauder or the tank, they would have had a much bigger impact. Despite that, though, Lemon holds, and above all, he keeps pretty much all of his probes alive. So he's still up a base, as Beyond's 3rd base is almost coming online, to be fair. But, you know, Lemon has 12 workers ahead, or 12 worker lead. He's got Blink, he's got Charge, he's got Robotech, Extended Turbulence about to finish up. Like, it could have been better, but it's still kind of good.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Having some difficulty tracking the army, but doing a great job of it without that perfect detection. And then it would have been even better if there were Stalkers. Then this would have been amazing for Lemon. And actually, there's still one medevac getting very, very low. It could target it, does not target it in time as medevac's pulled back. Triple drop into the main base is going to happen. That's going to draw Lemon back up with most of his army, but he must be aware, as he loses his +2 attack, he must be aware there could be another attack on his 4th base, and this is where it gets really tricky, trying to split against everything the Terran can throw at you, but one medevac does die. Actually, 2 died in the overall drop. 1 manages to get away. There's that secondary attack. It is some remnants, you know, this isn't with the medevacs. They won't be able to escape, perhaps. Here they come now, but the attack is already starting to falter a bit. More reinforcements. The Zealots got in the front line. That Colossus should be fine. And yeah, this actually was a lot thrown at a pretty odd timing. If it was a shorter map, that might have been able to get a quick cancel on a 4th base and then get the heck out of there. But in this case, Lemon was able to respond, save his 4th base, keep that 1 Colossus alive, and even grabs a 5th, goes double forge to make up for the lost +2 as well.
Yeah, I really love the double forge here. I think after losing that first forge where +2 was halfway done, you know you're going to fall way too far behind in the upgrade department if you don't go double forge here. He's got the money for it. I gotta say, he's done a really good job in limiting the success of those Widow Mines. There were a couple of fights there that could have been really bad if too many of his Zealots were clumped up, but it was very often just one Zealot, and the mines, they did kind of have to fire, otherwise those Zealots would just stay alive too long, and then the Stalkers and Colossus get in range. But yeah, Lemon handled all of that pretty damn well. He's now going up to 5 bases. Beyond never even started +1 armor. He might just not go armor at all. Have the good old Nurture approach where Protoss units kill everything anyway. So armor is useless. Let's just go all out attack because the armory is done. But yeah, Lemon absolutely is ahead right now. At this point, he's in the driver's seat, and I'd love to see him maybe gain some map control with an Observer, with a Prism, and start poking. Because if we think of what MaxPax and Clem, when he plays Protoss, do so incredibly well, the moment they've got Stalkers and Colossus, they're always in the face of the Terran. They force stim after stim after stim, especially if that Viking count is not high yet. That's what I'd love to see Lemon do now.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Lemon is in a wonderful position, and despite not having, your map packs, he didn't have observers tracking every single movement. There's a lot of just prediction going on right there from playing so many PVTs. So really nice, just credit going to Lemon at this point. Now he has a little bit more dependable of that map vision. He's got the Zelnagas, a couple of pylons. The observer is there as well. Was there, so he's going to need another one. But yeah, the disruptors are now on the way. 2-1 is going to finish up. Obviously, if he's chrono boosting his upgrades, he's going to get decently far ahead on the possibility of 3-2. Bjorn is now in a very troublesome position for Terrans on a large map where you can't really make headway in a direct fight. Like we see, he's trying here, but he's not really able to do so. He's kind of hoping that maybe Lemon will go through the choke himself and then he can get a concave, but Lemon's not really falling for it. He's like, there's nothing else threatening any of my bases. There's no reason to panic over this decision. Just going to chill and take yet another base in a very forward position. And while he does that, while he chills around the Zelnaga, he can also start setting up what you're talking about, which is that aggression, which is poke, 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 burn down the energy, force them to really struggle to defend their 3rd and 4th base, which for Bjorn is finally turning into that planetary. But then we're maybe going to have DTs on the field soon enough, right? Lemon is getting to that very rich Protoss point.
I was about to say I would love another robo as well, because we are clearly mega rich. So then you don't want to be a double robo player. You want to be triple, maybe even 4 robos, 5 robos for all I care. But we are reaching the point now, ZG. I love everything that Lemon has done in the last 6 minutes. He needs to start getting reckless now. You've got 93 probes. This is as good as it's ever going to get as he fires a Nova. This is where you need to start trading. 20 Zealots need to be storming into the natural. Double Prism into the main. Anything, right? We need to trade. Otherwise, we ain't winning fights against Bjorn when he is going to max out on a much larger army than you, especially because Lemon's army, like in pure strength, is not very impressive in the straight up fight. We need chaos, we need run-bys, we need Protoss everywhere.
Yeah, and we need the attacks and pseudo defenses happening on Bjorn's side of the field so that Lemon can continue to trade. You're absolutely right. We're kind of talking about a Zerg mentality at this point. But Lemon needs to make sure that he's not just pinned to his own base with Bjorn with a maxed out army and Liberators in his face, which is getting dangerously close to happening. The Stalker's not able to get on top of those Liberators. Here come 2 more. Last Colossus falls. Zealot's going to be going through a choke. This is going to be a really awkward fight for Lemon, who realizes he actually can't take it. This might have already been too far gone as Bjorn just continued pushing. Lemon even pulling the boys here to try and help out. The Stalkers need to take out the Liberators, but they're so far back, the Disruptors, they can't go for anything. They're about to hit their own Zealots, and this is a brutal choke for Lemon to defend with.
+2 bio against only +1 armor gateway units is so painful. Stalkers do manage to gun down a few of the medevacs, and a lot of the medevacs are low on energy, but these Liberators have been so incredibly good for Bjorn. And the Ghosts as well, they're tanky, they drop those EMPs, they can really make the difference. Lemon is still rich, despite the fact that he literally just pulled the probes into Liberator circles. I guess he just sent them through, and he's now mining from the center. Look at another base that Lemon is taken. He's taken a base right next to the 3rd base of Bjorn. It's like, oh, he can warp in Zealots there. Like, he's so freaking rich, but we also need to make sure we can eventually fight this army.
Yeah. I mean, he did choose a point eventually to stop engaging around the 3rd, but it's still so dangerous. Now, this Terran army is starting to get very injured. Medevacs are out of energy. That's what Lemon's really eyeing right now. Another Colossus or 2 would actually be great as well, because Disruptors, if they can't hit, they kind of suck, right? But the Colossus are actually that sustained damage that would really take advantage of the lack of healing going on for Bjorn.
And the upgrades are way better now for Lemon, because he was losing those fights when he was +2 attack, +1 armor. Right now he's got +3 attack, +2 armor. That should really make a very big difference. Maybe he can recall. Oh, the Liberators are left behind. Sure, Beyond gets one of the 17 bases of Lemon, but Lemon says, I'll take out all these lips in return. And you know what? Even though it looked so freaking grim for a while, I'm starting to like where this is going for Lemon, because he has now picked off a lot of those expensive starport units. Beyond can stop right as he misrallies his army. A couple of the ghosts are going down. I think this is turning, Zombie Grub. This is looking amazing for Lemon once more.
Yeah, and for Beyond, even though it sounds great to get 2 bases and a portion of the army, the expectation with all those scans, right, is that there are more bases, and he just didn't scan the right bases. There are absolutely more bases, but Lemon with an aggressive blink forward as Beyond was reinforcing, a little bit of an off timing right there, forced to disengage, still can get more Zealots on the field, more Colossus on the field. Beyond, he is not maxing out immediately at this point. He does need the 5th base, which is finally moving on over, but as this tug of war continues, if Lemon finally actually wins it, starts being the aggressor, Beyond's forward base could be in trouble. We got a little sandwich now being set up. I don't know if that's really going to work out for the Protoss, though, to be honest, but maybe it will. Going to turn into a surround. Guardian Shield, not at all helpful. This is on the backside, but the Zealots are getting connections. The Stalkers blink forward. He should be looking for some of these medevacs to cull that number. Beyond is forced to flee.
The beautiful thing is here that Lemon has immediate reinforcements because of that base that he took right next to Beyond his base. That was such a funny fight, by the way, where the Protoss army in the top left, the Terran army in the middle, another Protoss army in the bottom right, and then a bunch of probes that were just being rallied to another base. It really perfectly described the chaos that is Game 2 of Lemon and Beyond, but this game is just looking absolutely fantastic for Lemon, who is expanded like a mad lad. And if you're ever confused on how important are upgrades, I really think it just made such a big difference. 2-1, the Protoss army looked weak. 3-2, all of a sudden Beyond had to stim. That army just never really regenerated any health anymore, as he is trying to become a 5-base Terran. Like, it's so important for Lemon to just keep on sending it. I think the gateway count is still crazy high, right? Maybe he lost a few, but how many gates are we working with? 14 is good, triple robo is good. He needs to keep being in Beyond's face. He really doesn't want to see Beyond max out.
That is a lot of bases for Lemon. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bases with his closest base also being the defensive and attacking point. Beyond's probably going to find that a little cheeky and really wish that he could take it down, but that's proving to be easier said than done. Lemon is stuck on defending it, and Beyond can't go elsewhere. You know, if the Protoss army is here, go somewhere else. Yeah, you can't do that. There's nothing that's in the vicinity of Beyond to go and threaten, so Lemon can be very comfortable knowing that his other bases are going to be left alone. You might even see some additional technology be put on now that things have calmed down again. We're accumulating that bank as well, so there's that +3 armor that was missing, maybe a shield upgrade too. Just for the heck of it, you're going to be rich now that you're going for a lot of Archons. And then maybe even Stargates, just in case Liberators end up being a problem. But we've actually stopped making Liberators. Our medevac count is insane. That is a lot of healing. But Beyond has to just worry about not just defending this army, but the next army and the next army and the next army. It really is like a TVZ at this point, where Lemon is just so rich and has taken so much of the map.
Yep, it is going to be very difficult, and I'm sure Beyond will eventually get some lips again. Just right now, he probably felt that he needed those ghosts, those Vikings, those Marauders a little bit earlier. Beyond does have a little lead again, where he's got +3 attack, and Lemon's army only has +2 armor. And since he's so gateway heavy with a lot of these Zealots and Stalkers, and it's not chaos with Zealots everywhere, it's no, my big army against your big army, I actually don't like the idea of fighting right now for Lemon. Lemon is going to take the fight anyway. I don't really see this ending well, even though that's great target fire on the Vikings, I gotta say that. Yeah, he loses a couple of disruptors. That went better than expected, but Lemon, I really wish, ZG, that we find a way to get some Zealots behind enemy lines. Some more prisms, a little run by into the natural. We can't be fighting only near the 3rd or a planetary.
Yeah, I think the main is wide open too. There's not a lot of defenses for Beyond right now. No Sensor Tower on his left side too, so you could overwhelm that with a decent amount of Zealots. DT is never making a play, by the way, though we do finally have that shield upgrade too. Lemon deals with the run by that killed his bottom left base, immediately builds it, by the way, and is no hurry to defend the other bases, I guess, because, well, Beyond can't really get there fast enough. The right side base should be in a little bit of trouble, but maybe that opens up. Oh no, okay, this actually turns this around. Beyond setting up a little bit of a trap as Lemon was thinking of maybe going behind the army that he saw, but there is more of Beyond's army. He's got a 30 army supply lead. No. The nature of the workers, this is looking very familiar. Lemon once again on the run as Beyond's army healed up, ready to go. So many Marauders, they are just shredding these Stalkers.
Oh, that's so bad. And Lemon really had no gas, Zombie Grove. He only had 250 gas in the bank, so he's got 1 million bases, but his gas income is bad. It's only 500 gas a minute. So at this point, all he can do is wipe in Zealots, and Zealots are good in crazy high numbers, but not in these numbers. Just like that, after 21 minutes, it is Beyond who stabilizes, finds an amazing fight, as not for the first time, Lemon got a bit carried away with his blink. Like, he is blinking those Stalkers forward like they're immortals. They're like, let's get in range of those Marauders. And then Beyond's like, well, actually, sure, like, let's do it. And then he tries to run away. I mean, great job there by Beyond in just ending that game against such a rich Protoss. But, oh, Lemon, there were some real opportunities in this second game.
Yeah, there absolutely were. I was just about to note the gas, too, before the game just simply ended. I was going to talk about the lack of ability to add on technology, but then literally it was such a low gas count that he couldn't replace even the more standard units like the Colossus, Disruptors, Immortals. Even Stalkers are getting difficult to replace with 150 gas in the bank. So maybe just not a game that ended up settling enough for Lemon where he could think of everything, right? Like, he knew that he was supposed to attack, he knew he was supposed to expand, he knew he was supposed to get some upgrades, but he couldn't think of literally everything. Beyond was able to build up a very impressive Marauder army. The Medivacs got the energy back, and there was a count of like 14 or something by the end of it. There was an insane number of Medivacs. And yeah, Lemon eventually fell to the almighty Terran push, which at some point in those types of late games, that's like the Hail Mary for Terran. Sometimes they know that's the only thing they can hope for is a big enough win with one battle to just take out everything else. And that would have happened if Lemon didn't just tap out when he did, knowing that that was the eventuality.
Really sick game by Beyond, though, because that looked first very difficult. Then it kind of looked like it was going to go his way because the Liberators were so good. But because Lemon was so rich, he was just kind of able to buy time forever. Eventually, the upgrades turned into Lemon's favor again. And it really did feel that Lemon had Beyond on the ropes. Like, all those Liberators were picked off. The Viking count was non-existent. The only Medivacs we had were out of energy. But Beyond somehow did a great job in keeping Lemon at least at bay for a little bit, giving Lemon the idea that it's better to build 7 more gates, that it's better to rebuild 2 bases than be in his face and continue to attack. And that allowed Beyond to max out once more. And if this man is ever allowed to max out in TVP, he is dangerous, he's terrifying. He's up to 1 map away from qualifying for the upper bracket best of 7 that will be played later today. Shopify, Rebellions, Beyond.
And in the bottom right, he's showing some promise, but not able to actually get a point on the board. He is Lemon.
Does a lot of things right. Clearly is very macro-oriented when it comes to taking all the bases. And that's stuff that we've seen from Hero, of course, as well over the last few years. Of Max Packs, of Clem when he's playing Protoss. Protoss players are so incredibly comfortable these days in warping in Nexi everywhere. Knowing that if the gateway count is high, it's like, yeah, Terran can split off 2 Medivacs to attack one of these 6 bases. We'll warp in a bunch of units, kill those 2 Medivacs, and counter immediately with a bigger army. So it's a difficult thing to play against as Terran. I just kind of wish that Lemon would capitalize a little bit more on the strength of Zealots. Zealots are probably the best unit in the game together with Zerglings in just clicking them somewhere and hoping that they mess things up. And it's so difficult as a Terran to deal with Zealots in your main, Zealots in your natural, while you also have Stalkers and Colossus poking your main army. That's where Protoss really shines, because it's just so much more difficult to play against it than to play with it if you get yourself in that position. But then Lemon is just kind of like, hey, straight up fight, straight up fight, straight up fight. And it's like, well, Beyond's got micro potential there, and Beyond is gonna find really good trades because you're not forcing him to micro in the natural or in the main base while those big fights are happening.
The key to taking them down is shaving off the Terran army until suddenly what was once a 200 maxed out Medivac, Marauder, Ghost, Liberator army is 160 supply and then 140 supply, and then they're still hanging on, but you know that the end is nigh. And the Protoss players, even at that point, when we do see that happen, they're maxed out. They have 8 bases. The Terran struggling, defending 4 bases, 140 supply. The Protoss are typically still pretty careful about not engaging directly at that point. So this is, I think, what Lemon needs to improve on. Absolutely. It's just really finding ways to avoid direct engagements. The Zealot run-bys, the DTs, if that ever came into play. Yeah. The inclusion of those time buyer units, I'll call them, like disruptors, which he was missing, probably due to that lack of gas and then not having enough time to really think about his composition. That would have at least been able to shoot out some pulls and at least buy some time. You know, that was just such a direct fight for Bjorn to size up and say, nope, I definitely got this, let's go. That was inevitable in his eyes. So if Lemon can do that, if he can get once again to a 4 or 5 base position, which he's done twice now, maybe we can actually see improvements there. Unfortunately, this might be one of the worst starts. There's definitely 3 probes. 4 probes are going to be going down. I don't know about a 5th. Guardian Shield being used at home to defend against Reapers is kind of funny.
It helped a little bit, but the grenades actually bounced the probes outside of the Guardian Shield. This is a really rough start. I'd be fuming if I was Lemon. Losing 4 probes, and he didn't even kill both Reapers. He only killed one of the 2 Reapers. So beyond going back to his opening in game 1, to just go back to everything you were talking about before, ZG, I completely agree. And I think what the best Protoss players in the world are really good at, it's not just avoiding those direct engagements, but it's giving Terran players the idea that this is the direct engagement. And then Terran stims, and then they chase, and then there is something else happening. And it's basically they're getting baited over and over and over again into the idea of like, hey, we're gonna stand our ground and fight, but actually Protoss is just running away, blinking back, poking, staying right at range. Lemon, however, stands his ground and fights, and yeah, those are just not the fights that you win. He's giving them the looks that the Terrans are looking for, but then he's also giving them the fights that the Terran players want, and that's where it just goes terribly wrong for him.
This is a funny fight. Okay, anyway, more importantly, in the main base, once again, that Cyclone Marine drop, it has been good enough. I mean, it's varied in effectiveness to a degree, but it's generally been enough to say, I think, for a Terran player, this has clearly disrupted the Protoss. And at this point, there must be some pickup on the fact that it is charge every single game. So even if that drop doesn't work out, there's not as much of a fear for an immediate counterattack if this was Blink leading into 3-gate, pressure with a War Prism. So, you're making them build Stalkers when they're getting charged, so that's always awkward. You're taking out Stalkers oftentimes, if not also probes. And yet again, Bjorn does survive with the medevac.
After seeing it 3 games in a row, this charge, while basically playing regular macro and still making Stalkers to deal with the harassment. Are you a fan? Do you like it, or are you a non-believer?
No. I kind of a non-believer to begin with, but Lemon obviously getting to macro game, so I'm not like hating right now. But it feels like the Stalkers, if they were going to be built anyway, and they are getting close to killing that medevac, the threat of a counter Blink Stalker, poke pressure, I think is maybe undervalued by Lemon to a degree. All I think of is Max Pax when he gets in his groove, right? And then, if this was Max Pax, Bjorn would have stopped probably with that opener, because it probably would have died, and it probably would have been an immediate counterattack, and he probably would have struggled against even a 3-gate. And then I also really appreciate when the Stalkers are able to track the army alongside the Observer. In fact, I think that's one of the most important things if you're dealing with an SEV pool. Not that we've had that, but just throwing it out there. There's a reason Stalkers are good. And Lemon kind of saying, no, I don't think so, is a little bizarre to me.
Yeah, it's almost like he just relies on stabilizing on this Colossus, Blink, and Charge, and at that point he has hit the jackpot. But it's just not that simple. Bjorn is one of the best Terrans in the world, so just because you get to become a 3-base Protoss with an attack upgrade and with a Colossus out, that doesn't mean that it's going to be a guaranteed win, because you're a few workers ahead. I also think indeed that he is underestimating the value you normally get from the Blink opening, being able to right now force his army to stim as soon as Sim finishes up, pick off a Marine, get a full volley off on the medevac to disengage. All of those little interactions, they add up so much when the big interaction does take place, and that's when you can hopefully take a big victory as a Protoss for once and then counter immediately. Because now Bjorn's army is just full on HP, and he's not bleeding out any units, and it's so hard to keep track of it because you're not in his face. I have the feeling that of the 3 games, this is the worst one so far for Lemon. I really think he's in all sorts of trouble. He might get one of the tanks here, that's pretty big, and he does stabilize in the main. So alright, could have gone worse, but he's still gonna have a very difficult time dealing with everything that Bjorn is planning to throw at him.
One thing that I think is ultimately missing, like in a big way for me, is that typical back and forth at TVP where at some point, like around that third Colossus, which is never coming out for Lemon, but usually does, the Protoss are actually the bullies. Now, okay, this actually is pretty good. Bjorn was not anticipating the army to come out this far. Probably was hoping the threat of the drops are going to keep it pinned back at home. So Lemon, maybe a bit of a gamble, honestly, because they could have gone into the main base. They go after the fourth, get a quick cancel. Good on Lemon to quickly react for a cancel. But yeah, that is what's missing to me that really like just makes it a whole package Protoss, which is that engagement that looked good suddenly turns into maybe a couple of Marauders going down because the Blink Stalkers go after them or the Medivacs go down. And then suddenly the Terran is like, oh crap, I really need to go back to my natural base. Oh God, now I got to worry about 3 Colossus, poking and prodding me while I try and take a third CC. Like it's that pacing that's missing. That isn't killing Lemon. It just feels like it's not maximizing the potential of Protoss.
That was a really good moment to jump in that army because there were 2 Widow Mines that were about to show up and they did burrow, but because Lemon brought an Observer, they didn't actually manage to burrow at all, and that made it a really good trade overall. But these Stalkers don't have Blink yet, so they're gonna have a hard time. Again, the Forge with +2. It is a deja vu of Meganetha, so I guess we'll counter with double Forge, but it's a lot of workers going down as well, and Bjorn can obviously rotate this army to the bottom left side. It does seem that Lemon is now thinking of trying to get some value out of all those Zealots. He is clicking, give or take, 15 Zealots into the natural of Bjorn on the other side of the map. Bjorn does not have a lot of units here, so it has potential going to the main 2, mate. Where are they going?
Yeah. Oh no, that was the main army. Yeah, where are the Zealots going? I thought they were going to get recalled, which I would not have minded if the rest of the army was on the right side. But then you recall the Colossus into a very vulnerable situation. This is it. This is the most brutal one by far. Bjorn with a 3-0 over Lemon. Okay, yeah. Bit sad. I think we were all hoping that Lemon would be able to show his stuff in a mid game similar to the first 2 games and then improve on his late game. Yep. But that was the exploitation of a charge opener and
yeah,
weird charge usage as well as towards the end. Like what were the Zealots planning?
Yeah, no, I think that's a perfect example because Bjorn just knows that he can fly around, and he's not in danger of 7 Stalkers blinking underneath those 2 Medivacs, gunning them down, and the entire game being turned on its head. He's just like, nope, I can be here. I'm so comfortable to be in the center of the map because I'm the one who can actually run away. I'm the one who can engage, disengage. I feel like even towards the very end, if he clicks 4 Zealots in the natural and the other 7 run into the main base, it's going to be very annoying for Bjorn. Bjorn is going to lose a lot. Bjorn will obviously deal a lot of damage with his army on the other side of the map, but if Lemon just chooses like, hey, I'm defending the 2nd and the 3rd base without recalling on top of Marauders, maybe that absolute chaos actually leads to something that he can work with. Unfortunately, it all fell apart. Naked Colossus can never really do well against Marauders with Medivacs, so it is the favorite who delivers. It is the favorite that we'll see again later today because those matches, the semi-finals, upper bracket, will also be played, and that will be a best of 7. We know it's going to be TVT, ZG, we just don't know which Terran yet.
Yeah, and before we get into that, just additional point, I completely agree. I feel like 7 Zealots on the main base. You just saw that they were only on 2 bases. 3rd CC actually I don't even think was being made. Lemon maybe even could have been up the 3rd Nexus. If he had a 4th on the way, if he keeps his army alive, he deals so much SCV damage. It's just so much more chaotic, which I think is what you're going to need as an underdog too. So yeah, I really wish those Zealots were indecisive, but yeah, can't talk about it too much because it is what it is, and Bjorn was the favorite. There are 2 other games if you needed it as well for Bjorn to win the series, and obviously a lot of the fans are going to be like, why are you doing this? Why, like Lemon, you know, who is he? Like Bjorn is the fan favorite. Like we're all happy Bjorn won. Of course I'm happy Bjorn won, but it just feels like Lemon was full of potential. Yep. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow as he's in the lower bracket. But right, on to the TVT. Yeah, Bjorn going to be facing a Terran no matter what. It's just Ryung versus Hero Marine, which I think is going to be extremely interesting. You don't see it as much of Hero Marine anymore, like as what you once did. And Ryung has been for like 15 years a TVT sniper, actually. So this is... this could go either way. I usually try not to say that statement, but that's the only one I can think of.
Could be a long game. It could be a short game. It could be in the middle. Now, which I think is very hard because, yes, I think a lot of diehard StarCraft fans will be like, oh, come on, guys. Ryung is a TVT sniper. He beat Clem twice. It's like, yes, we know. We saw those games. We probably casted a couple of them. But it also feels it feels wrong to count out Gabe. But yeah, Gabe is a bit of a question mark. I literally had his stream open yesterday. Somebody asked him about how he's practicing, and he's like, oh, I mean, I'm like, I have to stream it because I'm more of a streamer these days than I am a player. But we know that Gabe is charged up for a moment like this, and we know that he wants to make it once more to the most prestigious event of the year. So I would absolutely have peace with the diehard fans saying it's Riyadh favorite. But it's not like an 80-20 or something. I'd say it's like 65-35 at best. Like, I refuse to count Gabe out here.
Yeah. All right, guys. We are going to be going to a break. And when we return, we're going to see if our predictions are true. Is going to be close? Is Rung too good? Is Heerman going to pop off in TVT? Stick around to find out. lemon in a TVP, and now we're going to see who he faces in those qualifying matches. It's going to be Riyadh versus Marine for our next best of 5, a TVT, Korea versus Europe. This is going to be tough for Marine, in my opinion, but as we were saying before the break, I don't think it's going to be extremely one-sided.
No, it's also maybe worth mentioning that getting high-level TVT practice in Europe these days is going to be tough for Gabe. With Clem just no longer playing any TVTs, Spirit, I think the moment that he couldn't make it to EWC anymore, is probably not playing a whole lot. We even saw Spirit play some Protoss over in the RSL. So I'm a bit worried for Gabe that Riyadh just has way more people to play against. Like, you think of the 5, 6, 7 excellent Terrans you've got over there in Korea. In that way, it's a bit of an unfair fight almost. So Gabe is really just going to have to bring, I guess, his own flavor to it and give Riyadh some different looks. But that's something I'm really concerned about, because who the hell is Gabe practicing high-level TVT with?
That's really the question. And it's been a question for a while, too, because, yes, you did have Clem, but even that wasn't a lot. Especially if you weren't even able to match up against him, which Marine had not been for some of the open cups that he was still playing in. At this point, he doesn't really play in many at all. So it's been a dry year for TVTs in Europe anyway, and that is going to be concerning for now being forced to play a best of 5 TVT against a Korean who naturally gets a lot of TVT practice and is known for his TVT as well. Let's see what this guy can do. In the bottom left of ley lines, he is Big Gabe Marine.
A man that does spend a lot of his time studying the Korean Terrans, so he should at least know what they like to do. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who was recently over in Bulgaria as well to participate in the second edition of the Stara Zagora, but he did not secure his EWC ticket there, and that's why we see him here. This is Vitality Gaming's Riyadh.
Yeah, a lot of the expected players are already into EWC. If you want to check that out, there's a list on Wikipedia, of course. But then there are some who aren't even getting another chance. The likes of Scarlet, for instance, not able to perform well enough in the Americas qualifiers at Estrella. That might be the American hope if he can make it through here today, for instance. So it's just been a very long road. People have already had to say goodbye to their chances, and they might once again here, Marine, as you were saying, yes, he's not even really calling himself a full-time pro gamer, more of a streamer. But I think there's always that burning passion, that gets lit up underneath when you do approach these qualifiers, when you do get so close to making it to a gigantic tournament. And here, Marine, he's risen to the occasion before.
Absolutely.
This is what, third? I don't know how long it's been since he said he wasn't really going to be full-time anymore, but across those years, he said it. He's, set realistic expectations for himself, and then he's exceeded our expectations too. So now would be a perfect time to do that again.
Even in the very beginning of his proper pro gaming career, he already said that he wasn't really looking to go down that route, but then he had an incredibly good year. I think a great run over at Austin back then, and he's like, you know what? I'm actually doing pretty good. I can make it to a BlizzCon at the end of the year, or I can make it to Katowice if that is the biggest event of the year. And of course, in these days, it is the Esports World Cup. He was there last year. Gabe has been at most of the World Championships over the last 5 years, I'd say, at this point. But of course, that one Katowice as absolute highlight for him, where he made it into the semi-finals, and he even took a 2-0 lead over Rainer. Hero Marine was one map away from making it to the grand finals of the official World Championship in one Katowice. So he's been here. He knows how to deliver on big moments, and I am sure that he is very, very excited over this weekend. And this is a very important one to him, because even if you want to say like, okay, content or streaming is a main priority for me, your stream is going to do a whole lot better if you've got EWC to look forward to. People are going to ask you about it. People want to see what you're working on in regards of the Esports World Cup. So it's a massive weekend for Gabe, no matter at what phase of his career he's in. Same goes for Riyadh. What a moment to show up with these first two Reapers, getting the SCV while the command center has just the wrapping paper left. That's a frustrating start for Gabe, and it's a great one for Riyadh.
Yep. Quickly fixed. We do have a very typical TVT, no hyper aggression to begin with, 3CC for both players. So while we wait for maybe the Cyclone start something more interesting, let's talk about Riyadh for a second to see, they were just Big Gabe biased. But Riyadh, obviously a fan favorite for a very long time, back in the days of Slayers, really made a name for himself as a TVT sniper. Terran versus Terran, it has changed drastically. as far as the early and maybe into the mid game, if you're comparing it to Wings of Liberty, of course. But the whole idea of TVT as you get to the mid to late game actually hasn't changed much. I think the pacing is very similar. I think the execution can be similar, you know, just kind of setting up your pawns where they need to be, really, that chess match that happens. And Ryung has proven that he's just been able to be top form TVT for a long time. He's one of our older pro gamers as well, and he's such a sweet guy that I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Ryung in this match. But it's going to be tough for me to decide who I actually, you know, I'm going to be the happiest when they advance. You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy for either one, but who would be happiest? Can't quite say. But I know that this is going to be a big moment for both of them. For Here Marines get to get another World Championship, for Ryung to get that kind of return to form, return to the big leagues, return to that championship stage. Would be amazing to see. And we are finally getting some action in this map number 1. Cyclones looking to be a bit aggressive here from Ryung.
And of course, for Ryung, you can say it's a dream bracket. I mean, if he is known for his TVT, if he is that TVT sniper, as we have Cyclone's double lock on, it is Ryung who gets the kill and saves his Cyclone. So far, all the little exchanges are going in favor of Ryung, and exactly, the unit's lost step does not lie. That's a lot of little victories, and those little victories will add up. Gabe will have quicker interference matrix, but I don't think he can do much with it. But if you're talking about dream bracket, if you're known for your TVT, opening best of 5 against the European Terran in the era of there being very few high-level European Terrans that are playing TVT, and then the winner plays against Beyond. I mean, this is perhaps as good of a shot as Ryung will have. Perhaps the upper bracket is more likely for Ryung than the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right to call it that way. There is the lower bracket in case Ryung can do better tomorrow if you're thinking of him losing. But yeah, that's the benefit. Maybe not today is your day, but maybe tomorrow is. But we're already only in game 1, so no super game deciding moments have happened. Ryung is getting all these little pricks and better units trading, sure. But he is technically behind a bit in the SEVs. Scan from Here Marine, it kind of reveals the timing. I don't think he technically saw the 3rd CC, but you would know that is the 3rd CC with how late the 4th and 5th barracks are. So he knows that he also should be able to take his 3rd pretty immediately, which might keep him ahead in the SEV count. It's very, very small, but it can be something that tips you over if you're talking about all of these small details. On the other hand, though, I am looking at that 1-1 upgrade. Ryung is getting really far ahead on an upgrade that we know is important in the Marine versus Marine battles. There, finally, Here Marine starts his.
Yeah, that's indeed a big difference, and that will probably lead to multiple windows in this game. 1-1 against 0-0, 2-2 against 1-1. And Ryung, absolutely a Terran that can capitalize. And this is not, we're not talking 10 or 15 seconds here. Like, no, this is more than half a minute probably that Ryung will be able to work with. Gabe, in general, his SCV production is like clockwork. No matter how chaotic the game gets, if Gabe feels he needs SCVs, if he wants SCVs, he very rarely skips a beat on it. I think it's one of his best qualities, actually, as a pro gamer from the European scene. He perhaps does that better than anyone else out there. But I am a tiny bit worried that he's going to be forced to take a couple fights where those upgrades are indeed not going to be in his favor. He is building turrets, a whole bunch of them, as Ryung is setting up his first double drop. I feel like with the turrets, Hero Marine should be fine. And don't forget, the power of the Raven could really be on full display here, because interference matrices is something he can work with, and Ryung won't be able to save any of those units if he commits to it, and he can't even boost away.
Yeah, it's a very defensive setup from Here Marine. Going for just a couple of Vikings this early on might sound like a great idea. In this case, it works out brilliantly because they either deflect the Ravens, which there we go. Here Marine was going to try and snipe if he could, or they deflect some type of earlier drop. In this case, it was a, it was a drop, but it wasn't exactly the goal of Ryung here. That was more just to open up a possibility into the 3rd. But that is setting up into a lot of defense. And the missile turrets as well, obviously. Like, Ryung can kind of pick up on that and say, like, this is a guy who's going to play defensive. I think I'm going to have a lot of map control. And I think this is just about me trying to find that perfect opportunity to deliver the killing blow. Whereas Here Marine, I mean, he might just be thinking about that super late game. If he can get there, if he can survive that long. Combat shield's not quite done for Ryung. 1-1 finishes in the nick of time for Here Marine, but now combat shield is also an issue. Interference matrix worked fantastic. Only 1 tank firing away for Here Marine, and Here Marine said he was playing defensive, but apparently not enough to stop Ryung's attack from just overwhelming.
A few too many units. I think we're not part of that fight for Hero Marine, and the Matrixes were able to disable all those tanks just like that after 9 minutes of macroing and a tiny bit of poking, but not a whole lot more than that. It is Riyadh who takes the 1-0 lead. And just to echo everything you were talking about, he was even building a 4th command center on location. Riyadh so quick to realize, like, wait a minute, you're kind of digging in your heels. You're building turrets. You're clearly setting up very defensively. I'm the one who's going to have the map control, drop Sports to see on location, but still looks for openings, sees that opening, and he doesn't second guess once, goes for it. Yeah, that's just that's how brutal TVT can be as well. We talk about it in all the mirrors, but I think especially TVT, it can end with that first Raven attack so often, and this was a prime example of it.
Yeah, I wonder if Hero Marine was really anticipating an earlier Raven drive-by, which I remember at a point there is, you know, the Raven meta has been around for a very long time, and so obviously we always talk with the interference matrix. But there was a point where I remember in my cast, I was like, you know, is it great to go for these Raven drive-bys? You have less energy further on if you do have an opportunity to cast as many interference matrix as you want. And then that, you know, stopped being a question because obviously the pro gamers know what they're doing. But I wonder if that was a game where Hero Marine set up so defensively like that, was really hoping that that would be a bit of an opening. One Raven gets picked off because all 3 went in for a drive-by, or the energy is used, which misses out on a frontal attack. And then I don't think the frontal attack breaks him at that point. It might do enough damage, and the map control still goes to Riyadh, but I don't think it breaks him at that point. But Riyadh really was able to collect everything he needed. He saved the medevacs, he didn't use Raven energy, and then he just pushed when he saw an opportunity. That's going to have to be something that Hero Marine is either able to defend against, obviously, or might try and flip the script debate and try and be aggressive. If Riyadh's thinking this guy's going to be purely defensive, that could work out to try and settle the score. Ultra Love going to be game number 2. Lickety split, bottom left for Vitality. He is Riyadh.
And a frustrating first game for this man in the top right side, hailing from Germany, representing Mouse Sports, and still after all these years, it is Hero Marine. There are many ways to lose a first game in the best of 5 that can be annoying, but I think this one has probably be on top of my list, where it's not even that you get completely outplayed, it's just, it kind of feels like you were dead without anything truly happening. It's like, yeah, a little interaction in the early game didn't quite go my way, but my opponent didn't build upon that lead. Later on, those Reapers were donated anyway, and then right when you're truly mentally getting yourself strapped in, where you're like, okay, this is going to be a banger, I'm getting close to being a maxed out player, it's gonna be chaos, and you make all these plans on how you eventually can find an opening, how you want to move your units around. Raven show up, interference matrix, forward stim, and the game is over before you feel like you were able to even use all your units. I gotta say, that's a really frustrating one, I think.
Yeah. Was it? I wish I'd paid closer attention to the sensor tower timing. So I wonder if that was just seconds away from finishing, or giving him the 2 seconds heads up notice that he needed. Because it was building around the time we were talking about, is how well he was setting up defensively. But those types of very small timings, or the difference of how they use their units earlier on, yes, can end up in those TVTs where it's just boop, done. Feels bad, wasted kind of 9 minutes building my sandcastle, and the big old bully just came over and knocked it down. It does happen. And I think right now Hero Marine either needs to stick to his guns, know that his macro is good, his defense can be good, or he does need to change things up. Because the one thing I don't want to see is Hero Marine just saying, hey, my defense is good enough, and getting absolutely pummeled by a strong, confident Riyadh.
And I gotta say, Riyadh looked good as well in a lot of the moments where nothing happened, but we have seen players in the past be sloppy with Ravens, right? And the reaction is a little bit too slow. Hero Marine was lurking, was looking for openings with his Marines, stimmed forward, even had that little juke maneuver where he went back, but he turned around immediately again, hoping for a second opportunity to fire away at those Ravens, but Riyadh did a 10 out of 10 job in keeping those incredibly important units alive. So Riyadh just looked sharp, really looked sharp from the very beginning, with those first 2 Reapers getting the SCV kill, to the follow-up interactions, to the move out, the macro at home. I kept an eye on his armory timing. Like, technically could have been done a tiny bit quicker, but the moment his armory was done, he fired up +2 attack, +2 armor immediately as well. Didn't waste any time there. It is safe to say that Riyadh came prepared, and he's feeling good.
Yep. So had a stronger stim and combat shield timing, which did not affect the win, but it would have affected, you know, subsequent wins if we had still in the game. And I'm going to be paying very close attention to the build order differences for why that can happen. We already have a build order difference, by the way. High ground available for your natural can be assigned to go for the 1cc expand. The factory expand is nice defensively and offensively, so there's definitely, personal choice on that regard, but Riyadh decided I can totally get away with that, and he does. He gets a faster command center. So he's setting up initially in a slightly more defensive position, but it's pretty strong with a natural ramp. And then here Marine is going to try and be aggressive. Totally okay with that, but the worst thing I think that could happen right now is like lose that game that was kind of honestly a bit boring for you, right? You didn't even really get to participate. And then the second game, you try and go for a little aggression, you run right into a cyclone and die. I mean, that for the mental cannot be good. So let's see what happens with here Marine's push.
It feels that Riyadh is pretty well set up defensively with that bunker. The units are a tiny bit out of position, but he's obviously keeping the main base safe. Hero Marine has to be so cautious here. Do not let that medevac lock on. Actually, or excuse me, the Cyclone. Actually felt the Cyclone was blocked there by the Hellion. Otherwise, it maybe would have been able to get a lock on. Not quite the kill, but would have been able to soften up the medevac. The Reapers have thought about going for a drive-by, have changed their mind instead, as we are now building Liberators. This is a very aggressive game in Game 2.
Yeah, very aggressive. Okay, on Ultra Love. I wonder if he's even planning for another. I think the maps get shorter as the best of 5 goes on, if I remember the map screen correctly. Maybe they could even have a plan of a 2 starport play. All right, this is interesting, but first we got to talk about this kind of double drop. It's not as strong as you would usually expect. Not 16 Marines with Stim, but still a decent number of Marines. Unfortunately, the tank is set up there, and I don't think this is really worth pushing so much. Although the Cyclone does grab a Raven. All right, okay, not bad. The Interference Matrix stops the second medevac from picking up anything. The Reapers went into the main base, finding the 3rd CC delay, a barracks delay as well. A factory, excuse me, that's what I was going to talk about. A factory delay as well, and a couple of SCVs. This is not a bad sequence of events at all for Hero Marine, as he also gets a scout. He sees mech very early.
And he's still going. He's not done yet. He gets another few SCVs, so from 7 it becomes 10. Riyadh having a hard time there, keeping track of all those units. Obviously, Riyadh investing in that second factory, in that 3rd command center. Those are all resources that don't really help him out defensively immediately. Hero Marine putting all of his resources at first in those additional units and doing a 10 out of 10 job in getting value out of them. And that tank is so freaking annoying right now for Riyadh, as it is in range of the SCVs. And a lot of those SCVs are so bad than Bruce. Things absolutely looking up for Hero Marine. It was risky, but he is starting to get what he's looking for, and that is a great Matrix. Obviously, not a medevac dies. Oh, Gabe, are you sure you want to stick around with double Matrix? And I feel that Hero Marine should just run away here. And perhaps he feels that he needs to keep up the momentum. It was going really well, ZG, until it just didn't. We do have a Liberator in the main, though.
Yeah, a bit of a perfect timing for Young to break out, though, because if it was a couple seconds later, that Liberator probably grabs 6 or 7 SCVs, actually. Instead, he does break out, and he does defend against the Liberator, although a little less mining time, honestly. And more SCVs are falling in the natural than I was going to give him credit for. Actually, a weird amount. This body was going to fall too? Okay, then, yeah. Riyadh lacking in mobile units at this point, right? He's depending on his siege tanks to be in perfect position, and they were just slightly out of position. So this is, I mean, this is how you kind of annoy a mech player, sure. But we got to go back to the macro senses, right? Now that things have really calmed down in the front, is Riyadh okay on the SCV count? He is down by about 10 after all is said and done. But that's not bad, considering I think, are we going to get to like 25 or 30 SCVs killed? This is kind of crazy.
It is crazy, but Hero Marine losing this tank that he left behind is also problematic, because Riyadh could rally everything to the other side of the map at this point. He's got 47 armies. Wow. Hero Marine only has 31. Hero Marine does have a 3rd orbital, that's done, but can he realistically fly that over now and start mining from it? I don't think so, but the moment you start getting contained and you don't have any Ravens or Liberators to break out, that's also going to be very hard. I mean, a phenomenal amount of economic damage is what Hero Marine was able to find there, but now he also finds himself staring down an army that he simply cannot fight.
That's true. That's true. The Vikings can try to take out the Ravens immediately. 2 interference matrix do end up getting off. At least the tanks are pulled back. But now you're going to be contained on 2 bases, or worse, 1 base. Young with the good call, realizing that too much army had been sacrificed for those SCVs, goes for the counter push. And this is a chokehold that I don't think Hero Marine's going to be able to get out of.
10 out of 10 game sense by Riyadh to make this call, because it's risky. You're obviously vulnerable at home. A lot of your SCVs are low on HP. You've taken damage. To then still have those spidey senses to grab the units, send them to the other side of the map, feeling that you can get value out of them. That's something I guess you won't get after playing a couple other games. That is a decade of playing high-level TVT. Riyadh having a perfect feel for this game, making the correct call, and Hero Marine may eventually be able to stabilize, because he does have air superiority. He's got those 4 Vikings, he's got a Liberator on the production tab, but it's taking so long, and every second that goes by right now is a second where Riyadh gets further and further ahead in this game. Hero Marine is setting up a double drop, and I do like this. I really feel there is a lot of potential in this double drop, but it also needs to realize that potential, otherwise this game is over. 16 Marines and a Dream Zombie Grove, that's kind of what this is.
And I think Riyadh had already anticipated that. Whether you're mech or bio, well, no, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. I was going to say, one of the worst things to do is continue rallying, because if you do get dropped, you're in trouble, and it looks like Riyadh did not give the respect that it was needed there. The Vikings do take out the Medivacs, an SCV pool, weirdly helpful there too. That was a trade, but no more really, and here Marine needed a lot more.
That's actually really good defense. I thought that was going to be a disaster with only 2 Hellions, 2 tanks. I was like, man, if the Marines step forward, they gun down the tanks, the Hellions, and SCVs will not make any difference. But Riyadh actually handled that incredibly well. And it took a long time for even that first tank to go down, force Hero Marine to stim not once but twice. And then a couple of the Hellion shots, the SCV pool making the difference. What a brilliant call by Riyadh. Like, actually cannot emphasize on how impressed I am by that. Because it kind of feels that he's just being slapped around the ring. And he's taking punches left, right, and center. But then the moment there is a second of it's over, immediately grabs his units, runs to the other side of the map, and finds the best moment. And even then, not settling for a soft contain of 2 base Hero Marine. That's like, you could say like he's on 3, Hero Marine's on 2. He could siege up at the bottom of the ramp and make it hard for Hero Marine to take the 3rd. He's like, nope, I can do more. I'm gonna get into the natural. I'm gonna get in range of those SCVs, and I'm making you a 1 base Terran. That's honestly a very sick call by Riyadh.
Very sick call by Riyadh, and maybe there could have been a potential sicker call by Hero Marine. Just to be super clear before I go into this would have been very difficult to read in the moment. But Riyadh, or Maru, has been doing this thing where he has been kind of responding to mech with mech. Now, sometimes it's because he's already losing, and sometimes it's because it is just an even game, actually. Sometimes I'm sure it's because it's pre-planned, but there's definitely response mech. And I wonder if Hero Marine had gone response mech, had done all the harassing damage, realized that a mech push could still be troublesome, and went for a second factory himself very quickly, would he have been able to play out a much better game? Because then he would have had a closer number of tanks in a good position with the air control he would have still had, I believe, and then he maybe would have been able to keep his 3rd alive, or well, natural alive first of all, and then get into a 3rd. But like I said, I think difficult to call in the midst of a game where it seems like it's going so well for you. But we are up on potentially the final map here, Pylon, in the bottom right, up to 0. We do have Vitality's Riyadh.
And in the bottom left side, the German Terran has shown us 2 different things so far. Ultra defensive play in game 1 and all-out aggression in game 2. Neither of it has truly worked out yet. Can we start turning things around? It is Mouse Sports, Hero Marine. I do like that you mentioned that, CG. Like, I don't know if that's something Gabe is comfortable with or not, but you can see that he built 2 E-base, that he's investing in those upgrades. And what did those really do, right? What kind of impact did Stim or Combat Shield or +1 attack, +1 armor have there? And like nothing. None of that truly came into play until the very end. So yeah, that's a lot of resources that he now didn't really get anything out of to defend against those tanks and the Hellions and the Vikings. Perhaps there's a different way, but yeah, that's a really difficult one. Yeah. I don't know if Gabe is comfortable making that call. I'm just impressed by Riyadh, man. That's not an easy move out, I think. There are some moments where it makes sense to move out. I felt that this was one that, yeah, you could say like, okay, your opponent threw away a lot of units and you did get those tanks, and he found that straight tank, right? That one straight tank in the middle of nowhere. I wonder if he doesn't find that one, does he still make the same call, or does he then feel that it's not worth it? I don't know, but very, very impressed.
And just to your point, the reason that is a difficult call to move out is because here Marine, with what his ideal plan is, right? He's getting all this damage done. He's kind of pinning Riyadh back to a certain extent. Ideally, you do get to a critical mass of bio with medevacs that a move out by a mech Terran leads to disaster, because they're either moving out into an army that is able to concave and pounce on them, or they're moving out when 2 drops are hitting them. The problem was, in that game, those things came too late. And that's really why I was like, the kind of response mech seems to be that nice idea, because if you're going to have someone who can read the game like that, like Riyadh, who is going to push way before, you know, mech is maxed out, that's no longer what you need to do nowadays. You're going to need something a bit better than just like 16 Marines without their upgrades quite yet, right? And it really does come down to a bit of timing that here Marine did not get. He did not get the map control that a bio player would usually have, and Riyadh knew that that was going to be too late to help out. So just a really good read from Riyadh for here Marine. No blame on him doing what he did. It's one of those awkward situations. You traded out army for SCVs, and there is going to be that counterattack. And speaking of army, we do have far more here for here Marine, who dedicated quite a bit to Reaper Hellion, and now seeing Riyadh did not, I'm surprised he isn't giving a little bit more chase.
Yeah, he had a way earlier reactor, right? Hero Marine went for the super early reactor. So because of that, he should have more units. And I figured that this was a dream scenario. It's like, hey, Riyadh is bringing his units to you. You want to fight. This is the fight you're going to go for. I should be able to pick up at least one of the Reapers here. The other one will get away for now. But now it should also be relatively easy for Riyadh to figure out what has happened here. It's like, hey, we're kind of doing the same thing, but not totally. Your Reaper count is clearly higher, so I guess that my factory was a bit quicker, your reactor was quicker. You're supposed to find damage with this, right? Hero Marine does not make all these Reapers, all these Hellions to not get anything done. Now the units are split up, ZG. I don't know if this is the fight anymore for Hero Marine, because Cyclones are tanky, and Cyclones have range, Cyclones have that lock-on ability. It kind of feels that Hero Marine's opening has already fallen in the water a little.
I agree. Here Marine went for very early aggression, didn't do it, and then just like 30 seconds later, Riyadh's build ends up getting the power spike. You know, it's still early, but it's a power spike with the Cyclone. Medevac available too, so they can pick up the Cyclone if it is in danger. Auto turret will be extremely helpful. This means that Riyadh can't push the issue like he usually would, just be like hanging around getting lock-ons all damn day long. But now the Cyclone, oh, okay, that was just Miss Micro. Whoops.
Yeah, stuck around a little bit too long as well, because obviously if Hero Marine gets the lock on, it should maybe be the kill anyway, unless the medevac somehow saves it. But yeah, I maybe just derped right on the minimap, clicked, figured that his Cyclone would go to the right, but actually went to the left. So now Hero Marine still finds a little bit of momentum and grabs his 2 Reapers, 2 Hellions and a Cyclone. He's gonna go for the natural Riyadh. Riyadh might be forced to use his auto turret here. Is he able to get anything done? This could turn into one of those TVTs where we both kill a lot of workers. I don't like that auto turret placement that much. I almost wish Gabe would have gone deeper into the natural rather than running away from it.
Hard call though, because another factory unit was about to pop out. That tank was going to be there, and oh no, here Marine losing more units defensively, doesn't get his Cyclone out and able to maneuver. Yeah, a tank sieges up, you can't break that too. Yeah, this seems to be a game of moments where you can see here Marine's potential. The early Reaper Hellion, then the kill on the Cyclone leading to a counterattack, and it's just seconds too late, or early in some cases, I don't know, but like it's not working out timing wise. He is going to be going into mech. That is an interesting decision after everything that we've seen so far. Certainly not response mech like I was talking about. This is actually just literally 2 base mech, 3 factory. This is not an all-in necessarily, but it's very, very dedicated.
A long time ago, at one of the Katowices, Hero Marine had that crazy game against Maru, where back then the meta was like, okay, 3 base or 2 base double starport, and sometimes 2 base double factory. But that's very different than this, because he has already gone triple factory, so this definitely screams a little bit more like Hero Marine wants to macro. He's just taking a bit of a unique and bizarre route of getting there. Riyadh does not seem to be very intimidated at all by anything he's seen, because he's still here, and I'm wondering, should he be here? But so far, Riyadh has not really missed a beat in this series, so I'm sure that it's fine.
Yeah, I think he's okay to do this. Well, those interference matrix are pretty brutal. Well, I might take that back, actually. That's I think he was anticipating being able to move away and control this game, this battle flow a little more, so I do take it back. Riyadh probably shouldn't have done that. But at the end of the day, Riyadh now knows what it is. It's 2 base, 3 factory, which has delayed the economy quite a bit. Now you might be saying ultimately Mech's goal is to get to like this like 150 supply, right? So like let's play it really, really safe. But this can be a little troublesome. If the move out is caught midway, they're forced to siege up, move forward, siege up. That's been so much time doing it that Ryung can actually get to that critical mass of bio. But that is the question. Can he get enough time? He's building Marauders right now. He detected the mech very early on, so he was able to get double tech lab. He's already postured a little more offensively with his army, so he's not just literally pinned into his own choke, and he is going to try and seek in his 3rd CC as well. Here comes the big push. Auto turrets and interference, which is going to be coming down right now. Not a lot of energy on Ryung's Ravens, in fact, and their tanks are just taken out no problem. Here, Marine, 3 factory, 2 base, going for the push, and that is ideal. Ryung has really no response.
There's still 1 tank. This 1 tank is incredibly important as the Marauder production is up and running. We are repairing that tank. That tank is about to get its 2nd tank kill, but does manage to get it, but it falls, and that is really problematic because now the doors are wide open. Now Gabe can get those tanks even closer. Ryung has even landed his Vikings interference matrix. This is it. Can Ryung find the breakout he's looking for? A couple of the bio units are a bit clumped up. I want to say I think he'll be fine, but he's taking so much damage. And is he fine? If those Vikings take 1 more tank shot, he's gonna split them up in the end. Another tank shows up. I think Gabus has done it. He still has a tank left over. Extra aliens show up as well. Hero Marine, triple factory, 2 base opening. It's definitely something, but Gabe is cooking and he's kind of back in the series.
It needs to be said, though, that if Ryung could buy 15 extra seconds somehow, some way, a couple extra Marauders, a handful of extra Marines, more ideal Raven usage, you can see how this could have worked out for Ryung. I think at the end of the day, he always SCV pulls, but if he only loses 20 SCVs and he completely breaks the mech player, mech players, one of the problems is not being able to reinforce very quickly. Suddenly you're getting dropped every which way. Suddenly the bio player has all the map control and all of the SCV production they could ever want. It is close. It could have been closer than it appeared if there was 15 to 20 seconds extra bot, I feel like. But it wasn't. I mean, here Marine saw the opportunity to go for the attack, was not stopped prior to engaging with Ryung's inferior army, and knew that he had an opportunity. And now, even though Ryung did technically break out right there, I mean, this is obviously a game that you are just not bringing back.
No, he's not even building SCVs anymore. And my thoughts also go back to the 2 tanks he lost in the top left side. They were like, well, this seems a bit funky, but hey, so far you haven't been wrong yet, Ryung, so we ain't gonna criticize you. But in the end, he lost 2 tanks for very little. Like, those were a little bit of Raven energy, but that's about it. He barely got a kill out of it. And 2 extra tanks at home against this move out of Gabe, needless to say, would have made a night and day difference.
Absolutely right. Very good call. And then I do also like Here Marine going back right there. It might seem like it's an overwhelming favorite game for Here Marine, and it is, unless he were to give away tanks for free. Think he has enough, siege him up, die to a concave, and then you're reinforcing 1 tank into the army. That would have been bad. So he pulls back, he builds missile turrets, they stop at least 1 medevac from being included. A couple of his own medevacs is always interesting to see, but we do have that 1 meta that existed for a while. That is being shown again there as the Hellbat Ferry helps out. But here Marine just needed to defend. He knew that. That's exactly what he did, and we are not going to get a 3-0.
And that's one of these moments where if you don't have those turrets and 2 full medevacs are able to unload in your main and they get on top of your factories right when a tank pops out and it dies, and then a cyclone pops out and it dies, and you lose 20 SCVs, and then you move the units from the 3rd back into the main to deal with the double drop, and suddenly Ryung out of 29 SCVs feels really powerful. But the moment you have the missile turrets there, you kill the medevacs immediately. The bio is going to run out of steam, and that is it. Fun game, nice for Gabe to get 1 on the board, also nice for us to get rid of those trios. Even though we theoretically have a mega long day ZG, we are still not hoping for back-to-back trios. That is not fun for anyone, and I'm very curious to see if Gabe can use this momentum that he has now found in Game 3 to give us more stuff. Definitely showing us a lot of different things throughout the series. Game 1, very macro defensive. Game 2, very aggressive going into bio. Game 3, mech. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we get excited over as StarCraft fans, where players know a week in advance who they have been playing, and they've been crafting strategies, probably map specific, maybe looking at stuff that their opponents have been doing as well. And Gabe definitely not coming in with one build order that he's just gonna run 5 times and hope it's good enough. Like, nah, he's been preparing, and that makes me happy.
Yep. Of course, the problem is that I don't think you get it to do that 3 factory 2 base thing again, because it was scouted so early. It probably will be scouted fairly early, with just how aggressive openers are in TVT. And then I think you're right, Riyadh just doesn't lose 2 tanks, and that already changes the ability to defend in a more forward position drastically. But what I am curious on is the map. It's going to be Tokamak, so I'm not sure about the strategy I was thinking of, but we are going to see different strategies, I'm sure, from both players. Let's just get into the intros. Riyadh already sent an SCV out. Okay, in the top right, excuse me, it is going to be Vitality's Riyadh.
And in the bottom left side, we're going to take a little look, but not for a long time, into the main base of our German Terran, getting 1 win on the board. Can we send it to the rubber match? It is Mouse Sports Hero Marine. Was already looking, by the way, at the gold earlier. I was taking a little look at his camera that is being displayed on the minimap. He has been looking at this area, so it's almost like he hotkeyed it, and perhaps that is one that he's going to check out real soon, because he was specifically looking at this area once or twice, even way before the SCVs were being sent to this location.
Hopefully it wasn't just a location hockey. Because that is possible. Either.
Oh, like he has one. He has a location hotkey right on top of these barracks.
yeah.
Rotating through the hotkeys. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, that's that rally is also indicative of a suspicion. Now, he is factory expanding. Here, Marine might be just kind of scared of this overall in this entire series. This is why, you know, very much on the factory expand hype train too. Another reason factory expand can be helpful. So this should be a defense. It's just a matter of how good of a defense. The strategy that I was thinking of, by the way, guys, was actually going to be a 2 starport play that I mentioned earlier. And I was like, maybe not Tokamak, but clearly this is more important. Riyadh going for 2 racks. You can put that in any point in TVT, and that can at the very least get you some control over the game right from the get-go. If not, occasionally win you the game right off the bat. It shouldn't here, but we gotta pay attention to the micro, especially with the ping, both of them on it. This could be deadly.
It's nerve-wracking. Microing Reapers, cross-server. If Hero Marine clicks this Reaper 2 pixels too far forward and he looks away for a split second and he loses the fight because it's 2 against 1, he's in trouble immediately. Does he spot it? Yes, he will. And now he's also able to save his Reaper. Massive moment here for Hero Marine. Absolutely massive. Not in danger. Didn't even take any extra damage on his Reaper. Immediately knows what is up. I mean, earlier he should have been fine. Now he should always be fine, because it shouldn't get any better than this for Gabe.
Yep, pull the SCVs initially while you wait for a couple more units of your own. You can lose, I would say, 3 SCVs and be still pretty happy, but in an ideal world, yeah, you only lose that 1. The command center going on the high ground means there's not going to be that awkward defense of 2 locations, which happens with a factory expand if the scout didn't go down. So now you're going to have no problem just finishing that CC as fast as you would like, and your Reapers can focus entirely on the 1 jump in point or just run in point, which is the ramp. I mean, there is another one, but it's so close to the ramp that it's covering both. You know, there's better maps in the history of StarCraft for this. That's a lot of damage right off the bat. Riyadh losing a Reaper and getting hardcore denied.
Riyadh is in trouble. By the way, I'm thinking of like where he decided to proxy. And to be fair, if I was playing TVT and I'd be worried about the proxy Rex Reaper, you'd probably think it's more likely to be on the north side of the triangle, so they can just hop into the main base immediately. Riyadh probably thought this was 224 IQ underwater chess to build them here, because maybe he thought that the Reaper would be more likely to scout on the left side. But yeah, or what do you want to say about it?
Well, I think because if you put it on the top side, you only have the Reaper hop-up spot. Getting to the ramp is more awkward. On the right side, you get a little bit more of the 2 opportunities, the ramp and the Reaper hop-up spot, I think. But I'm not sure. You might be right. I think it is a gamble either way. It's 50-50, honestly.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Yeah. It can be either way, and here Marine, he did guess correctly, but there is a world where Riyadh goes top side, and then that's the, 500 IQ.
We have Macfield Accelerator on the production tab for the first time in the series. So Riyadh is going to use one of the 2 Rexes to just scout, even landed it for a little bit, thought about being annoying, but then also decided that he really wants to see what is happening in the main base. This has always been one of these silly interactions in StarCraft II, by the way, in my eyes, where it's like, why is there a 1000 HP production facility scouting? What is happening on the other side of the map? It's like, if you're watching this game for the first time with a friend and they're like, so what is happening right now? It's like, well, it's kind of difficult. It's just Terran things. Like, it will die eventually. It just takes a little while. It's like, so they can see everything. It's like, yeah, they can, but it's not good for them. But yes, they can for a while.
Yeah, and you know what? That almost happened in StarCraft II. They almost made the starport buildable while flying. So you could just like have this as a starport here and build Vikings. What a world that would have been if that had released in 2010. But Barrack Scout, always lovely to see. Even a threat on the stealing of the add-ons is always fun too.
Yeah.
Not that it happened.
And then you sometimes have the back and forth, right? Where it's like they landed, they lift, and then the other guy takes over the tech lap again. It's like, oh, come on. As we do have a bunch of lock-ons, seems like the grenades worked out well there for Hero Marine, who obviously is going to be feeling really, really good about this game, because while we are memeing a little bit about the 1000 HP barracks, that is going to be repaired, by the way. What? It is a close call, but the SCV will save it. Hero Marine still wants this chase, but Macfield Accelerator is done, so Riyadh can turn the tide. But if Gabe was paying attention, which I'm sure he is, he will immediately see those infrared lasers coming out of those cyclones, and now he knows what is up. Probably a tiny bit confused by it. He's gonna go extra factories as well. It is mech against mech over here in game 4. And as exciting that is, CG, I do feel that Gabe right now is engaging in a very different game than what it could have been. Because I feel like this should have been a game where Gabe is all over Riyadh, can contain him, is ahead, continues to be ahead, and then the good old when ahead get further ahead. But now I just feel like we're embracing a very unique, weird game that they probably don't even play that often.
The follow-up Macfield Accelerator can be a real pain in the butt, honestly, because you think you might have an opportunity to counterattack, maybe even building tanks, hoping to get an early contain going on, and then the Cyclones are just so much stronger than you'd like. And there's so many more of them, too, than you expect when you get that investment. So it is... I know what you're saying, though. It's like you see that type of defense versus a 2-Rax, and you're like, this is all Hero Marine. And when you go mech, it just automatically slows you down. Even if you are planning to do a 2-base push, it still feels slower. Obviously, the follow-up is going to be slower. The rest of the game is still going to be slower. I do believe Ryung's SCV pull for the repair was actually so smart, because I was like, well, why? You already have a barracks, you're not losing your access to your factory production. But it's literally because he wanted a strong scout into the barracks or factory choice, and he got it. He knows what it is.
The barracks that Hero Marine probably thought burned down by now comes back and gives Riyadh the confirmation that Hero Marine is basically doing the same thing as he is, but just of well, less SCVs, but way more units to currently work with. And I mean, I think Hero Marine had interference matrix as well, right? So 1 or 2 tanks might not be good enough. One of the tanks is on siege there. Both players actually working with interference matrix at this point. These tank shots really hurt, by the way, in the middle of cyclones. Hero Marine has to be careful. Gabe has a massive army. And now I'm wondering, can he find an opening, ZG? With all those Ravens, that is energy for days. Well, it might be a different follow-up, but it still feels like it's all Hero Marine, because I look at this and I don't know how Riyadh is ever supposed to defend against this.
2 base to 3, bringing in some classic TBT, this time with mech, sure, but still 2 base to 3. After so many 3CCs are just going to be default, you don't even talk about it. We're finally getting some exciting action here. Marine decides to push on in. Hellbat's form, tanking a lot of those shots. Auto turret trying to be put down. The interference matrix on the opponent's Ravens to ensure they're not as effective as they should be. Even the Marines that were built earlier on helping out a little, but this is not going to be enough. All of Hero Marine's army is getting cleaned up, and Riyadh, that backline tank near the minerals was such a baller. How did that not work?
What an absolute sick hold by Riyadh, dropping the matrices on the Ravens of Gabe. I was like, that's cute, but I don't know if it's going to make the difference. And it's starting to look like it really did make the difference. Like, yes, he lost 18 SCVs, but he's still up 6. That is an insane hold, and Hero Marine feels he's just too far behind Riyadh. I was wondering, how on earth do you defend that? Well, apparently by disabling your opponent's Ravens, making sure that they don't really add a whole lot, and a perfect SCV pool, perfect defensive tank positioning. That is an insane hold, CG. I thought he was mega dead.
Yeah, I was very worried about it. There's a decent enough concave for where Hero Marine is pushing in as well. The Ravens being, were supposed to be kind of equalized or even favorable to Hero Marine, but the interference matrix really making a big difference. If there was like 6 auto turrets alongside with that push from Hero Marine, yeah, I think that absolutely does it, and that 1 tank is not nearly enough, or it probably gets shredded as well, right? But that 1 tank firing away the entire time, adding so much damage, especially as the choke got smaller as we pushed further and further into the 3rd CC. The Ravens not being as part of it as they should be. Excellent hold from Riyadh. Not what we were expecting at all, but that unfortunately leads to the straight up loss of the series for Hero Marine. Riyadh TVT Sniper continues on, now facing Bjorn, who was very familiar opponents. Very excited to see how that goes down. But we got a couple extra best of fives to look at first. As you can see, here Marine drops down. He's going to be facing Lemon in a best of 5 TVP tomorrow.
That's going to be a fun one as well. I'm looking forward to it. But what an opportunity for Riyadh later today against Bjorn. Two players that I think are both very good in TVT, but in very different ways, where Bjorn is just like speed, marine, tank, let's go, medevacs forever, and all the chaos. And I think Riyadh is maybe a little bit more sophisticated in finding those diamonds with the really utilizing ravens and stuff. It's going to be a really fun and exciting best of 7 and such an important one. But for now, it seems like we're heading to a little break. And after that, we'll be back with the PVC between Lambo and Australia, one that I'm incredibly excited for. We'll see you guys soon.
Two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back, everyone. We got our last chance qualifier underway. Already saw 2 series today, and we just saw here Marine kind of heartbreakingly lose in a game that looked promising for him to lead Riyadh to the qualifying match. Here Marine will be in the lower bracket for tomorrow. But now we are moving on to no Terrans. If you're sick of Terrans, good news. We got PVZ coming on up here, Estrella versus Lambo. What are you thinking about this one, Roddy?
Oh, I'm so excited for it. But if you do love Terrans, guys, and if you're not sick of it yet, don't go anywhere, because later today we'll have the best of 7 between Riyadh and Beyond, and that's obviously going to be fireworks. But I'm so excited for this PVC. These two have some history. Most recently, they played against each other over in the DreamHack 2025 Dallas group stage, where Australia was able to get a 2-1 victory over Lambo. Those were some crazy games. I even feel the game that Lambo won, I watched it back, and I felt that he was in trouble, but he just did a really good job in showing up with even more later on. I mean, this is just a series to really strap in and buckle up, enjoy the ride, because I feel like Lambo is going to bring fireworks. I have the feeling we're going to see an aggressive Lambo, because there are very few Zergs on the planet that at this point want to play late game, and Lambo has always been one of the best Zergs when it comes to those lair tech, Roach Ravager, Queen timings. This is going to be fun, and I'm sure that this man also knows what is coming and how is he going to hold the line. In the bottom left side, it's the American Protoss, the runner-up of the American Qualifiers, Australia.
In the top left, representing Europe, he is the Blue Zerg, Lambo. Also, Shopify Rebellion being represented here in these qualifiers. Lambo, I think, has been very happy on that team, but a good setup there from Roddy. We have Lambo very, very good at those layer-based all-ins, which a lot of Zergs have been bringing out. I will say, I was totally convinced every Zerg in the world was going to be all-in, all-in, all-in at one point, and that did not actually pan out. We've had plenty of even the more aggressive Zerg players, like Rogue, for instance, play, you know, perfectly fine, accepting into the late-game ZVP. Is it the easiest thing in the world? Definitely not. But is it really relegating all Zerg players to only ever all-inning? No. I do think, though, in a best of 5 against Australia, you got to throw out some of the ones that you have planned, and there are so many that Lambo could do.
Lambo's guess was actually in somewhat early, not ultra early or anything, but I feel like 5 or 6 seconds earlier than it is with a lot of the other very standard Zerg openings. And this is something you see a bit more often if the Zerg players get hatch blocked and they're forced to take the third. That's when they really want to get their hands on that Zergling speed just a tiny bit quicker. But to see him be able to take his hatch and then still go for a 105, 106 gas instead of the standard 111, 112 that you see with a lot of other builds, I don't think it means that he's going to do anything crazy of hatchery tech, but we did see Rainer recently in the RSL actually go for an old school Baneling boss. Now that was a very weird map that probably had a lot to do with it. But I wonder, is Lambo also capable of doing something even earlier than lair tech? Could we see some hatchery tech aggression? And one other thing, ZG, that we have to talk about, I feel like right now in ZVP, are those hatch blocks and those first drones that are being sent to the other side of the map. That has not happened this game, but I feel like we see that way more often in this day and age than we saw it in the past.
Yeah, which is odd, because personally, I'm not that much of a fan whenever I see it. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what I think. The pro gamers obviously think that it's good. On the subject of the Ling Baneling, though, that was the game that also had, I mean, who was it up against? But the Protoss player had the pylon wall.
Showtime.
Remember correctly. Okay, so yeah, I remember like some people being like, why does he do this? Obviously it's vulnerable. Okay guys, Hero does it every single game, and he messes up his wall as well. Okay, Hero is just not dependable, and yet we did not see Zerg players as a whole collectively agree to continue doing some type of Ling or Ling Baneling all-in against it. So I'm just throwing it out there. It does sound like a good idea. I think what's really worrisome for the Zerg players is that if they do it once, they're not going to be able to do it again. You know what I mean? And if they do it once and it fails, then it just feels like a risk that you shouldn't have taken. But it's not something that you can depend on. And in this case, I don't know if Estrella is that weak wall Protoss. I know that sounds kind of mean and maybe too much of a statement, but I don't think he is. He is going for a very fast third Nexus, which we all are not too surprised by. Estrella can be a greedy boy in this matchup.
Yeah, 3:15 is literally as early as you see the Brothers players take it. 3:13, 3:15, that is mega early. Where they often barely even have any gateway units, but they really love their oracles. They love energy recharge, and it's going to be Oracle into Phoenix into Oracle. Showtime, a very big fan of this, as that Phoenix obviously very useful in picking up the Overlords, limiting the vision of the Zerg, and then that Phoenix can be very useful on the other side of the map, where it can lead the charge, it can absorb a Spore Crawler shot or two, and then the Oracles can activate Pulsar Beam and gun down drones. I'm wondering, by the way, ZG, is there a world where you would have preferred Australia to take the horizontal third rather than the triangle, knowing the man that he's playing against?
That is a good question, actually. I could see some arguments for either one, right? Like the other third have been farther away from something aggressive, but the triangle third might be able to utilize the chokes in a more predictive way. Because obviously if you're defending your third over to the right side, you don't go over to the left side easily, fast enough. There's a big old concave. I don't know. But yeah, you got to ask Estrella. I mean, maybe, funnily enough, we're talking about all-ins, and I am thinking of some of the more macro games that we've seen on Persephone. So I don't know if that is priority on his mind for where he takes the bases, or if this is just habit seeping through.
3 drones, by the way, with the 2 Oracles, as the Spore Crawler first shot at the Phoenix, then changed its target to one of the Oracles, did some real damage to it, but still 3 drones is not bad. Lambo really does not want to lose this Overlord. I don't think he's supposed to lose that Overlord against just a single Phoenix. The adapts were threatening a shade in, as Lambo has gone for +1 melee. We didn't mention it yet. +1 melee is obviously excellent against Stalkers, as long as you can really get those Zergling numbers up. +1 melee is fantastic, but if we have 24 links against eventually 16 Stalkers with Oracle support, and Australia is still building Oracles, by the way, that is the 3rd Oracle that now has come out. It's so hit or miss, right? Like, is it a 4th Oracle even? The 4th Oracle,
wow.
The Oracle. That's, oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know if Lambo is gonna expect this, and if he only has like 1 Queen, 1 Spore in the main, he's in trouble.
Yeah, right? I mean, Australia very intent on hiding it as well. He had 2 Oracles defending the third, as you would expect, and 2 Oracles hidden off the left. So very nicely done. The Oracles are just going to burn down the Spore Crawler. That is what you get when you go for 4 Oracles. The Phoenix are able to help out in the target either. The Queen, rather. The Queens are coming in. The Phoenix can use another Graviton Beam, I think, if they want to. 1 Queen falls. The Oracles, they burn down a Spore. They kill 4 drones. They kill a Queen. That wasn't the surprise statement we were talking about.
Decent, but I think that Australia derped a tiny bit with the micro. Double Templar Archives is definitely a derp.
Oh,
that
no.
is really expensive, and if we have to deal with 1 million Zerg units that are going to knock on our front door, and that is absolutely what is happening, as Lambo has Overlord speed on the way. That he needs to cancel that. It's such an expensive building.
Yeah, it really is. Fortunately, not enough lings to actually get this around while Blink wasn't done. That was what I was really scared of. But this is not it, Estrella. Estrella, this is moving out into someone who's about to move into you. This is an all-in on the way, and Estrella has not picked it up. All thoughts were on his little surprise play with the 4 Oracles that really didn't even do that much. Now he sees some roaches, but only now will he see that there's Overlords too. The Stalkers do have Blink. They might be able to escape, but the lings on the backside are going to ensure that they're not going to be able to escape scot-free. Estrella, so I would just be like running right now. I'd be like, oh god, oh god, oh god. But he's trying to delay the attack as long as he possibly can. And I guess it does delay it for a hot second. Estrella getting some time to build these shield batteries. Hope that Storm ends up finishing. More Stalkers have reinforced, but those static defenses are not done yet.
What is interesting, by the way, is that Lambo doesn't even have Roach speed. He has morphed every single Roach into a Ravager. It's about the Lynx, it's about the Queens, it's about the Ravagers. 1 cannon, he needs to gun down that cannon, by the way. Cannons do very good DPS against Zerglings. I'm surprised that cannon has been up for as long as it is. Now a couple of the corrosive balls do connect with the Lynx, but there is still just so much Zerg, and I don't see any DPS in this Protoss army. The Stalkers find a very cute little corner to blink in, but no DPS at all. Australia moving out, going up to 4 bases against a hyper-aggressive Lambo who didn't even get Roach speed, just to really make his build order as efficient as possible. All of that gas is straight into Ravagers, and it's about the Queens, it's about the Lynx. Yeah, I don't know. I felt that Australia played that game a little bit to me like he would play against any other Zerg. And I feel like at this point, you got to be so familiar with Lambo's reputation. Lambo is, I would almost say, the best in the business when it comes to these specific timings to just kill a Protoss. He has done that throughout the last 10 years, almost, even against some of the best Korean Protosses on the planet in the past, when they were like complimented for their PvZ and oh, they're so freaking good. Lambo finds really good ways to get queens to the other side of the map quickly. And to me, it felt that Australia's approach there a little too generic and not enough against the player that he's playing.
I agree. It felt like it was a game where you have your build in mind and you have your cute little surprise in mind. You know, you're like, well, game one, I'm going to go for some 4 oracles. You're not going to expect that. There's that opening on the left side of Persephone, and then it's going to do great damage. And you kind of don't think about what your opponent's doing, which I believe everyone has fallen into that trap, whether it's a ladder game or a series. And oftentimes it'll be the first game because, you know, you kind of need to be reminded. You need to be slapped a little bit, honestly. And Australia absolutely got slapped. So hopefully for the next game, we're not going to see, as you said, kind of that more generic Protoss. Yes, the 4 oracles was cute, but it's very me focused. It's selfish, I suppose, as opposed to thinking where you should be thinking against a very aggressive Zerg player. Oh God, what are they doing? Oh God, what are they doing? Oh God, what are they doing? I do want to commend Estrella on sticking his ground when he realized what was happening. He did probably do the best he could in the situation he was in by tracking the army. But yeah, it was already too late. So like one little good thing in a mixed bag of bad. But yeah, we'll see if this changes. Best of 5 still to play out, guys. Pylon being our second map. Bottom right, it is going to be Estrella.
Currently teamless, by the way. Quite unique, right? Because I think a lot of people probably had their eyes on Australia making it to the Esports World Cup. He has done that in the past, and surprised that he wasn't able to find any team that wanted to put their faith in it. And I'm sure that he'd be very eager to prove all those teams wrong and make it through these play-in qualifiers. In the top left side, of course, the man who has taken the 1-0 lead with that +1 melee Queen, Lair, Roach, Ravager. Well, not too many Roaches attack. It is Shopify, Rebellions, Lambo.
I also want to note that because Estrella used his 4 oracles, they also had such limited energy. I mean, he might have recharged one of them. I didn't catch it. But whereas you would usually have stasis traps if you bought time, he had 0, right? Maybe one got popped in trying to place it down. But yeah, just nothing really went well for Estrella. And like I'm saying, it's kind of because he felt like he was playing a game that he had preconceived, and then not really necessarily so much of the responding to the Zerg. Because even when it came down to scouting, you know, the oracles got into the main, they wanted to do the damage, and they left. And then there wasn't much more scouting beyond that. Not that you can see that attack necessarily, you know, from hours away, right? But maybe could have been better. On the subject of Estrella, though, because we didn't really get to talk a lot about him, as he goes for a double gateway opener?
It's Nexus first. Nexus first.
Oh, it was Nexus first. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so that's totally normal then. Never mind. But anyways, is that Estrella? Yeah, he is teamless. And one thing that I was going to say, I know you brought up a couple of his previous matches, which, yes, he has been playing. Estrella has been far more in the dark than ever before in the history of his career. Like, this last year, understandably, has been very confusing for pro gamers, for everyone, honestly. And so that would lead to a, you know, extended vacation since you finally got the chance, or taking it chill, kind of reigniting your passion in the game if you need it, whatever it is. And that seems to have been Estrella. You know, even asking Fear Dragon, the #1 NA stalker, like, what's Estrella up to? He also was like, oh, I'm not really sure. I guess he's still playing, but, you know, don't have much information. That just kind of shows how out of the spotlight Estrella has been, and why it is extra interesting to finally get to see him in this very, very high pressure best of 5. Of course, we did see him in the Americas qualifier too, but just, it doesn't happen as frequently as we used to see Estrella in these tournaments.
He still got within 1 map from already qualifying, by the way, for the Esports World Cup. He lost in the upper bracket of the America qualifier 3-0 against Trigger, but that grand final went to distance. All 7 games were played, and even that 7th game was close. So there is a world where Australia was already qualified. That has not quite happened yet. I did speak to him a little bit a while ago, and I asked him to play in one of the events that I like to run. He said, like, at this point, Aussie mate, I'm just kind of waiting. This was before the EWC announcement was even out. He's like, I'm not that interested. He's like, ask me again in a little while if hopefully we have an Esports World Cup to look forward to. He's like, then I'd be eager, but right now I'm absolutely taking a break, as he decided to get a bit reckless with the two adepts. It's kind of funny, by the way, to see Nexus first into the double adept to the other side of the map and getting 3 drones and getting out of there with 1. I'd say this is a pretty serious victory for Australia.
Yeah, that was actually a good sequence of events. It looked like it was going to be a bit overconfident, perhaps, but it kind of worked out. Now, the first adept who was injured is unfortunately the target, Lambo. Good to find that before it gets tucked into the corner of a mineral line. Misplaced pylon, too, so the minerals wouldn't have been mined efficiently. But that's, you know, small potatoes, a little tit for tat. I think we're both just really waiting more so on whether or not Australia can sniff out a potential all-in, a likely all-in, and actually have a more appropriate defense. Not going for the foracles, it didn't do as much as you would like. Not going for the double Templar archives, which literally might have taken away the possibility of an Archon with that last stand. Yeah, that's what we need to pay attention to. Although 5 adepts coming across the map is also worth paying attention to.
Yeah, that's pretty serious, especially because Lambo does not have a lot of Zerglings out right now. Of course, we've got Queens, but Queens cannot be everywhere. And even on creep, Queens are not going to be as quick. I wouldn't be surprised if these adepts cancel the shade and dive on top, but this is triple Queen. That's a little bit difficult. Still going to get in range, though, of the drones. He's going to get one. He's going to force the other one to morph into an Eva chamber. Beautiful defense by Lambo, because this is something that could spiral out of control real quick. But I still don't think you're unhappy here if you're Australia, because you're getting stuff done.
Yeah, especially because everything lived. I mean, you would say if he lost to adepts, maybe he would have wanted something else, a couple extra drones or more denied mining time. But actually, the 5 adepts still being a bunch of bullies on the front line, accompanied by a Phoenix looking for overlords, which not going to get that one, and an Oracle to make sure that the adepts are never going to be totally unmanned in an upcoming fight, if that's what happens. Because, of course, if Lambo is getting bothered by these adepts and he makes 30 lings, well, you still are like, well, you made 30 lings, you know? Like, that's still something that I can take away from this. Lambo's not doing that. Lambo is building enough to accommodate the depth shade in aggressively, which they finally did, by the way. 4 drones do go down. I don't know about that one, but especially because Lambo was not necessarily over-defending. He has been droning this entire time. He's not getting leaps and bounds ahead, as Australia is building his 3rd Nexus nice and quick, but there's the rest of the adepts going down, and that does kind of suck.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, because he did such a good job in keeping them alive for a while, and Lambo even drops the Baneling Nest here, so it's another +1 melee opening. It's a Baneling Nest as well. We've seen several find some success with this build in particular, especially if the Lynx can get a surround on the Stalkers before Blink is done. It's massive. What you often see as well is that the Stalkers get caught off, and then they are forced to recall. But if you recall into the 3rd, then your natural is basically dead, and then the floodgates are open. But if you recall into the natural, then you're in danger of losing the 3rd. So it's so difficult as a Protoss to have your units in the perfect spot if the Zerg does show up with a crazy amount of Lings and Banes early. Does not seem like Lambo wants to go down that route, as he's actually still droning up, and he's now dropping a Hydralist then.
I was with you. I was going to say Rogue's doing this thing too, where like 20 Lings turn into Banelings off to the like 4th base or the left side, whatever it is, right? And then he comes on in, but doesn't decide to go for it. Instead, adds on a lot of drones. Hydralist in. Was there a choice made in the heat of the moment? Possibly. Was this preconceived? Also possibly. I mean, if Estrella maybe was more aggressive with Stalkers, which wouldn't have happened because Blink is only just finishing, you get a potential surround there, then it leads to further access to the natural and 3rd. Yeah, of course you would try and go with the Lynx, but that wasn't the case here. Blink is going to finish up. 1 Oracle is all you have to help defend those Stalkers, so a little less than we usually see, but also making more room for that higher technology to come down a bit faster. And these Stalkers even blinking aggressively, figuring they can take this on. Gonna lose 2 or 3 Stalkers for it? Yeah, 3 Stalkers, I think, at the end of the day.
Probably not totally worth it. Stalkers are a bit too expensive. What I'm really wondering about is Lambo setting this up because he loves Lurkers on this map? Because he has found some success with Lurk and Nidus? Or are we just full sending it? 80 drones, Lair Tech, Hydra, Link, Bane, and 18 Hydras. That is a serious amount of Hydras. That's not the amount of Hydras you build if you're really worried about a couple of Stalkers poking. We don't have an infestation pit yet. I think Lambo is gonna go mega aggressive. High Templars there, a little bit exposed. Australia knows that, so he's going to warp in a bunch of Zealots immediately. He's going to keep them safe. Hydra, it's so hard to predict these kind of games, right, CG? Because it comes down to where are the banelings? Do they connect with more than 2 zealots at a time? Do they get on top of the High Templars? And how juicy are those storms going to be? I don't know about dropping Fleet Beacon and a Stargate there right now. Actually, that's a bit too expensive, and I don't think that's going to come into play. I think the biggest moment in this game is going to happen before anything comes out of that Fleet Beacon and Stargate.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I was going to say, Zealots do not have charge. They're looking far too slow. Charge only just beginning right now. In a way that might save some from, suiciding in on banelings, but usually not the ideal circumstance. But yeah, this is a big swell of layer-based units. This is relentless aggression. This is, Rogue versus Classic GSO Finals. This is where Australia needs to put everything that he has into the defense right here, right now, not looking towards the future where he needs to worry about dealing with lurkers. That will eventually come, but he needs to have the defense set up right now. Now, he does have a solid army supply, only down by 30, plus 2 attack on his units as well. It's going to be about the storms. It's going to be about finding the chokes where you can put down the best storms possible. There's one of them. Even the stasis trap popping off for a little more of a force field effect. Right side taken care of with mostly zealots or charge lots, which still are done. The banelings on the left side get a couple of High Templars, and that might have done it. There's not enough storms to stop the onslaught as the Stalkers reinforce. They're reinforcing into those Hydras. They're just getting ripped apart.
The game-deciding fight, as Hero Marine would call it, is going to take place before that Fleet Beacon pays off, before +1 air weapons pays off, before that second Stargate does anything, as Lambo finds the surround and the engagement that he's looking for. Does a great job with just a couple Zerglings, activating one of those stasis traps, and that's just what it all comes down to. Can the banelings find the connections that they're looking for? Can they find that sweet spot where it's problematic for the Protoss? The answer was an overwhelming yes. 43 Banes were morphing. That is a ludicrous amount of Banes, but I've seen this too often, CG, and I am surprised how often it happens. So like, yes, we love the Mothership. The Mothership is mega good right now. The second Stargate, yes, Tempest are incredibly annoying to play against, but you don't just snap your fingers and show up with 5 Tempest. That takes a long time. And yes, if you see your opponent is rushing out Hive and you're worried about the first set of lurkers being annoying and finding a good spot around the corner, of course, make that investment. But if your opponent is on lair tech and he's making 45 Banes, Hydra, Link Bane, I don't see why we're dropping a Fleet Beacon in a second Stargate. It's so expensive.
It feels like Australia is almost like stuck on a past ZVP meta, like where he's not expecting as many all-ins, or just, again, also not expecting the person that he's up against. And that's a little funky considering it's been a while since that's really been the meta. But yeah, not giving as much respect to the potential all-ins of the taxi in the first game, and then the second game, what seems to be really a lot of ZVPs, that mid-game lair focus Ling Baneling Hydra attack. I mean, he was at a decent supply, so I'm not going to say that he was just totally out of his brains and not doing anything correctly. It still didn't seem like the solid setup that you would want, partially because of a lot because maybe of the Fleet Beacon and the Stargate, but also just in general elsewhere, only one Oracle, not as many stasis traps to help out, which almost always there's low one on the left side because they're going to try and catch your High Templars in a bad position, or even a couple of Archons just to be tanky. He forgot charge, and the charge lots were supposed to handle only Hydras on the right side, so there's just a lot of things missing.
I think especially the lack of Archons is very problematic there, not necessarily because of what the Archons can kill, but it just makes it so much more scary for the Zerg to click those banelings in, because the banelings are a bit clumped up. The Archons, one hit, a storm, everything pops immediately. You can't really ignore the Archons, but if you spend too much time attacking the Archons, that's when the storms can get right on top of your army as well. So if it's just a few High Templars and Stalkers, can that work? Yes, but then we need a very nice choke point to work with and a silly amount of cannons. I think because cannons are that reliable DPS that is chipping away at those Banes and Lings non-stop, and it just kind of felt that it was a bunch of naked High Templars and yeah, a bunch of Stalkers holding the line, but Stalkers cannot fight against that many Hydras, Lynx, Banes running towards them because they have to be microed as well. And in the end, you have nothing sturdy. You have even a few Immortals, even if that is a horrible army for Immortals to fight against. Immortals can at least soak up Banelings. They've got HP. Nothing in that army of Australia there has a lot of HP that can stand their ground and fight to let the High Templars find a good position to be in, drop a storm, and then maybe morph into an Archon.
Incredibly fragile army composition, incredibly pounceable. Like, there's just wide open opportunities for all of the army of Lambo to get on top of it. So it's not like it was trying to run away and buy time at that point. It's up against its fourth base. A very concerning sequence of games for Australia. You know, I think we'd both love to say like, well, here's a couple good things that happen, and here's like the builder loss that has really screwed them over. Like, no, it actually, you know, as sad as it is to say, it just looks like Lambo is the better player in a very overall sense today. And Australia is going to have an uphill climb to try and bring this one back. In the bottom left on his last life on ley lines, he is Australia.
And this man just seems to be locked in. He's dialed in. He made a video a long time ago in regards of the Esports World Cup 2025, and he said, I owe it to myself to perform at the biggest stage one more time. And that gave me goosebumps, CG. I love that. And that is the high standards that he sets for himself. It is Shopify, Rebellion, Lambo.
Certainly going to have a good opportunity. If he does take this game 3-0 fashion, he'll be facing the winner of Goblin versus Gumiho, which I think he'd be very comfortable against Goblin if that upset happened. And then for Gumiho, I got to imagine he's already been thinking ahead to a certain degree. I'm sure he put a lot of respect on Australia. He did study a lot. He did prep really sharp timings and attacks for a ZVP. Sure. But then I think he also has a lot to think about when it comes to defeating Gumiho and these EVTs that Gumiho has been displaying. There's tons to study from as far as Gumiho's TVZ. So, yeah, looking a little bit farther forward, but it's a really grim picture right now for Australia.
Yeah, we often talk about people being locked in and whatnot, and it feels that Lambo is truly locked in, and Australia seems to be kind of cruising. It's just like clicking some buttons and still at an incredibly high level. There are very few Zergs on the planet that would take out Australia when he's playing like this, but he's playing against the very best. This is the road to the Esports World Cup. These guys have known for at least a week, if not longer, that they were linked to each other in that first round. And you know, the moment that Lambo saw that bracket, that he's theory crafting, that he's thinking of what he wants to do on what map, in what scenario, and I'm sure that Australia's put a lot of thought into it as well, but it still feels overall a bit generic. Like it's an open bracket, open cup. It's like, oh, let's play a couple PVZs and see how it goes and hope to have some fun. Lambo ain't here to have fun or to entertain anyone. Lambo's here to get the job done. He's playing with a lot of killer instinct, and Australia's is not quite matching that so far.
As cruel and perhaps arrogant as it is to say this, it doesn't feel like Australia actually has done a lot of prep for versus Lambo. And I say arrogant because we really couldn't know that. It could just be an extremely unfortunate day for Australia. And now we're just talking about it like, I didn't put enough thought into it. But it's just not being shown right now. And until it is shown, that's kind of what I have to fall back on. I really hope Australia can find something in this game number 3 to at least show those signs of life, to make a more promising lower bracket run, perhaps. He has had a couple of great comebacks in his career. Very few of those, I would say, if maybe any of them, I don't think so, are off of a point like this, where it just kind of looks uninspired. Usually Australia's comebacks in a best of 5 or even a best of 7 are because it's been a real fight the entire time, a real back and forth, a real grueling best of, and that's just not what's happening right now. Another very standard opener, Gateway, Nexus, and then into that Oracle. We'll see how many Oracles he gets for game number 3.
He does have the pylon wall this time, by the way, but yeah, other than that, it's very standard. And as the observer shows us, the one adept was able to get in and get a drone. So getting one drone before even the second adept is there, before your first Oracle makes the other side of the map. That's nice. A little bit of feel good here for Australia. Leyline's also a map that I have seen greatness from Australia in the past. Had an amazing game against Cerro in the Masters Coliseum, I believe. If Australia, and we all know that as well, like if he becomes the 5-base Protoss with those Stargates pumping out units, oh, he's terrifying to go up against. And I'm sure that Lambo knows that, and especially on this map, because I think if it ever goes almost like split map scenario, I do really think that it favors Protoss with the power of the Tempest, being able to control the entire center of this map with that high ground, low ground, and cannons and batteries to support. But for Australia, the main goal is getting there, and I guess Lambo's main goal is make sure we don't get there.
Yep. Overlord's going to come in and see no additional building units off the Stargate, which isn't always a definitive of them no longer building from it, but soon enough he will figure that it is only those 2 units having popped out. Twilight Council Forge, lots of gateways coming up. Australia did get that faster third Nexus too, so a bit similar to that first game in the economy regard, not in the technology. He's going to prioritize that charge this time around. I mean, we could even have Hero's been throwing out Zealots without a Warp Prism across the map and finding a weird amount of success, especially if the Zerg player has gotten comfortable not building a Roachborn.
And especially if they just think a couple links with +1 melee is good enough, because links with +1 melee are great, but Zealots with +1 are a whole lot better against Zerglings. And sometimes, even when the Zerg is somewhat ready, the Zealots can still shine, because they just show up at a moment where the Zerg is still not totally comfortable. And we haven't seen a Roachborn yet. Honestly, this could potentially become problematic for Lambo. We know that he made a Roachborn in game 1, but he never even made Roach speed, so that was purely to gear up. Banelings can be useful, but only if the Protoss messes up, right? I kind of feel like Banelings a bit more reliable against the depths, but against a lot of Zealots, unless the Protoss really just runs in 5 Zealots on top of each other head first, I see potential here for Australia, but he does need to play it with heart and commitment. One more chrono on the Zealot charge, and we need to go for it. And I believe he can find a sweet timing.
Yeah, okay, all right. I was painting a grim picture for myself as well, but now the color is starting to pop here, Roddy. Maybe this is it to get the ball rolling again in Australia's favor. He is going to be moving across the map, and so far, Lambo has not gotten a clue. Yet again, the Ling denied vision of the Zealots.
Yeah, Lambo needs Banelings immediately, and he does do it, but 4 is not enough. He needs more than 4. 4 is not going to cut it. A couple Hydras that spawn one by one from 3-4 different hatcheries, also not enough ZG. Lambo knows it, so 4 Banelings become 8. Has built an infestation pit. That is queen positioning, I gotta say. And the Banelings do fun. Make sure your Zealots are not too clumped up. Australia, there is potential here, Zombie Grub, but we need to micro it correctly.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's really happening. Baneling's getting a good amount of connections. Ling's getting that favorable mass, basically, right? If it's 20 Zealots up against 20 Lings, no way the Lings win. But those 20 Lings, they got surrounds on 2, 3, 4 Zealots. Whenever that happened, Banelings crashed in, not to 1 Zealot, but 4 or 5. That is how you want the defense to go on Ling Baneling. We've seen other matches where that was far more catastrophic on the Zerg side. Now, the only thing I can say is that Lambo did have to spend a lot of time defending, but he still is up to 67, actually almost 80 or 70 drones, excuse me. Hive is on the way, Lurkden as well. He's going to take this and roll with it, as Australia's attack didn't really interrupt him or do that catastrophic damage that I guess I'm going to say I was hoping for. I was hoping that Australia could find something that we could now talk about in his favor, but I'm not sure that was it. Australia's fine on 3 bases, going up to Blink +2. Storm is on the way, but he is going to be later to that fleet beacon for sure in a game like this, and Lambo is going to be much faster to the lurkers than any previous game.
Lambo is going to be so happy if I had up those 4 initial Banelings. After Australia did such a good job in denying the scout over and over again, sometimes not seeing anything does tell the Zergs a lot, and he's like, this is just not right, I haven't seen anything yet, and you're trying a little too hard to make sure that my Zergling cannot catch a glimpse of a couple of Stalkers over at the 3rd or whatnot. So fired up those 4 Banes, and that is what allowed him to pull off that hold. But Australia was up in the workers for a little bit while all of that took place. Australia did manage to get a couple of the queens. It definitely wasn't, I think, what he was hoping for and what we've seen Protoss players accomplish in the past. It doesn't have to be the end of the world either, but I am afraid of fighting the first lurker attack that Lambo seems to be heading towards when we basically have no immortals. Like, yeah, Stalkers, sometimes they can pick off one here or there with a nice timed blink, and then you run in and out of range, a little bit of storm support, but it's so difficult to really stand your ground and fight against lurkers that are getting on top of the 3rd or maybe even the 4th base if Australia is going to get a 4th. If you don't have a solid amount of arc on the immortal, I don't know how you fight it.
Yeah. Robolist build. I don't think we highlighted that, but you know, there's a reason there wasn't a Warp Prism coming along with that. It's Robolisk. So you were talking about some of the latest starts to Immortals that you can possibly get. Lambo, I'm sure, recognized that. I think he also just recognized there'd be a lull. He would be able to get all the drones that he wanted, all the technology he wanted. But there is that extra spice that is, this guy's not going to have many Immortals.
Or a lot of detection for that matter.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point too. The Oracle is still alive, but
just one
no Observer. Yeah, just one that could go down.
This is going to be very, very, very tough. And there's a lot of queens. There's no creep here. This might be the best moment for Australia. Just go immediately, as a couple of the lurkers are still morphing. I mean, this is as good as this fight will ever be for Australia. And you know what? I think I like it, because the creep wasn't there and all the queens die. Australia sends it on a moment that might be his best opportunity. Can he keep the High Templar safe? Drops a couple of the storms. Still losing a lot. Is forced to recall. That's so painful as all the High Templars get picked off. And even the Archon dies. I think that was his best shot, and it was still a disaster.
Yeah, that's too bad. It was a moment where it even looked like it might tip the scales heavily in his favor, but just enough reinforcements were coming in, just enough Hydras lived through it, just enough emphasis had to be put on the lurkers to actually get their kills, and it wasn't even particularly quick. They still got a couple of shots of their own, and that was just too much. Australia, he is unfortunately looking to go down here 0-3. I love that he changed it up. I love that he was reading into what his opponent was doing over the past 2 games. The charge idea did sound really great, but Lambo with that just spidey sense, okay, just make a couple of banelings, giving him that extra leg up on the defense was going to be enough for him. And now he's just making sure to tie it up nicely in a pretty little bow. Blink forward into so many lurkers with the concave. Not even all of them were detected, by the way. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, this is going to be painful with 23 probes already going down. That Robo unpowered, no immortals. It is all over. It is a clean sweep here in favor of Shopify Rebellion's Lambo, as Lambo puts himself in the position of getting match point later today, where he will be playing a best of 7 against the winner of the Gumio versus Goblin series. That one is coming up next. This is the one that I was looking forward to the most, Zombie Grub, and I think a lot of fans out there as well, because we know what these two are capable of if they're both on their A game. Australia even historically having a positive record over Lambo. Now, sure, some of those are minor online wins, and we know how Lambo feels about those minor online cups, but also recently a big offline win in Dallas. Today it was just all Lambo. It was a bit of a one-man show.
Yeah, as you were saying, Lambo showed up and Australia kind of didn't. Even when there was a very good call in the 3rd game, it came down to micro, which usually I would say Australia is great at, right? We think of a lot of games, in fact, where Australia had a ton of zealots and was able to make a comeback. But in that scenario, it still felt a bit lacking overall, just not the execution we have come to expect from Australia. Does put him in the lower bracket, where he will be facing the loser of Goblin versus Gumiho. I really hope that Australia comes back stronger tomorrow. Maybe he's feeling a little under the weather today. Maybe he didn't already have great expectations for ZVP because he doesn't like the matchup. I'm not sure. But hopefully tomorrow does go better for him, just for the sake of, I think we all know what could be great StarCraft. And that is going to be it for that 3rd series. You're going to be going into the 4th best of 5 of the day, guys. It's going to be Goblin versus Gumiho coming on up.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Making my one woman army. Army, one woman army. Army, one woman army. Army, one woman army. One woman army. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Making my one woman army. Army, one woman army. Army, one woman army. Army, one woman army. One woman army.
Very strong performance from Lambo gives him 3-0 victory over Australia. And now we head into our last best of 5 of the day, as we're going to be setting up the qualifying matches very soon. Upcoming match going to be Goblin versus Gumiho, TVP, Europe versus Korea. Your thoughts, Roddy?
I mean, Goblin had a mega run in those European qualifiers. I think Goblin making it into the top 16 of Europe, that's not too shocking. Even though that's not a given, because Europe has a lot of good players. But to see Goblin in there is like, okay, but
People normally would look at him as one of the weaker players in the absolute top 16, where both Sarah and Rain are forced to play as well. But for Goblin to show up in that qualifier, beat Spirit and beat Hero Marine, and then even take out Lambo in the lower bracket, which guaranteed his slot in this global qualifier at least, was mega for Goblin. And now I think a lot of people are just wondering, can Goblin bring that same level of PvT? Because if you can take out Spirit and you can take out Gabe, you're at least going to be able to make it very, very hard here on Gumio.
Yeah, I have my own thoughts on that too. It could be the most hopeful performance for Goblin yet, but he is facing this man, a great Terran from Korea. In the top left, he is the red Terran, Gumiho.
Gumi got the back-to-back Homestar Cup champ. Speaking of Homestar Cup, there is another one next weekend. Don't forget about that, guys. Not part of the road to EWC, but obviously always a festival in the world of StarCraft II. In the bottom right side, all over Pyland, we are looking at the main base of the Croatian Protoss. Arguably the biggest day of his StarCraft II career so far. Can he repeat that amazing PvT performance from the European qualifiers? It's Platinum. No, it's just Goblin. Was a member of the Platinum Heroes for a long time, but he actually left a while ago.
Well, certainly more hopeful to be picked up by a team if he does qualify into EWC. Goblin, yeah, my thoughts are this. Goblin has had some troubles sometimes in TVP, but it actually isn't typically against Gumiho. Now I'm saying that as they've only played 5 series in their entire times playing StarCraft, but still, there's like a weird amount of goodness from Goblin against Gumiho. I don't know if it's maybe a weird style of his own that throws off Gumiho, or just that Gumiho is maybe a little bit weaker in this matchup, because that's where I'm at right now. Goblin does great in some TVPs, fantastic, good signs. Gumiho struggling in PvT lately, sure, but overall it's never been my favorite matchup for him. I always thought that was a little more awkward, you know, kind of zigging when everyone else would zag, and every once in a while Gumiho's zag would work, but most of the time otherwise it just looks a little unconfident.
He would agree with that as well. Like, he's even been pretty vocal about it. It's like, yeah, well, a lot of other Terrans do that. Doesn't really work for me. So I kind of try to find my own ways. And one of my favorite finals in the history of StarCraft was that Gumio versus Showtime best of 7 in Krafvalter Homestar Cup 25, where it felt that Showtime's playstyle was just incredibly good against what Gumi was doing. And it was, and it allowed Showtime to take the 3-1 lead. And then Showtime, Gumi just made the full 180, where he's like, you know what, this ain't working anymore. I need to do something else. I need to embrace that late game. I need to build a bunch of Liberators and try to get the W like that. And it gave us some of the most spectacular games in the entire 15-year history of StarCraft II. It came down to one Marauder and a Medevac running around. It was so crazy and cool. And that did showcase that Gumio doesn't have to be too weird. He can also just be a macro-oriented Terran. But that tournament goes by, and the next tourney Gumi goes back to again being just a little bit different, where it's about not just 2-base SCV pool, it's just about finding these little timings with a bit of an odd combination of units that he believes in, that he can find a lot of value with, but indeed very, very different than the majority of the Terrans out there.
Yeah, he has not been so much of the 2-base SCV pooler, although obviously he can do it. All the Terrans are doing it. But rather, I do often think more of Gumiho's earlier tank attacks, maybe some like odd little, combat shields push or all in rather than a sim-based one. And we really got to see some of the highlighted, differences of the Terrans in the top leagues in Korea, thanks to the way the GSL was set up in a couple of those seasons, where one Terran was trying to macro, Bjorn actually was trying to macro a lot. One Terran was trying to do nothing but 2-base SCV pull-ins, that was Bunny. And then there was Gumiho, who was far more mixing up the early game. This should be something that Goblin is able to read into, having known this was his opponent for a while. And with that, Hallucination early on, obviously a good call, kind of a default call, I would say, versus Gumiho, sees the incoming push.
This is definitely vintage Gumio though, right? Like just a few Marines and a tank already marching to the other side of the map, way before that Medevac is even out. Like, we're looking at 4 minutes and it's not 1 but 2 siege tanks on the other side of the map. Now Goblin knows who he's playing, knows that this is the kind of stuff that he could potentially have to deal with. So he's gonna warp in a lot of units. Oh, we need extra pylons there immediately. I would actually build it a bit further back perhaps, because you really don't want to lose multiple pylons, because he needs Blink here. Without Blink, this is already no longer an army that you can fight. And this is painful for Goblin. Very, very, very painful. Oh, he's counter-attack. Oh my goodness. This is going to be fireworks. Might even lose the cybernetic score though. So that means that he's not going to be able to add additional tech forever. He's going to end up losing a gate. We need Blink so bad.
Yes, we do. And about half of that chrono was denied thanks to the depowering. Another chrono goes in. Gumiho wondering where the heck is the army? Why isn't it responding at this point? Now realizes it has gone for a rather desperate counterattack. SCV's pulled as quick as they possibly can. Tank had popped at a very opportune moment. The Stalkers, especially without Blink, are not getting up there. Blink should finish, but it is concerning. Another chrono has to be put into it, and that will ensure that it will finish. 7 SCVs go down, but so much infrastructure fell for Goblin.
I really think that Gumiho actually could have denied it. If he would have really gone for it, if he would have targeted that Twilight Council a tiny bit quicker, I believe he gets it there, because that was really, really close. Goblin is now sitting on a bunch of money that he can't really spend, but he does have Blink, and that means that we can now Blink on top of these tanks. That has really saved the game for Goblin. Gumiho is down 18 workers, by the way. This is a big moment. Goblin goes for it maybe a tiny bit early, but as long as we get both of the tanks, that grenade was fantastic, but Goblin gets what he wants. Now, the one thing I am a tiny bit concerned about, by the way, is if Cloak finishes up. Gumiho cannot lose this Banshee. It's so important to not lose this Banshee, because Goblin doesn't even have a Robo. He lost the Cybercore a while ago. He has rebuilt the Cybercore, but this Robo is going to be mega late.
Oh, he was scared of that Banshee. I think he actually might have been able to take it down. I think he would have lost the Stalker, but then getting the Banshee out of the equation, he might have thought it had Cloak. He might have thought it was being backed up with something. But that's unfortunate, because that Banshee, if it's alive, it's got Cloak, not being detected, all that DPS. Oh, it's so bothersome. Do you think the tanks are really what's doing a lot of DPS when we get those big shots? But if the Banshee's able to be this solid, like, backliner, it's enormous. It's enormous. The Robo's not done. The Observer will not be out. Probes have been pulled, funnily enough, to transfer, which is a little funny in the midst of a battle of which you could be losing right now, but does grab that Banshee 4 seconds prior to Cloak finishing.
Yeah, that's very big, because double Cloak Banshee, zero detection would have been painful, but after losing the Cybercore, losing the Twilight Council, Charge is just going to be so freaking late. And Stalkers can absolutely Blink on a tank. They can Blink on 2 tanks, but this is 3 tanks. Now the probe's going to be pulled. This is the moment where Goblin has to Blink forward, gets 2 out of 3 tanks really quick, but he's taking a lot of damage on the Stalkers. Getting all 3 though is massive. I really don't think Gumiho expected a world where Goblin would Blink on 3 tanks. There's one more tank. Goblin decides to wait. 39 workers against 39 workers, but Gumi has no stim, no e-base, no combat shield, barely has any medevac production. So if Goblin can stabilize, he's actually in a very good spot, because he's gonna have so much momentum on his side. Goes for another Blink, gets another tank, will lose 2 Stalkers, but that's a trade that I think Goblin will gladly take. And from here on out, it should be easier. And from here on out, Goblin, I want to say, should be able to get an economic lead. But there are still Marines, and he has kind of abandoned his natural. Oh, ZG. This game is just chaos. It's absolute chaos.
It is chaos, but I want to say it's going the way of Goblin. Gumiho holds on to the supply lead overall, but the infrastructure is really what I'm looking at. The 3 base, the Nexus, right, up and running. If we can go back into probes, we will be able to do so very quickly. Charge finishing up as well to take care of any tanks that were going to reinforce, which weren't, because they were intercepted by the Stalkers. So nice positioning from Goblin too, leaving only the bunkers all alone, not able to take down these Zealots. There we have the full-on cleanup. 3 Nexus, Chrono Boost those probes, get back on the front as far as the economy. Use those Blink Stalkers to take that map control and make sure that no secondary surprise attack happens without your knowledge, which really wouldn't be set up in a big way anyway. The surprise attack might be this Banshee, sure, but there's no way that Gumiho is going to get a follow-up attack soon without that stim, no combat shields, not enough big army to actually threaten. A good enough army, I would say, to defend, however. Goblin saw an opportunity to grab a tank. Nicely done. Otherwise, tank on the high ground is going to be a bit too much. But Goblin finding opportunities to just further increase his attempted leads, I guess. Like, the lead isn't being shown yet in the numbers, guys, but I feel like Goblin is eventually going to be able to roll on forward with the supply. Gumiho, though, obviously not in too bad of a way, only down 10 workers at this point in time. After that is said and done, that is replaced by about 2 mules, 3rd CC about halfway done. I mean, this is just going to be who can take the time where there's not a direct confrontation and use it to the best of their ability. Who is going to come out ahead in about 1.5 to 2 minutes? And that is still very difficult to call.
A game with a million if, buts, and maybes. If Gumiho didn't lose that first Banshee, if he didn't put all 3 tanks on top of each other, things could have been all so different. Goblin is still continuing to be very annoying. I'd love to see Goblin slow the game down a tiny bit. And I'm not saying stop being active with units, because that's great, but also think of the late game. Think of a forge, get some upgrades. I've really been loving his single battery in every base that has actually kept like 10 plus probes alive easily. But now this is also the moment where, hey, we need to start building a forge. We need some upgrades, because yes, this game has been mega chaotic and super offbeat, but eventually we're looking at a bit more of a normal TVP, when you don't want to fall too far behind in upgrades.
That is a very important point, as we still do not have a forge. +1 is finished up for Gumiho. Goblin still not thinking about it. The Banshees have actually been a thorn in his side. They haven't grabbed an extraordinary amount of probes, but they've just been ever constant, making him think about it, making him worry about it, making him wonder if he needs another Observer before getting another Colossus, that type of thing. But your Colossus is out, but out in the front lines. I'm surprised to see Goblin's army here, and so is Gumiho, clearly. What an aggressive maneuver from Goblin, totally gateway-based, grabs the tanks, looking for the Fedifax. But the Zealots are starting to run out of steam. The Bio's still alive. The Stalkers need to get out of there. And the Colossus needs to be controlled. A little vulnerable with how few is left over from the Protoss side. But that is going to be able to escape.
I actually really like that pickup with the tanks dropping in on the low ground, forcing the Stalkers to blink to the low ground, which makes his life a little bit easier when it comes to microing. But Goblin continues to be aggressive. Super important for Gumi to protect this tank, by the way, because without the tank, he just has Bio. Double Cloak Banshee is, I want to say, going to be a problem, but we have a battery and a cannon, so Goblin buys a lot of time for himself. Does have a forge now, is building a second forge. It's important he continues to build some workers as well, which he is trying, but those Banshees that you just mentioned indeed continue to be mega annoying. What a mega action-packed game this has been. Just both players, it kind of feels like throwing everything they have at one another, both finding success but taking some real severe losses too. And 12 minutes in, I have a hard time saying if I really love it for Goblin. Like, I think I could have loved it for Goblin if he would have been a tiny bit quicker in transitioning, if he would have, I don't know, maybe had a slightly bigger worker lead. But the fact that we're looking at 2, soon 3 Colossus and basically 0 Vikings, that's massive for a Protoss.
Gumiho is going to struggle to deal with those Colossus. If he finds them out in the open, that's probably fair enough, but that's the whole goal here for the Protoss, is to never allow that to happen. Goblin can't merely focus on the attack, which would be the position you would want to have as any player, but especially Protoss here, because those Banshees continue to be a nuisance. He really should have already been saturated on 3 bases, perhaps even, you know, the 4th actually too. He's been saturated on 3 bases, so I'm talking about the 4th, but it even dipped down to 55 probes again at one point. I mean, that is a stickler. That actually is suppressing him to a decent degree. The Goblin's upgrades are finishing. He is utilizing this choke, even trying to get, you know, a delay on the 4th CC. That is a lot of bio, though. I mean, you gotta be so careful as Goblin in this regard, especially because you don't have a secondary attack. If the Terran decides to go after you, can you hold up against them? There's nothing there to distract the Terran if they decide to go for it.
What's worth mentioning, by the way, is that despite this game being so chaotic, Gumiho did realize the biggest problem, and that's those Colossus. So he's gone double starport. He's now able to crank out 3, if not 4 Vikings at a time, and then it's going to allow Gumiho to stabilize. Has never started +2 attack. I don't think he has a second EVA either. Goblin has gone for relatively quick observer speed, I believe it was, which he's so upset with those Banshees. He's like, F it. All right, that's it. Just in case Gumiho does one of these Gumiho things where he continues to build Cloak Banshees forever. And this is going to be mega annoying. I'll make sure I have observer speed. Has a good idea of the army that he's going up against. A little bit crazy, I think, to attack, because without the Colossus, Goblin's army is going to be really weak. I mean, this game has been so fun. Does find an opening, though, with the Warp Prism in the main base. That's big.
Yeah, I think that's why he poked forward. The Banshee's still being a nuisance, but the Warp Prism gets its opportunity to shine. Also, upgrades are going to become more problematic. Gumiho... Okay, well, here's the thing. Gumiho... Are we going to have a fight? All right, hold that thought. We're going to have a fight that maybe Goblin can let a couple of Zealots die for, but he actually needs to think about escaping and utilizing this choke to a better degree. He's leaving the Colossus on the front lines. I guess he's distracted elsewhere. 2 Colossus go down, and now he is forced to flee. I mean, he doesn't want to flee and just let everything die trying to escape, but... I mean, he does need to get the heck out of there. Goblin does have a bit in the bank. He is going to be able to reinforce, but he needs those Colossus. The Zealots getting found out at an awkward angle. Goblin supply starting to plummet.
Bit of an anti-timing as well, right before +2 attack, +2 armor. Only has single robo, so losing all his Colossus is painful. I feel if he gets 25 SCVs there, we can say like that was alright, but he only got 10, which means Gumiho is really not all that broke. And now I think Goblin is in trouble. Does still have money, and maybe with a few extra gateway units and this one Colossus showing up, now Gumiho with +2. Is that then good enough? Because only 2 Vikings remain. Goblin needs those extra Zealots right here, right now. He's got the money for it. Here come the Zealots straight from higher. Gumiho actually needs to get the hell out of here at this point, because that's way too much Protoss to battle.
Wow, that was really close. That was so close. Gumiho almost had enough to push on through, but Goblin's one last Colossus, the extra Zealot Warping, is going to prove good enough. Now, while this was happening, Gumiho was able to grab a 4th base. Warp Prism also in an awkward position gets lost, and without the second Robo, we are talking about a lot needed from the Robos at this point. I think it did just finish, so we're going to bolster that Robo count, because I really am just using Robo generally. Observers, Colossus, Immortals, Disruptors, everything and anything that you can get to build up that technology. Pure Gateway isn't going to do it with Gumiho still having a strong enough economy to continue producing out of only 5 barracks. That was what I was going to note before everything kind of looked like it was going to shit, which is that 5 barracks are around instead of what would typically be more up to 7 or 8 on 4 bases. So if Gumiho even does get his economy stabilized, there might be a production issue in the future. Now, part of that is because there's also a second starport, but just generally, I don't know if Gumiho, if he gets an economy, will have the production. But actually, the question right now is, will he get the economy? 7 SCVs go down, Gumiho not replacing them, now on the back foot, and now without a planetary. So that's no economy.
No, the doors are wide open, right? This is now Goblin's world. You look at the mini-map, Goblin's got bases for days. He's got that double Robo as well. I think at this point, Goblin almost has it. Of course, we have to make sure we don't fumble. We don't take the worst fight ever. But is it even possible to take a really bad fight when we're going to be ahead in upgrades, when we've got reinforcements for days? He's even investing in Warp Prism speed. Forward, Blink, guns down the medevac, wants to get that tank, a little bit of overkill there towards the end. There's a few too many stalkers shot at it, but it doesn't matter. Goblin knows that as long as he continues to do what he's currently doing, and that is ravaging the economy of Gumiho, that this game should be his. The most action-packed of the game of the day, definitely the most back and forth game of the day as well, but it was so hard to call, and it felt that Goblin was in trouble time and time again, but the Croatian Protoss managed to find a way to stabilize. Awesome game.
Yeah, and he is at this point very stabilized. 5 bases leading up to 6, 70 probes, 2-2 upgrades, about to be on 3-3. War Prism speed will finish up as well, further threatening the main base or natural, that 4th command center. Sometimes it does get away with being in orbital for a long time, especially in these chaotic games, or maybe you're hyper-focused on the main engagements. Goblin's all over that. Every single time we see it, it's going to probably be attacked by Zealots. The front line still has to be respected, even though there is a significant gap in the supply. It is only 10 in army, so we see Goblin not just trying to aim move to win. He knows how good the army can be. He got a taste of it just a couple minutes ago, and it looks like he doesn't need to go for the finishing blow as Gumiho taps out.
I was actually chuckling there because Gumiho fired up +3 attack, +3 armor, and I was like, that's really ambitious when we've got no map presence. We're down 40, 50 supply. There's an army in your face. I can understand trying to crank out a few more Vikings and then praying that you get a dream fight where the Vikings kill the Colossus and hoping you can just kill wave after wave of gateway units like we saw Beyond do against Lemon earlier today on Meganetha. But I was like, if we fire up 3-3, then we're never reaching that point. But it seems like Gumiho was already done with it. Probably, I mean, a game with so much to talk about, so much to think about for both players as well. Goblin probably asking himself, were those early game decisions right? Like, was that Stalker move out good? Were a couple of those Blink engagements that I took good? But just so much happens, CG. You could write an entire book about this game.
You could. There's a lot of what ifs in that game for both players. You know, Goblin could have done that better, ultimately get the win. Could have been better off in the early game and the mid game. Gumiho, I think, kind of ditto, had opportunities to win straight up in maybe the early game. But the mid game was going to be a real struggle. Both players obviously in the dark to each other's positions. We knew everything and we couldn't call it. So they also are just kind of making the most educated guesses they could make. And for Goblin, you know, he was the one that was aggressive when I didn't think we expected it. And it was around that time when we weren't really sure who was coming off better from the way the game had gone, that Goblin decided to continue being aggressive, even despite the Banshees keeping him at home. And that also was a pretty defining moment, not the one that we're thinking of when there's the early game tanks, but that also was pretty interesting. Gumiho clearly wasn't anticipating that, and that kind of reset a potential push from him for a little while longer.
Yeah, and I think Gumi will mostly be kicking himself for the early game where he moved all units deep into the natural, and I do like it when Terrans don't give too much time to the Protoss, where it's like, hey, your units are out and about on the map, like we don't need to stay this far away. But I think all 3 tanks that deep and that on top of each other actually makes it a bit more likely that the Pro Pool and 1 or 2 zealots and then the Stalkers on top of the tanks, that Protoss can clean it up. Because I don't think technically Goblin had any business cleaning that army up at that point when there's a bunker, that many Marines, maybe a Banshee flying around, triple tank. The only zealots he could have made at that point were slow zealots. I personally think that that's an army that he's not supposed to take out. Maybe he can sacrifice that expand and then like create chaos elsewhere, because obviously if the Stalkers are not at home, maybe they find some damage on the other side of the map and we still have a very different game. I think Gumi messed up there a tiny bit, and I'm sure he'll be kicking himself a little. Just a really fun game, and it is vintage Gumio. Like, yes, Gumio always does things a little bit different, but 4 Marines, a medevac, and 2 tanks at the other side of the map at like, what, 405? That's just ridiculous.
We'll see if the second game is as crazy as the first. On Tokamak, in the bottom left, we do have the blue Protoss up 1. It's Goblin.
And what a confidence booster that has to be for that man to get the win in a game like that, where you truly have to work for it, you have to dig deep. But he came out on top. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Terran. It is Gumio.
We're really thinking to the very, very beginning of that game, though. Goblin also maybe not putting as much on a single pylon near the tank push spot.
Yeah.
Only so many pylons, guys, in the beginning of a Protoss game, so there is some excuse right there. It's just, it is a sucky portion. Usually the Twilight Council is there, I would say, in a lot of games, sure, but not the second gateway. Obviously, you know what I really want to give credit to Goblin for, actually? What really is highlighted for me in that game? Decision making and quick thinking. That, I think, is what I take away from Goblin's biggest strengths. Like, reading the game as good as he could in a chaotic game like that was great. Macro, micro, all solid. But for me, it was just being able to recover from a truly unfortunate position as fast as you can really realistically expect. The pylon goes down. He sees it as soon as we do. Oh, God, gotta get 2 pylons. The Twilight Council goes down. Or the Cybernetic Core went down first, sorry. God, okay, gotta replace that. Twilight Council goes down. God, gotta replace that. There are thousands of games in a professional level where a Protoss would have forgotten one of those 3 things I just mentioned and would have lost the game at 7 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. No, I totally agree. And it's so hard, especially because this is such a high-pressure series. I said it earlier, and that's not fake cast drive. I mean, Goblin had a great run once upon a time at one of the WCS events we had over in Kyiv, where he made top 8. That was an amazing run that was against all odds, but that was a top 8 at an offline event. He is now on the verge of potentially qualifying for the biggest event of the year, the biggest payday of his career as well, because just making it to Saudi Arabia, even if he would lose every single game, would give him more money than he got back then in Kiev. So it really is such a big day for him, and for him to then not forget any of those things you just mentioned and to be on top of everything, really impressive, and I'm very, very impressed. But he also knows that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Gumio is a seasoned veteran. Gumio has been here, he's done that. For Gumi, probably a bit of a frustrating game. He's probably shaking his head, mumbled something in Korean about Protoss, but he's already locked in with game 2 again, right? This is not going to rattle Gumio. He's way too experienced for it.
Gumiho is a very consistent player. I mean, he's had his bad matchups and his bad days, but as for what I can think of watching Gumiho tilt, I don't think I've really seen it, actually. You know, he just kind of accepts his lot in life if he doesn't have a good TVP day, but it's not really tilting. So, yeah, I think he's already back and locked in, and he has a million other things that you can do as a Terran to throw off the Protoss as well. Because, again, it's not so much that he's a very obvious 2-base SCV puller. I think he could pull SCVs. It's just not as obvious as maybe some other guys that are hoping for its strength to overcome its need for surprise factor. And Gumiho has a lot of builds up his sleeve when he's not... If he's not going to be, if he's not someone who telegraphs, he's someone that surprises, and that could absolutely still happen in this best of 5.
You know, if I was a coach of Goblin, I'd probably be pretty fond of him opening 4-gate Blinkstalker, even though that's, I wouldn't say out of the meta, but it's not really that popular anymore, right? I feel like 3 is almost universally agreed upon slightly better because the Terrans got too good against the 4-gate Blinkstalker aggression. But I wouldn't go 4-gate because I want to be very aggressive. I'd go 4-gate just so I have the ability to warp in that one extra unit against the Terran that is Gumiho, that is so fond of being aggressive, incredibly early on, and he never really gives you a second to catch your breath and think of what's coming next. By the time you figure out what's coming next, most of the time it's already there, and in this case that would be the Cloak Banshee. But we're gonna kick things off with a tiny Marine drop and a Reaper Sentry. Oh, that's unfortunate for Goblin, because that is 100 gas down the drain that I don't think we're supposed to lose there.
Yeah, I think he might have thought they were focusing the probes initially, just one of those, you know, too many things to focus on with only 2 eyes situation. Because the Sentry you think would have been pulled back, at least attempted to. So that is a pretty big loss. 3 probes do also go down. 3rd Nexus was not in particularly big trouble, as it was already fairly healthy. But yeah, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying with the 4-gate. We don't see that. Maybe it could be something that we will see in the future. But what we can see absolutely is a 3-gate that really emphasizes production. Need be. I mean, if they're really not doing anything, they're getting like a fast 3cc, then you don't. But if they are going to do something, and Gumiho is more likely than not to do something, you got to be warping in stalkers as often as you can. Okay, so miss micro on Gumiho's side that time.
Yeah, or basically no micro, because he wasn't looking. Obviously, Gumi normally would always pick up that Cyclone and try to dodge a couple of the shots. That's something that could have actually backfired on Goblin a little bit, where he just takes some damage on the Stalkers. It doesn't do a lot. Now, all of his Stalkers are out, and the Observer is also showing us that there is only one Observer out on the map, and it is not in the main base. And last game, I was raving a little bit about those batteries, right? We had a battery in every single base. As Gumiho again does not look, was probably so excited that his Banshee was in the main base and is on top of probes where there is no shield battery healing it, but losing the tank like that, I mean, we're gonna have to get a lot of probes to make up for that loss.
Where is the Observer? Yeah, okay, it was coming along. Gumiho kind of predicts it, gets out at basically the right moment. Maybe could have gotten an extra probe, being really critical, but 7 probes, I would say, is actually kind of what you want from a cloaked Banshee, especially if it lives. So that was a good start there for Gumiho on the economic damage. I can see... Okay, that's true. It's not done yet, and that is problematic. I was going to just say... I can see Goblin's point. I think his decision right there, the executive decision was made to focus primarily on the front rather than trying to pull the probes and micro away and all that. Oh, Observer gets sniped instantly. But you can't keep doing that. You can't just let 20 probes go down back at home. It's 9. It's okay, but the Banshees aren't dead, so it's something you need to worry about.
And Gumi does kind of flip the script here as he builds a 3rd CC on location. Goblin with a tiny bit of a Stalker Zealot hit squad finds another tank, but is losing star. I don't know if this is working out for Goblin. I feel like this game is not quite as chaotic as the last game was, that we can justify these wild trades. Again, the Forge is going to be very late. The Banshee count is 3, so maybe that will once more justify very quick Observer speed. We do have excellent Stalker positioning here in the natural, but I feel Goblin needs to be very careful because he's not in the same spot as last game. Like, yeah, this game has been a little bit chaotic and hectic too, but nowhere near as chaotic as the first one, and he doesn't have that same lead as he had before. There's no Observer, I think, with... Okay, there is one with this army. Otherwise, triple Banshee on top of Stalkers could actually become painful.
Yeah, we might need a little bit of a reset mentally. I think Gumiho already identified like what was going to work and what wasn't. Banshee's working, tank push not, pull back 3cc. The Stalkers are going to lose some lives here. The Banshees did find them. The Observer is not with them, and this is just freebies for Gumiho. Nice find right there. And Goblin, I think he was actually kind of resetting mentally. I think he was to like calm things down, just chill, wait for them to push. Unfortunately, he couldn't just blink away from the bio. He blinked into Banshees.
Yeah, I love how Gumiho set it up. Gumiho saw the Observer, scanned for it, killed it, and he didn't attack with the Banshees. He moved the Banshees back because he knew that if his main army would attack the Stalkers would blink, and that's when he revealed that the Banshees were there. Well, just really, really well done by Gumi. Maybe got a tiny bit carried away indeed in the end, Zombie Grub. I hear you well, and I agree. This probably wasn't it, but the initial move was still 10 out of 10, but perhaps that gave him the fake confidence that he could just stand there and end the game, because it was good, but it wasn't quite that good, and now basically all his hard work has gone up in dust.
Yeah, it was really nice positioning, but then I guess gave overconfidence with one thing I can assume as well. Goblin, maybe a little thankful for that. Like, okay, I thought I was in some trouble, but that was surprisingly easy, and that was all while getting a 4th base finished, you guys. So this is really important for Goblin's sake. Gumiho does have 3 CC saturation. A couple of those Medivacs have units, and then he goes after one. Actually, I think he maybe misfired on it, but point is the tanks are kept alive. The bio is going to be forced to flee, though. That is way too many Zealots, even with that +1 attack. All of the bio is very injured. It's actually not that many Marines. The tanks unload just to help out DPS-wise, I suppose, but that just means they're going to die as the Stalkers could blink on top of the Medivac. We're getting a little hot pickup micro, but Gumiho can tell it. It's not good enough. That was a weird ending.
Yeah, the Observer by Goblin scouts that army, and obviously if a lot of the units are stuck in those Medivacs, that's where the Terran army, it cannot live up to its potential, because first the units have to unload, Medivacs are busy, Goblin didn't skip a beat, went for it immediately, and Gumiho panicked, because he didn't expect Goblin to be jumping on his army there, missed a pickup, then even fired at one of his own units while he was retreating. That is a really frustrating game for Gumiho. I think the first one is one that he can shake up where he's like, Protoss. But this game, that was such a cool move. And he killed that Observer where he moved the Banshees, not on top of the Stalkers, but where the Stalkers would go. You get 6 Stalkers or something for almost nothing. That is 10 out of 10. But it really gave him the overconfidence that he can just immediately be so deep into enemy territory on the other side of the map while not being totally ready to fight. And Goblin is like, well, I've got Colossus, Zealots, let's just jump on this army. And that fight went really good for Goblin. It almost felt that that made Gumiho panic a little bit. And then he went for that move out in the center, picks up those units, doesn't see there is an Observer nearby. And just like that, a fantastic move from Gumiho leads into the 2-0 lead for Goblin. Like,
yeah. And again, it is that decisive decision making from Goblin that's really shining here. Because I just rewatched the first fight around the 4th base, the one that just seemed like Gumiho was overconfident. He couldn't stim. It was 8 seconds away from stim. And so he literally he made a move like a Terran player would do to move away and stim and start kiting. And he was like, oh, I don't have stim. Now what do I do? Stand my ground, I guess, because there's really no other option, is there? So that's really what led to the subsequent awkwardness. And we have ourselves a 2-0 lead, but perhaps not for the man you were expecting. In the bottom left of Ultra Love on game win point, series win point, it is Goblin.
Our Croatians Protoss PvT just means business. Our back-to-back home story cup has to channel some of the TVP magic to turn this one around. In the top right side of Ultra Love, we're looking at the main base of our Korean Terran, down 0-2, Gumiho. I also do think, though, the fact that he found himself in that position 7 seconds before stim, that's the overconfidence. That's the, I just killed 6 Stalkers. No way in hell are you going to jump on my army right now, because I just pulled off a great move, which is, it's really sad because Gumiho made a 10 out of 10 play there. I love the positioning, the rotation of the Banshees. He knew exactly where the Stalkers would go. He didn't reveal them too early. He killed the ops. Everything about it is good. And then that turned into be his downfall because he just suddenly went a little quicker than he normally would. Because even before that, let's say he doesn't get those Stalkers, the game wasn't looking that bad for Gumiho. It was totally fine. It was going to be a very playable game. He even had a lot of things going for himself. His own good move legitimately led to his downfall there.
It was the attack he was probably setting up for anyway. I think you're right. It's overconfidence, but it's also just shy of a still okay timing too. Because this was, well, I found all the Stalkers, and I have stim, combat shields, and +1 finishing. Like, that is the time that Terrans move out and look for an engagement. And then I think at the end of the day, he scans ahead. He sees like a decent army, one that is better than decent if you don't have stim, and just decent if you do have stim. Kind of missed the Colossus initially, which is why I think he stuck around a bit. But then he's like, oh no, there's a Colossus. Like, I need to skedaddle. I need to get out of here. And that's when he tries to stim. And that's when he's like, oh, okay. Like, that's not good. It was a pretty small army anyway. I think he did just get too caught up in the momentum that even if he had stim, combat shields, +1, all the things, he still probably shouldn't have been as close to the 4th base as he was. But yeah, what a series of unfortunate events. One man-made, one on Gumiho, and one just kind of in the fortunes. Very unlucky on the timings.
Crazy sequence of events. Gumiho's repair off to a good start though. Kills the probe, gets out of there, knows the little circle. You're always happy when this is how it goes. You're like, all right, you know what? The second game was mega frustrating.
First one kind of crazy, second game tilted, but now I killed the probe, so I'm totally back into it. And I think a lot of Terrans will mentally say, I've never lost a game where I kill a probe this early and my Reaper is still alive. So Gumi off to a solid start. It's obviously a minor victory, guys, but these little interactions, a tiny bit of momentum is so incredibly important in a very stressful best of 5. That's another ultra minor victory, but still nice. And if you're Goblin, you're like, okay, that's just kind of annoying. And if you're Gumio, you're like, sick, I did that. As the hallucinated Phoenix denies the scout. It would have been really good if you moved it now and could fire again, but that's not going to happen. Gumi off to a strong start here. Going for the old school Widow Mine opening, though. Multiple Widow Mine CG. How are we feeling about that?
Yep, and that was seen as well. Just there's 2 Widow Mines at home. I guess you wouldn't have seen this one go on the offensive. I'm not sure it's going to catch anything too bad. Maybe just the probe looking to take the 3rd Nexus, which is annoying. But that's kind of our summary here, is that Gumiho is getting all the things that make him feel really proud of himself, and hopefully make Goblin kind of go and just keep on making those noises throughout the entirety of the game. But he actually takes the 3rd over to the right side, so that didn't work out. But the Widow Mine might still get something to be used later on. Even a backup point for this Widow Mine drop to go back to, for instance, to save it if the Stalkers are chasing it.
It could be a world where Gumio starts working on the Spider and the Cyber Core, and then he's got a bunch of Widow Mines set up. And if Goblin then walks into it or blinks into it, it could get very, very gnarly. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out. But first, the first real big moment as the medevac flies in. 2 Widow Mines inside of it. We're going to have to unload, and I would say just fly. Oh, that's risky, Goblin, but he gets away with it. Goblin, a man with confidence, pulls the probes. He's going to try to do it again. This time way less surface area for the probes to work with, but he might get the medevac or the Widow Mine. I mean, this is great for Goblin. He has killed 2 Widow Mines. The medevac is on like, what, 20 HP, and not a single worker went down.
Yeah, actually not a single worker. Usually it's the guaranteed 1, if not 2. Widow Mine's still not going to be the big moment we were waiting for, which obviously would only be like a Stalker, but still could have been nice. It's got to wait a little longer to actually... Oh, it got a hallucination. Okay. Not even sure Goblin would have noticed that.
Goblin probably wondering where did my hallucinated Phoenix go, but thanks for the medevac. And what is the tank situation looking like? All right, 2 tanks. I don't think Goblin should blink into this. There's no need for Goblin to blink into this because he's got a 7 worker lead. He's up to 3 bases. I definitely think that Gumio is maybe a tiny bit surprised that that's the base that Goblin took this time. If I'm Gumi, I'm not happy. This might just be leading into a good old 2-base SCV pool. For the first time in this series, I think the boys are going to make it to the other side of the map. Because I think if Gumio does not do that, he's going to fall too far behind. He's got no map presence, no bench, he's being annoying, finding freebies. Nothing to get excited over at the moment, I think, other than potentially a massive 2-base play. Even though he does not have barracks number 4 and 5. I think he drops the 3rd command center. This is going to take a long time, ZG. I'm not sure if this is the play for Gumi.
I'm with you. This, it's funny. It doesn't seem like there is a lot of catastrophic things happening. It's not like he lost 2 tanks and the medevac, but the script is really flipped. Initially it was kind of these cute things are going Gumiho's way, and now we're talking about a lot more important things going Goblin's way. Not the least of which is just this map control that you're going to have. This is where... This is like the most standard TVP as far as the pacing goes, right? There's no awkward tanks or banshees really throwing things off. And if the pacing looks like this, we can kind of start to even close our eyes and predict what happens. The Protoss gets up to the Colossus they need. They push into the 3rd CC. The tanks hold on for a little while. But the Viking number's not that high. Then the Terran feels desperate to try and move out, maybe enlist the command center and pulls the SCVs in a last-ditch defense. And that, while that's going on, Goblin has a Warp Prism in the main base, and then that just ransacks a bunch of production. I mean, it's not every single game that looks like this, but it is potentially one that is easy to predict. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Gumiho can change things up.
I mean, Goblin has never scouted the 3rd command center though, right? So maybe Goblin was a tiny bit worried that the pool was gonna come, and because of that he hasn't built as many probes as he could have, because he had a way bigger worker lead a while ago than he currently does. Not sure what this War Prism is up to. That's not quite the way you want to review your War Prism. So Gumio getting just back into it off the back of some strong macro, but other than that, I absolutely agree with you. I think it could have been absolutely disastrous. Maybe if Goblin was a little more crazy and spammed out a few more workers, tiny bit more confident in this position, he would have had a bigger lead. But still, it's totally fine. Gumi just has a little going for himself. And to go back to that early game, this is one of the main reasons why the Widowmine drop has fallen out of fashion a little bit. Because the way that Protoss players approach the matchup these days, if you open up with a medevac and 2, if not 3 Widowmines as a Terran, and you get close to nothing done, you're just in a really, really, really bad spot. It's no longer the throwaway opening. It's like, we get the jackpot, awesome. If not, no biggie. We've got a strong follow-up. No, your follow-up attack is just not strong. And that's why this opening has fallen out of fashion a little.
Yep. There's the setup for the next couple of minutes, honestly. The main army of the Protoss poking and prodding at the front while the War Prism threatens the main. You know, pretty easy to predict. If we can, then Gumiho can. So he is currently set up fine. The problem is that Protoss have really gotten good at exhausting the Terran. I think, you know, 3 years ago, there was definitely times where the Protoss felt a need to end the game, or more all in with this than they should. And then it wasn't so bad, but now the Protoss have really figured out, like, let's just force them to stim, then pull back, force them to stim, then pull back, and then suddenly you have a 30 supply lead that you can win with. And Gumio's going to really struggle to stop that from happening. You basically need one really, really good push out, good concave, good surround that forces Goblin to, like, totally recall or just lose all his army to really,
He's going for it.
really change it. He's going to go for it, and that seems really bold. He doesn't have to do this, but he thinks he has an opportunity.
Yep, he does get the tank, so just resetting the tank count alone is already very, very good. He's gonna work on the cooling tower. He's thinking about knocking down the cooling tower. Kills the Widowmine, as that Widowmine was stuck. That was a bit crazy and reckless, but overall I like it, as long as Goblin does not do anything silly with his Colossus. He is seconds away from +2 attack. Colossus with +2 against bio units with just +1 can be massive. No batteries or cannons over here on the bottom right side. He does have the Zelnaga Watchtower. Can he pick up the Stalker? He cannot. Gumio's army is very big on the ground, but without a crazy amount of Vikings, I just don't know if as a Terran you can really fight, because it's gonna look very similar to what we see earlier, where it's like almost, and then a few more Zealots show up, and it's just barely not good enough.
Oh no, the Colossus, I think it got hotkeyed, but not recognized to its position, so it actually moved into the bio. That is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of painting a very grim picture, but honestly, Goblin is making some of the mistakes. Like, even just letting the Terran army out of that choke is already feeling like a mistake. Yeah, not game ending, I'm with you, but it is a mistake in my opinion. This is a Terran that is actually allowed to roam. The more they're allowed to roam, the higher the opportunities they have to actually get that great concave or surround. They're also not burned on their medevac energy. There really wasn't much. It was one and done on the fight. So the medevac energy is keeping everyone healthy. So yeah, Goblin didn't really extend his lead, even down to the probes, right? Like, and that's what I was eyeing when I was thinking about if Goblin could defend the push, which he does, and it was fine. But we're still at only 64 probes. 5th base is on the way, but no probe production.
Yeah, no, he does have +1 armor soon, and I think that is massive, especially if he can force a fight while he's got +2 attack and then +1 armor. He should be able to force out a couple stims and get some trades. But I am with you. I feel like it could have been better for Goblin. If that War Prism is just sitting pretty in the back, protected by the Zealot Stalkers, the Colossus, and you force a stim after stim, and then you shift-click a couple Zealots into the natural, this game should have been hell for Gumio. Now it's unpleasant, and I'm sure that Gumi is not in love with his position, but it's not the worst thing that he's ever looked at. And you know, well, it comes down perhaps to micro. If I can buy some time for some goals, then I can land EMPs. As Goblin is now rallying observers into missile turrets. First one died to the turret, second one very obvious, as Gumio, I guess, was looking what happened over there. Goblin maybe just feeling the pressure of the moment a little bit. This is one of the biggest best of 5s that he has ever played. He's in a great spot. He makes the blink, thinks about committing for that planetary. It's a risky business, Zombie Grub.
Yes, it is, but at least his disruptors are starting to rally forward. So if there was the chase, you know, if he was in a little more trouble right there, the disruptor would have bought him 2 seconds. And I know that sounds kind of small, but it actually is big. That really makes the Terran rethink if they have that pounce opportunity. So disruptors, I don't think we're going to see big shots, but they have importance elsewhere. That's always been the case with them, whether they one-shot Marauders or not. 3-2 is on the way for Goblin. 3-3 on the way for Gumio. As he does get his 4th base up, he should be able to get that into a planetary. Extra barracks are coming down as well, so we'll have that production that we couldn't even get to last game. He was just too poor. And things are, they're potentially potentials for both sides. You know, Goblin actually has yet to take the map in a very extreme way. I think that might be the next step, though, as he is banking almost 3,000 minerals. Take the left base, take both left bases, a little bit of surrounding and set up. Goblin needs to be careful.
Who's surrounding who, though, as the Vikings found an opening on the Colossus, but Goblin, wherever the media, Gumio is probably sizing up this army and says, you know what, I think I can do this. The Nova goes through the army, looks like a really bad fight for the Protoss at first. War Prism gets picked off as well, Colossus dies. Next, Gumio with hold position there for a little too long. He should have been chasing his army immediately. He lost a very valuable second there that could have allowed him to get on top of these Disruptors too, maybe get on top of the Stalkers. Still, of course, a big win for Gumi, but it could have been even bigger.
This might be domino effect. Even though Goblin has 3,000 in the bank, this Nexus is going to fall, and the army is actually going to take the fight, which I don't think they can actually win. It is an injured Terran army, but still a very sturdy one with most of the Marauders in orange. They will provide the wall that lets the rest of the army take care of those Zealots, and Goblin wisely pulls back. You got to reset now as Goblin. You got to, you know, try and, I think, throw something at Gumiho side of the map, too, to ensure that they can't just shark around continuing to kill your bases, because you are in the recovery mode. Thankfully, you had that bank. Your recovery is going to happen fairly quickly, but things are looking a little worse for Goblin in this late game, considering what maybe could have happened. Vikings on the ground. They're discovered. They're not going to push that any further, but always funny to see that. Goblin has yet to make Colossus, so this is always the odd thing about PvT. We might go back into him. The Vikings might be needed. He might not, and the Vikings are kind of useless.
Well, I find it crazy to just throw them away, though, when you know where they're that rich. Now, he's not throwing them away, as he has managed to save them, but that is massive, because if Goblin's army is a little bit closer, he blinks 8 Stalkers forward, he kills 7 Vikings, immediate double Colossus production, and that'd be really problematic for Gumio. But now it's mostly about the Disruptors, as the Novas do connect with a couple of the Marines and Marauders, almost not used to it anymore, killing anything. Gumi has a lot of bio, he's going to be able to get a couple cancels, if not kills, on those Nexus, because it doesn't look like Goblin is paying attention. Goblin was looking elsewhere, loses the first base, gets on top of the Vikings with the Stalkers. This is going to be a very chaotic fight, but I'm kind of missing the real HP in Goblin's army. These Zealots need to get on top. We see Novas exploding in the absolute middle of nowhere, but it's a crazy amount of Zealots. Stalkers blink forward, kill one of the Medivacs. A big Zealot weapon in the main. That's going to buy some time, but Stalkers need to blink into the main. Another Nexus gets killed. Gumio is everywhere right now, but Goblin's supply is still looking strong, and Goblin is counterattacking Zombie Grove.
Yeah, very bold decision, but of course he's out of recall, so he just has to wait. So he decides while he's waiting, he's going to do something to make this more chaotic. It's not just Gumiho in every location. Now it's going to be Goblin as well. We are in base trade mode, and what is it about Gumiho that gets into so many base trades? Gumiho should be setting up. Maybe getting some Liberators in the main base could be helpful, because Goblin is going to start eyeing that production. He takes down the 3rd CC. Reinforcements were available, and they're going to find a choke, but the Disruptors are here too. How long will that last? Will Goblin try and force his way on through? The answer is yes to an extent, but even the Sim City is being a bother.
Yeah, I really don't like Zealot Disruptor in base trade scenarios, by the way. That's like one of the worst armies to base trade with. A single choke point could become very problematic. Seems like one of the Novas did find a good connection. Goblin still has a big army. This is a mega low HP army. Zealot's gonna have a field day with those low HP bio units. The fact that it's a planetary, obviously, on the right side made it impossible for Goblin to get on top of that base. So now another command center is floating over, and Gumi did way better there, and Gumi knows it as well with these very fresh mineral lines that are still up and running. Goblin will probably feel that he needs to take out one of these planetaries, but this is one of the worst armies I can think of to try to kill a planetary.
Yeah, he can't go for it. He has to try and go for the guts. He has to try and go for the main, but there's a large army stopping him from doing that. I thought maybe he was also going to try and predict that pickup on the 2 Medivacs over to the right side. He didn't, so all of those units that were weak are finally being healed up again. At this point in time, Goblin is hoping either for miracle Disruptor hits or such fear from Gumiho because of the Disruptors that he never pushes across the map, which seems unlikely. Gumiho is a very wise player, and he knows to be aggressive when he can be. That's a lot of Zealots still to work with. 3-3 versus 3-3-1. Disruptor is not getting the shots, but the Zealots did win the fight on the left side. It's still a grim tale when you look at the supply.
Absolutely. That went a lot better for Goblin than I ever thought it would. And he's going back into Colossus. He's even adding a Templar Archives, which I really don't hate, because I haven't seen a Ghost in forever. I don't even know if we have any Ghosts. I think there was a Ghost Academy on the production tab once upon a time. the Goblin actually has a shot. Yeah, we have a Ghost Academy. If Goblin shows up with 2 Colossus and 2 Archons, I'm actually kind of concerned for Gummio, but yeah, maybe the Liberators will actually provide him with the safety that he's looking for. As Goblin sizes up this tiny army, just trying to force out a few more stims, trying to drain those medevacs from all the energy. We don't have that medevac upgrade. For how poor Goblin has been, I feel like he's still creating an army that could become scary. Even firing up Storm, that's a little bit ambitious, I think, with the current state of this game. But hey, why not? We haven't seen any goals, so we may as well.
Yeah, I like the idea. Are we actually going to be able to get there? Right side, Gummio's army finds an opportunity to grab the robo units. Actually, not as fast as I was predicting. It's like... This is not the one and done, but it is absolutely done. Gummio is going to take map number 3. Not go down without a fight. But what an event that happened in that last game, turned into a base trade. That was not the predictable PVT for sure. Was that Goblin's fault? Maybe. I would kind of lean more that way. Or was Gummio just better than we anticipated? I don't know. It just... Gummio's army is good. We know when he gets an opportunity to attack, it's going to be fine for the Terran. The ideal situation for the Protoss is just not to let that happen. And not only did Goblin let it happen, he kind of was the one that initiated it. He was the one that pushed. He was the one that kept his own economy and his own macro behind it to be more aggressive on the front lines to an extent that I just didn't think was worth it.
It all started on the center right side, where Gummio split off 2 medevacs with couple Marauders, couple Marines. Goblin saw it. Goblin wanted to jump on it, but then Gummio had his Vikings in a very dangerous spot. Goblin immediately realized that, so the Stalkers blinked into that spot to protect the Colossus. Gummio thought about it for a second, and then he just had that perfect surround, because those units on the right side, they were still there as well, so they can come in from the right. He had a couple bio units coming in from the left, and the fight that's maybe supposed to be like a bit of a wash, but then normally Protoss comes out on top because they've got all the bases and they've got the reinforcements, and more Zealots killing SCVs was not a wash, was just an overwhelming Gummio victory. Gummi chases that army to the bottom right side, kills a Nexus, kills another Nexus. Goblin's like, alright, this is too much, I need to start counterattacking, and it is kind of felt that that fight on the right side initiated the all hell breaks loose scenario, but this man made a couple of brilliant calls in that crazy base trade scenario. It's a Korean Terran, he's not going down without a fight, getting 1 on the board. It's Gummio.
And on the top right, still leading the series 2-1, he is Goblin. Still overall good news for Goblin. I mean, yes, he did take that loss, and yes, it was in a macro game, which, you know, we say cheeses, you know, we can kind of throw those away, and then that's not going to happen again. But a macro game, we give a little more weight to the possibility of being an even match. I would say yes, like Gummio can win macro games. That was never really out of the question. It was a macro game that felt like it should have gone Goblin's way, and he already has 2 wins under his belt. That's still something that I'd be walking away with at least a little bit of a smile. Like, you kind of chuckle at yourself for losing a game like that, perhaps, and then you just are like, okay, back in focus mode, and then if I get to that same position, I know exactly where it went wrong. And I do also want to shout out what you pointed out. It was probably also a bit more of a awkward game for Goblin, because he probably was calling the 2 base all in that you had at that time. Why he was suppressed a little more on the economy and infrastructure than you should be. And that maybe really set his decision making from that point a little off, because maybe that is a part of the reason he even went for the attack, is he went, oh my god, I wasn't taking advantage of what I could. Now I feel like I need to push into this 3rd CC, which at most points I would say Protoss don't feel the need to do that. They will just continue poking.
No, and maybe just got a bit nervous because he was so close. He could see the finish line, right? Where he's like, wait a minute, like, I just dealt with that Widowmine opening. I'm a base ahead. I've got you contained. I've got Zealot Charge. I've got Blink. I've got Colossus. My forges are spinning. He probably just really got a bit nervous, and that's why he didn't analyze certain situations perfectly, or he wasn't quite able to pull the trigger. Like, we saw him get cautious as well in a stadium game where normally he wouldn't be that cautious. Like, Warp Prism goes into the main, warps in a couple Zealots. Oh, you have a few bio units, let me just pick them up, fly away immediately, rather than I drop 4, I warp in 5 more, and I'm poking with my main army because I'm Protoss and I have all these bases and I'm willing to embrace these traits. I think Goblin just started feeling it a little bit. Now, it's very very important for him to shake it off and stay mentally very calm and composed. Because if he gets himself in these positions over and over again, he will be able to close out this series.
Yeah, I think you're right about that one. Whereas for Gumiho, we already went over it. Not worried at all about him being nervous. Like, he knows that he can bring it back in whatever way that he can, and he knows the opportune moments when he sees them, which that was also very much a reason he was able to win that last game. He didn't just say, oh, thanks, Pross, for not killing me immediately. I'm just going to stay scared. Just stay at home, wait for like 5 Liberators. Nah, he pushed out. Of course he did. So Gumiho, like I said, he can win macro games. He can win some of these early factory, tank pushes, yes. But it is, at this point, a bit of an underdog game for him. I really have a lot of confidence in Goblin's macro game. And, not as much as Gumiho's, honestly, but you'll see. Gumiho, Korean Terrans, I do have a habit of sometimes looking a little weak in the beginning of a best of versus what we used to call a foreigner, now we just call non-Korean, and then bringing it back anyway.
Yeah, I also think that Terrans in general hate it the longer the series go, because they like that surprise element. They like giving Protoss players different things to worry about at first, and they have a couple builds they really believe in. I think Gumiho's opening in Game 1 is one of his favorites. Not one that he wants to go for every single game, but if he can sneak those first Marines and that tank to the other side of the map that early and can get in range of, and that's a cute shield battery, by the way, by Goblin. That is an adjustment that Goblin feels that he should make in this series. I don't know, it's different. It's not the tanks, but I'm very curious. I think the perfect play here for Gumiho would be don't work on this, but go deeper. Go deep into the main base, because that shield battery is not going to help any of those probes or the stalkers. But Gumiho does not want to take the risk of losing that medevac, even though he's got a solid 20 seconds from here on out. Now he's actually still in danger of losing the medevac. It's a disaster for Gumiho, as Gumiho second guesses himself, does not want to commit with the drop that absolutely would have done work, because that battery would have not been useful. He actually pays a super heavy price, loses everything for nothing.
Yeah, that was not the start he was looking for. I was eyeing the stim timing while that was going on as well. Gumiho really emphasizing stim this time around. His first barracks didn't spend much time at all in a reactor. It went on the tech lab. Now his extra 2 barracks are, I think, incorporating some reactors. But I was thinking maybe he was hoping that would control the game a little bit more in the early game. And then his follow-up wouldn't just be like a poke tank push, but a kind of dedicated one. I mean, an SCV pool maybe was in mind. We have been seeing combat shieldless, stim fast, 2 base SCV pools in this matchup, which it could still happen, of course, but it feels like it's not going to have as much bite when your opening was shut down like that.
I see this too often from Terran players, where I feel that they do get themselves in the position where they can deal damage. The medevac is in the main. You know when Blink is going to finish up, even if they have an extra chrono on it or not. If you can get 4 Marines and a medevac on top of probes that early into the game, you have to go for it. Is there a chance you end up losing the medevac and the Marines? Yes, but if you kill 6-7 Marines or you kill a Stalker, it is a massive win. But by being worried, by not wanting to truly take that risk and go that deep into the Protoss main, yeah, you're actually putting yourself in a gnarly spot. This is a good move though, as Gumiho has been able to sneak a couple of Marines with Stim to the other side of the map. Stim's on top of the 3rd base, and this is a massive one. This time Gumiho is decisive, goes for it, gets the sentry, gets the workers. He's going to be forced to unload. Not picking up would have been better, but that was a tough call to make, to be fair. So I still like it, I think, overall for Gumiho. Getting the probes, getting the sentry, forcing a couple of extra stalkers, as I don't think normally Goblin would want to be mega heavy on stalkers, is a minor win for Gumiho.
It's so funny seeing 1 medevac at a time. Like, that is why that second medevac was such a surprise. Usually it's first medevac for whatever harassment you do, and then the Protoss says, okay, you got to wait for your reactor, you got to wait for your double medevacs, and then I'll be ready to drop defend drops. But it's not just a second one that pops out alone. It's a 3rd one that pops out alone. This one is scouted though, so that's actually really nice. But this also would have been very surprising, I think, to most Protoss players. Like, what is this 1 medevac at a time play? And I think it goes back to infrastructure that might have been set up for a different strategy. At this point in time, Gumiho has totally shifted. He's going 3CC. We're going to get 5 barracks, reactor on the starport. But that further makes me believe that he had a different strategy in mind in this game. And whether that, hurts him significantly or not, I think is in question. I'm not really seeing it hurting him a ton, but it is a little awkward. Whenever you go in with a plan, it doesn't work out, you're forced to shift. Some people are better than others at really dealing with it. At this point in time, I think Gumiho is actually one of the best at dealing with it, so I want to note it, but I'm not concerned about it.
We have the observer getting to the other side of the map, getting a bit of vision on the setup that Gumi is working with. I think it's overall been awkward. I mean, you just look at that tank, you look at the Marine and the Marauder derping to it. Gumi, of course, also is aware that this is a massive series and that these things have not gone his way. But it doesn't mean he's down and out. Like, economically, down a couple workers, totally fine. He's got stim, he's got combat shield, he's got a missile turret here to protect him against any other Protoss nonsense. And I love that very defensive tank positioning. I wouldn't hate a bunker, by the way. If Gumio realizes how Zealot heavy Goblin is here already, I think a bunker would come in very handy, but maybe he can just use the base design and the mineral patches to keep the bio unit safe. It's nerve-wracking, man. I feel like you can feel that both players feel the tension of this moment, they feel the tension and the impact that this best of 5 will have on their entire 2025.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it looks like a totally normal PvT. 1 medevac goes down, 2 medevacs go down. Oh, not what Gumiho wanted. Oh boy. I was trying to say, I think the journey has been different to a very similar looking destination. But yeah, again, I think the biggest takeaway is that maybe Gumiho, he would have, in another world, in another build, would have had Stim Combat Shields +1 finishing and pushing before this drop happened, and that pacing was offset. In this case, I think it could have still been okay, but being found out like that was not okay, and Goblin is going to capitalize on that find and push across the map with all of his army, Colossus included.
Questionable attack so far, though, as now the Zealots are even derping. Goblin does make the blink, snipes one of those tanks. That is a big one, but 4 Vikings at a time are being produced. Maybe Goblin thought after sniping those 2 medevacs in the center of the map with cargo, he could just run on top of the third of Gumi, A move, get the job done. It is not going to be that easy. Gumi, of course, in trouble, but he saves even a couple of those Widow Mines, and that Viking production is going to reach a critical number. He also finds the War Prism. Every great Terran hold starts with sniping the War Prism. I feel like Goblin has just kind of given away almost that lead immediately. The lead that he just created for himself, he's still gonna try, but without a Prism CG, it's so crazy, no?
Yeah, I don't think you push in. They're gonna be the best they can possibly be to set up to defend. And, well, are we going to see maybe a repeat as far as the mistakes made in the last game? I think for Goblin, he does push in, but perhaps he doesn't need to, especially after that War Prism was killed. He's still taking the fight, in fact. The Colossus does go down, hoping the charge lots will push on through. Upgrade advantage is going to the Protoss, but I just don't think there's quite enough units. A couple of last snipes going down before Goblin decides to retreat. But while the attack was once again maybe not the real best plan possible, in this game, Goblin is up to 5 bases, 79 probes. So if he makes a bad attack, if it's only a partially bad attack, he does save some of his army, the recovery is going to be much stronger than game 3.
For sure, but you definitely start shaking a little, because I think after sniping those 2 medevacs, Goblin probably started celebrating. And now a minute and a half later, we're like, what have I done? Like, I lost the Prism, I lost 2 Colossus, I'm losing a lot of gateway units, and he really does not want to see Gumio stabilize on 4 bases, because Gumi is a terrifying Terran. If he is able to land that planetary, I love how the command center is leading the charge for the army right now. It's like, go for it, guys. He's even adding drilling claws. That's something Oliveira used to do. Late game drilling claws against all these Zealots. As a couple of the Vikings get picked off. Will the tank? The command center is gonna get picked off by the Stalkers, and the tank dies as well. Like, this attack I liked a lot more from Goblin, because he truly got something done while not throwing away all the momentum he had, as he even saved that Colossus, and he's got the War Prism. This was a big moment for Goblin, as I feel once more he can see the finish line in this best of 5.
Yeah, I still like his confidence. I like the way that he's controlling his army too. I'm going to highlight the Zealot usage. I know they just go and attack guys, not the best micro, but their usage. Sometimes you decide to go for a run-by with 20 of them. That's a smart decision sometimes. In this case, using them as the body blockers so the Stalkers would grab the 4th command center was a great decision. Now you can see that mostly Zealots are not going to do the trick as Gumiho pulls back into a choke, so you can't just win the game off of that. But I liked the way he used them. In this case, they didn't get the surround I think that they were hoping for. And I am a little worried that Goblin is seeing it within his sights right now and is getting a little overeager. He got the 4th base. He can allow for some risky decisions to be made, but he can't let too many Zealots go down and then lose the Stalkers and have nothing to replace them with.
I often agree with you, but I think right now his gas income actually quite good as well, right? 900. And if it's 4-base Gumio, I'd be like, oh yes, please do not do that. But against a 3-base Terran, we know it's Legacy of the Void. 12 minutes, 40 seconds in. What's left in that main base? Barely anything. What's left in the natural? Not a whole lot. I think for Goblin, it's okay to be reckless now, because he's going to be richer than he will be in a long time, and Gumio is about as broke as he will be for a long time. Like, those mineral patches are going to dry up. The main is pretty much done, so Gumio needs to improve the quality of his army, and I think if Goblin can just make sure that he never loses all the gas units all at once, all of this is fine. Gumio, by the way, is floating over his command center right now to the center. This could potentially lead up to another big moment. Goblin does not want to allow Gumio to get up to 4 bases. We don't want to see any planetaries here, Zombie Group.
Yeah, no, don't let that happen. Gumio's army also still weak, as Caduceus Reactor is not in effect as of yet, but going up the high ground into a choke there is going to be very difficult, especially if the planetary is in fact going to form, which it looks that way. You're right to call that Gumio is running out of money, but he has been able to keep a lot of his army alive so far, and with the little extra that he is getting a lot of very important upgrades. But the battle is still could go either way, honestly. Vikings have been torn down, though. More on the way. The Colossus can't be too emboldened. The Zealots are just ripping apart the economy in the 3rd CC. And now Gumio really needs to win a fight, which Goblins should just simply never give him.
Now, Gumi indeed has a massive army, but it's overstimmed, it's overworked, and these medevacs are underpaid. And Goblin, even if he's not able to immediately deny the planetary, sniped a lot of expensive units there. Really good micro with the Stalkers, gunning down those Vikings, and realizing, like, if your entire army is here to protect your 4th base, the doors at the 3rd gotta be wide open. And Nova flies forward, as that one is gonna connect with a few SCVs. And Goblin really does feel like he is a seconds away, he's a fight away from potentially the biggest victory of his career. After this, he puts himself not once but twice on the doorstep of entering the World Championship of 2025. What a moment for Goblin.
Yeah, on the backside, though, Gumio trying to get that amazing fight that he was looking for. Disruptor goes down, Colossus falls, Zealot a little awkward, deciding not to engage, rallying in Disruptor as well. Now, Goblin is rich. He just afforded 15 Zealots on the front line, saves another reinforcing Disruptor. Can he get this around? Can he get the sandwich? Yes, he absolutely can. Gumio thought he had a moment, lands the Vikings to try and hold on, but he needed more than this. He needed to straight up win and continue with the attack to the other side of the map. He can't be on the defensive, which he is forced to be, as Goblin simply has overwhelming numbers. Goblin will eventually get those bigger units on the front line too, as 19 Zealots get warped in this time. We got a maxed out or close to maxed out Protoss against 100 supply of Terran. This is done, even if Gumio doesn't want to admit it.
Massive moments for the Croatian Protoss, as he is a forward blink away from punching his ticket into that best of 7 that will be played tonight. A rematch of the European Qualifier, as Gumio taps out, Goblin gets the 3-1 victory. And that means he can relax for a little bit, and then we'll see him again, Zombie Grub, for that rematch against the man from the Shopify Rebellion, Lambo. A little while ago, a couple weeks ago, Goblin getting that surprising 3-2 victory in that lower bracket, guaranteeing himself a top 5 finish. At first, for Lambo, it was even all over. Let's not forget about that. Lambo was not part of this global qualifier, but by Showtime punching his ticket at the Stara Zagora event recently, Lambo got bumped up. He gets another shot. Well, safe to say that he absolutely jumped on that shot earlier with that 3-0 victory. And now we get the rematch between Lambo and Goblin. And the winner goes to Saudi Arabia. Massive.
That's a very great storyline that's been set up right now, thanks to Goblin's fantastic PVT. He showed it in the first 2 games that were a little more awkward, a little crazier. 3rd game, missed out on the opportunity. That was the late game being better for him. It got a little too run around, suppressed economy, all that good stuff. 4th game, he showed his resilience. He didn't let a loss put him down. He just fixed the mistakes of the 3rd game and won the 4th with more so what we were talking about in that 3rd game commentary. We were like, just keep poking and prodding, keep on throwing Zealots away, but keeping the expensive units, keep expanding. That's what you see in those games where the Terran has no ability to push out. So nice control from Goblin. He will be advancing on, but we're going to be going into another best of 7 first, guys. Stay here, because our next best of 7 is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. It is going to be that TVT between Byun and Ryung.
let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
It's our first qualifying match. We had 4 best of 5s to get us here, and this best of 7 coming up first and foremost is going to be between 2 Korean Terrans, Byun versus Riyadh, which is going to be just awesome to say in the heat of the moment. We got our TVT experts coming on through here. Who do you think is favored?
I actually think Byun is favored, and it might be a bit of a hot take, but historically the numbers are just overwhelmingly in his favor. I also think Byun is a really good big game player. Like, he has delivered on some of the biggest moments in his career. He's a previous world champ. Yes, Riyadh has the reputation as a TVT sniper. Yes, Riyadh even defeated Clem, and he was just a world champ, and he looked invincible. But I'm still leaning a little bit more towards Byun. And I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but you can let me know.
I don't think it's a hot take. Unfortunately, when we say Riyadh is a TVT sniper, we kind of mean that his TVT exceeds his other matchups by quite a bit. Not that necessarily his other matchups are like this like top 16 championship level, and then TVT is better than that, you know? It's more like TVT can be around a 16 championship, and so that could get him through. But Byun is by far the more standard expectations that actually reaches up to those top 16 quite frequently, and that often includes TVT himself, of course. Like, he plays against Cure, Maru, Gumiho all the time, and he's always a contender against them.
Yeah, and I think Byun maybe has some TVT weakness, but if I think of his TVT weakness, I think it's more that he can be a bit stubborn. When the ultra late game, he refuses to get those more technologically advanced armies, but he's a bit stuck on like marine tank, whatnot, where maybe Riyadh, if it ever comes down to like 5 base, is gonna find a slightly better unit composition to work with, maybe takes better fights, but I think Byun will have so many moments before that where he can create advantages for himself, where his multitasking can shine, where his micro, there's a reason why the fans call him Micro Jackson, can make the difference. And I think it's just going to be really tough for Riyadh to ever get to that late game. And I don't even know if like Riyadh is the ultimate late game TVT player. I think Riyadh has a lot of very strong timings and has great tank positioning in those early mid games as well, but I just think that Byun is going to thrive a little more in the chaos.
Yeah, I do wish I knew what happened in the 0202 sequence that happened in February and January of this year. That's where Riyadh has taken his most recent victories. I wish I could say what happened, because when I do think of them matching up against each other, there's not really a point where I say that Byun would be worse or Riyadh would be better. Early game micro goes to Byun. Mid-game decision-making, I would still say goes to Byun. Riyadh might be smart, but I don't think he's quick enough on the execution sometimes. And then late game, I feel like Byun is going to go 8 racks every single time and just have overwhelming pressure that the likes of really like Maru and Cure are the only ones that can stand up against it. But the good news is we don't have to wonder for very long. Let's see what these two have to bring in this qualifying match. It's the best of 7. And we are in the bottom left on top of this man. It is Shopify Rebellion's Byun.
The world champ of 2016, as he's going up against this man. Everybody loves him, a proper veteran of the StarCraft II scene. They've both been around for a long time, but this man, it really does feel like he's been around since the very beginning. It is Vitality Gaming's Riyadh. Also, I don't know how important Reaper Micro is going to be, but how can you ever go against Byun in Reaper Micro?
Yeah, you kind of don't. I believe I've seen that happen before. Riyadh can stand his own defensively. you know, if he already has some advantages on his side, high ground, better numbers, SEV pool. But I don't think you do it really as far as like two Reapers trying to out-micro each other as they run across the map. You do have Bjorn going for a 2-racks opener. I think he's going to want to get the aggression started and just make sure that Ryung never gets comfortable. Because I can see a world where Ryung gets comfortable and maybe has some really smart plays against more of like the 2 to 3 base timing of TVT, exploiting some weakness of Bjorn there more than anything else. But if Bjorn can just start the ball rolling in his favor, then like I'm less concerned about that. And Ryung seems to know that there's a high chance that Bjorn will go for something aggressive. He is SEV scouting. Also suggested to do so if you 1-racks expand, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people will just say, if I'm going to be greedy, I'm going to be as greedy as possible. In this case, it will help him a lot. It's not an all-in from Bjorn, but with that second barracks that he should know about. Yeah, the factory's way too late. Ryung just now knows he can go for the high ground command center instead, and that should be very safe for him.
We saw him try it earlier in that game against Hero Marine, where I'd say it didn't really work out at all, but then he won that game and he won the series. So maybe Ryung is like, no, when I went 2-racks proxy, it did actually work out. This one is obviously very different for Bjorn, as it is 1-racks at home, one on the other side of the map. Have to be mega cautious if you're Ryung here with your first Reaper. That Reaper can never really be behind the Reapers of Bjorn, because that means he's actually going Reaper Marine. That's kind of crazy. It's going to be maybe a bit of a trade. It's Reaper for Reaper, but now the Reaper is obviously going to win the fight against the Marine. It should win that fight. It will win that fight. I did not like the decision of going Marine Reaper here.
Unfortunately, the second Reaper might have been a little late, right? Because it takes so much longer than a Marine. So I can kind of get it. What I don't like is they didn't pull 2 SEVs with it. I think that would have been the slam dunk victory if they went for the 2 Reaper hop up. So Ryung may be thinking that would have scared Bjorn. Bjorn sees units and goes, and runs away. It didn't. And now Bjorn does have a lot of control over the SEVs.
Yep, this is going to be really hard. And don't forget, even if that Hellion comes out, that's not immediately the end. Bjorn needs to make sure he doesn't lose that low HP Reaper. The units popped up on the left side of the production facilities. Marine dies immediately. Reapers looking for the kill. They get the kill. Is that game over, Zombie Club?
I mean, it's one of those that might as well be, right? Like there's a still huge command center advantage, but the problem is that you're really not going to get anything in turn. Your starport's getting delayed too, so you really aren't going to get any counterattack damage, or Bjorn is just going to continue trying to out-micro you and kill his CVs. He'll have the threat of the backstab. Even as these Reapers go down, Bjorn has been making them continuously. I guess the starport did finish, to be fair, but the Reaper's still giving them trouble, so my point stands. Like, there's just no counter from Ryung that can make up for this deficit or stall out Bjorn's command center, so Bjorn will be getting very far ahead very soon.
Gets that low HP Reaper out of it as well. He's got his own Hellion in mix now too, so it's going to be a Hellion and a Marine against a Hellion and 2 Reapers. That is an unfair fight, and at this point for Ryung, it's a bit of a guessing game as well, as where are those units of Bjorn coming from? I actually think it's just the end. I really don't think that he holds this. A lot of the SCVs are already very low in HP too. If Bjorn goes for it here with 4 Reapers, the little bit of excellent grenade placement, which we know he's capable of. Beautiful moment to show off right before that second Hellion comes out on the side of Ryung. This is an unfair fight if I've ever seen one. Here is that second Hellion. Nice positioning on the Reapers, making sure that these Hellion shots do not splash over too many units. And it is going to be a hold, but what kind of a hold is it really, as we're down to 15 SCVs. Meanwhile, Bjorn is on 29 on the other side of the map. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it feels like a game where you're just refusing to lose to the Reapers. Not that you're refusing to lose. Like, I think Ryung knows that there is no chance in this game, but he just doesn't want to lose to the Reapers specifically. Really unfortunate, because I honestly feel if just 2 or 3 SCVs were pulled exactly where he had his units, that would have been enough. That would have stopped the snowball. And then, that was kind of cute. Body blocking there for the Roddy Warcraft.
Hey man, so we're proud right now. I'm gonna go full tot, but yeah, that was beautiful, and that will actually allow Ryung to kill that Cyclone. I mean, it's a long series. This is a best of 7. It's an incredibly important best of 7. So if Ryung just wants to sing this one out to shake it off and already put some thought into what he wants to do in game 2, where it went wrong, we will obviously never knock him for it. But I do hope that he's not going to get his hopes up, because I don't think there's anything to be hopeful of. He already pulled off one, I would say, almost miraculous victory, as that game 4 win over Gabe, I think, was mega impressive. It really didn't look like he had a lot to work with, and he somehow pulled off a great hold, but that was very different. And that was against Hero Marine. This is against a Bjorn. That's 19 workers ahead. That really has so much going for him, and Ryung doesn't really have anything going for himself. Just nothing.
Might as well pull the boys, honestly.
Well, we already saw a pro pool in the qualifiers, in the Asia qualifiers. So might as well see an SCV pool in TVT. And at least we can say we've seen it. The pro pool worked. I don't think the SCV pool would work.
I mean, yeah, look at the situation. I don't know. Maybe the SCV pool actually can be kind of scary. The double Cyclone is hidden in the main base, kind of waiting for those Banshees to overstep. Raven also available, just that the auto turret needs to be put down for a little more burst. Not to survive, just to make sure he kills something. Because there's really kind of worry about Beyond surviving, especially with the tank out at this point. This might be where Young taps out. I want to hype it, but I can't, guys.
One of the Ravens did take a lot of damage. Banshee is losing more SCVs at home. And we barely have any SCVs, as that Raven has been dropping auto turrets. Jan is now floating over a third, as Riyadh does not have 2 bases saturated yet. Riyadh, I guess you're laughing at the third command center?
Yeah, I am. I can't believe it, but okay. The thing is you're talking about how it's a long series, and like I have to echo that statement. And you're on, he's as old as we are. Like, is this the game that you really want to try and make a comeback in? Apparently. Maybe he just wants to make sure that Beyond knows that he's not a pushover. But this is so unbelievably bad. I mean, you have a Raven that can literally just stay over the SCV. It's not even afraid.
Yeah, no, it's painful. But I will never knock any player for believing, dreaming, trying to make the absolute best of it if they feel that this can still go somewhere. I don't think it is. And I'm sure that Riyadh deep down inside knows that it's incredibly unlikely, but that just goes to show the importance of this best of 7. He might give himself a 1% here because he's got Macfield Accelerator. He's like, oh, what if I get a sick lock on, and then I can start dancing back and forth with my Cyclones, and life is incredibly good, we'll let the men dream, ZG, but I'm with you. There is not too much to be very hopeful of. Maybe earlier if he would have somehow sniped the Orbitor, and then he can pull off another sick hold, but it is all a bit of a pipe dream. And Riyadh knows it, and he is going to wave the white flag. I don't want to do him too dirty, by the way, because I know that he's close to our age, and he might be a little bit older than you, but he's definitely not as old as I am. I actually looked it up yesterday. He's still 4 years younger than me, so Riyadh, you're not that old yet, mate.
I averaged it out. It was close enough.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, but it just... whether he's ancient by esports standards or not, it's a very tough game to try and plow out in any regard. Like, I feel like there's just something, as you said, 1% chance hope, right? Counterattack, maybe you have the stronger tech units. It is possible, but at some point, I think if you are looking down the barrel of a best of 7, you do have to be like, well, how much do I really want to even try and make this work? Of course, I've never been in that position, so I can't really say too much on it. It is absolutely a marathon. Like, if anything today is, it's going to be a best of 7 TVT, where they are well enough matched that I could see at least 2 late game TVTs. So, I mean, honestly, energy conservation is going to be important. Thinking of the time of where it is in Korea too, they're going to be going deep into the night, which I guess isn't too off of gamer hours, but also worth noting.
Didn't really think about it, but yes, you're spot on. I'm kind of happy that it's actually Korea versus Korea, because it would have been a bit annoying if this is now Korea against the European. As for a European, it's like 7, 8 p.m. It's perfect. For the Koreans, it's very late. Now, the players, obviously, that qualify for this global qualifier, they have known for a long time about the starting time. So this is not something that you wake up on Friday and you're like, oh no, on Saturday I'm going to have to play till 5 a.m. Like, I am sure that their entire week has been leading up to this specific day, and that they're like well rested as you could be. I guess maybe just completely flip this sleep schedule. I don't know. As we have loaded into Last Fantasy, and it's a very unique map, the 3-player map. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's down 0-1. Tried to make something out of nothing, but that was just impossible. This is Vitality Gaming's Riyadh.
And on the unique map that is Last Fantasy, we got ourselves up in the 11 o'clock position. It is Byun. I am going to be honest, I have not seen much of Last Fantasy at all. I know it exists, I know it's been played on, but it is not often chosen. When you do start to push the limits into the best of 7, it does make some sense, and it is a mirror matchup as well. So, but it's one of our rare 3-base maps. I haven't had it in a long time, and they're going to have to figure out where each other have spawned.
I've seen it a few times in the PVCs. I've seen a couple PVTs on it. I have seen and played some PvP. I think this is the very first time that I'm casting a TVT on Last Fantasy. So I am sure that these guys haven't played crazy amounts of games on it either. When it comes to best of 3s, this map is pretty much always vetoed. When it comes to best of 5s, I feel it's vetoed way more often than not. And if it does slip through the cracks, often it is a mirror matchup. But I don't know if these guys really had to play a lot of best of 5s and best of 7s lately. Because most of the time that's just for the online tournament finals or for big offline events once they're deep. And I don't think either of these guys have really done any of that lately. So I don't think it's their first rodeo, ZG, but I also be surprised if they've played more than, let's say, 10 TVTs on Last Fantasy.
Yeah, probably a good call. And, you know, the 3-base aspect, the 3 spawning points aspect is already interesting enough to talk about. That, first of all, almost every StarCraft player is used to it because all of them have been around in like 2018, 2016, whenever we had the last one. But that's not really what I would be concerned about if they're a little inexperienced. It's possible that one of them really wanted this to go through. It's possible they both just had other vetoes they wanted to use. But it's the innards of the map. Okay, you scout. You see that your opponent's in the right position. Yeah, you can go towards them. They have the direction. Great. But I'm looking more at what these like acceleration zones can do in the middle of the map, how that scout had to go really all far to the right side, the Reapers went through the middle, right? Like this is where it can get a little screwy, and we might see, for instance, a pseudo base trade happen that is 10 times more awkward than it usually is because the map is so different too.
I almost dream of hidden bases as well, even in TVT. That'd be so fun. But don't think we're going to have any hidden base action early on. So far, it seems like both players are having a relatively standard approach. Riyadh has a few more Reapers. This is a map where the Reapers have a lot of ways to get into the main base. But since it's also a pretty large map, it's not that you can just build your Reapers at home and immediately go to the other side of the map. So I'm not expecting these Reapers to be very impactful. Love to see Beyond float over his command center. I feel like Beyond is showing a lot of respect. Maybe he wants to wait for the Cyclone. No, now he's going to go anyway. Okay.
Well, Riyadh knows where he is. Wants to apply that pressure. Because Beyond doesn't know, right? Didn't send anything out. Doesn't. I mean, you know they're going to be coming into the choke, but it's going to be a surprise as to what exactly it is. Goes after the Reapers first. Riyadh won't. He loses all of his Reapers. Yep, that's unfortunate. Because then if you keep them alive, you can at least run the Hellions back and the Reapers up to the main as a threat and cause a little more chaos and a little more concern for the defending player. In this case, there is no concern. Hellions only being able to go in the front. Beyond knows to keep his army in the front. Easy peasy. The Ravens will eventually become a concern. And I'm looking at some of the dead space on this map. You definitely see some annoyances between the main and natural for that Raven stuck in the airspace. Oh no, there's blockers. That's right. Yeah. It's like merry-go-round back in the day. Yeah, so that's actually not as much of a concern, and that won't be abused at all.
What I love there, by the way, by Beyond, as he made a great call, is that the moment those units showed up and he sized up his army and the enemy's army, he clicked his units forward. And that's such a big call because that allows his Marines to get extra shots off. That allows him to guarantee a kill or two until the Cyclone is out. While a lot of players, they panic. They're like, oh no, you're here, and they move their units back. But for Marines, that's actually horrible. If you move them back, they're going to have a harder and harder time getting in range of Reapers and Hellions. And that fight that was now completely insignificant, and actually, if anything, was good for Beyond. Could have been a disaster if Beyond would have made an error and he clicked his units back, or he panicked, or he tried to pull off micro that didn't exist there. But just by clicking his units on top of the army of Riyadh, right in range, allowed him to get all the shots off, and yeah, no worry at all. But it's like one of these little things where he just makes the perfect call, where if he doesn't, it could have been really bad. And now we just kind of look at him and be like, oh, that's Beyond. That's what he does, but important moment.
Beyond needs to figure out what the follow-up is. Yeah, as important as that moment could have been, at this point, it's really important to get that scout. If the Terran is just going 3rd CC and you're scouted a little bit later, I don't think there's a lot of loss opportunities because you're also going 3rd CC. But if you're going 3rd CC and your opponent's going 2 starport, well, then yeah, there's a chance you even die because you don't get any scouting. I mean, it still exists. It's not like it's totally out of the meta, but we are talking about this map not played often in TVT between these two. That's almost for sure the situation. This might not be a map or timing in the overall best of 7 that Beyond is anticipating the 2 starport. It might be tickling the back of his mind in some other maps, but maybe not this one, and that's really concerning. This is going to arrive, get the contain, and if Beyond doesn't know about it, he won't have the proper defense. He won't be able to meet it ahead of its actual attack, and this is not going to look very pretty for Beyond, I think.
No, it's almost starting to look like it's an impossible hold already, because he's also building 2 E-bays, and that's obviously not going to do anything for him. Now those Cyclones are in a mega awkward spot where I don't really see how you can get value out of them. Beyond even shoots at the unbuildable place right when this army of Riyang shows up, so Riyang is already going to get his tanks in a good position, in range of the Orbiter as well. Those Cyclones that I thought were in a bit of an awkward spot do get the double lock on, and that is the double kill. Okay, that is massive, but Beyond doesn't really have any Vikings at all, so it's not like he's going to suddenly have air superiority.
Yeah, it's too bad Riyang doesn't realize the Ravens are over there, because he could absolutely bully them with the Vikings at this point. Beyond making sure to get that sneak attack with the Ravens. That's what he was eyeing. Gets all interference matrix, pulls the SCVs. Auto turrets will be coming down as more reinforcements from Riyang come through. How much will be sacrificed for the hold is the question. Beyond actually really good on the hold. Yes, 16 SCVs did go down, but he saves tons of important units while having his third CC considerably far ahead to Riyang's.
Yep, and time is obviously on his side, as Stim is now very close to finishing up, and those 1-1 upgrades that he fired up on the eBays a while ago, those might actually finish up as well. This is where Beyond needs to unsiege those tanks immediately, move them away from the circle, and he does. He made a great call. Oh, the Vikings are going to land. Stim does finish up though. It is unfortunate for Riyang, but Beyond is not just playing good, but he's running good now as well, as there's a little bit of lady luck involved in those little moments. I actually really like it for Beyond at this point, and if I'm Riyang, I might be thinking about going home soon, because he does have his own third command center as well. But this is no longer that terrifying contain that it once upon a time was when he had those 3 other tanks.
Yeah, I'm with you. The clock is ticking. If he overstays his welcome and he gets partially surrounded, you just don't replace Army fast enough. And well, Beyond will be replacing Army very fast, as he is going bio. Riyang's production is not top tier as of yet, with some factories missing. Ravens on the backside this time instantly lands the Vikings. There will be a lot more SCV carnage, but that's where Riyang has to make the decision. Well, I guess he can't. The Stim is done. He can't run away. He just has to stand his ground and try and take out as much army as possible, which thankfully this time I think was a decent amount in the Marine count. Still wasn't really anything on the tanks. The Ravens also, maybe they have a chance, one of them to get away if they split. I mean, that was important for Riyang, because he did take out a lot of army, and he also got 25 SCVs. It looks like Beyond was not able to break out of that as smoothly as he was hoping for. And now I'm kind of back on Riyang's side. Riyang should be building enough tanks to actually hold, and then it's a matter of being able to track the drop ships, of which there are not many. There's only 2 medevacs out.
Yeah, and the Marine count is so much lower than it once upon a time was. Beyond is going to try to get some value out of the fact that he does have a mobile army, an army that is fast, and perhaps he can start finding some momentum with a drop. But I'm sure that Riyang is also very well aware of the economic state of this game, so all he needs to do is make sure that Beyond doesn't find a big victory in the near future. Natural, however, is wide open. I mean, Beyond is in trouble in this game, but I also still believe in a Beyond with a couple of Marines and a couple of tanks. This is now already very frustrating for Riyang to engage. There is a Raven in the mix. Do love the Liberator in the main base of Beyond. That is fantastic by Riyang.
We got a scan of the third CC, and it looks like Beyond thinks there's an opportunity. Wait, SCVs are being... What? Really? Okay, SCVs are being pulled. Kind of aggressively, which is why I was kind of, defensively, absolutely, but aggressively was a little odd. That does seem to work out, though, as the Raven does go down. Drop, continue on to the main base, looking for that one upgrade that only just recently started. They are going to be able to find it, as Riyang cannot respond, but I was going to say, the SCVs might be a little tastier. A tank was there to protect them. 17 SCVs do go down. Riyang still ahead by 12. Consistent 2-tank production, too, so eventually he will have more defenses in every single base, and Beyond is really just desperately throwing army across the map. There's not really a cohesive engagement plan as much as it is just trying to hope for some small opportunities.
Yeah, but he does have those 1-1 upgrades at this point. Tanks in range of a depot, not exactly what you're dreaming of. I think Riyang just has a few too many units at this point. I understand that Beyond is sticking around. I understand that Beyond is wondering if he can continue this chaos, because it felt that he almost had Riyang right where he wanted him to have, where he would have been able to continue to find damage. And every single time Riyang would take care of one fire, and next fire would appear in the main or in the third. But it seems that that window has closed. This one tank that Riyang was able to save up in the main, siege up in the main, I think made his life so much easier. If Beyond would have dropped on top of that tank, oh, I actually think this would have gone on for a long time. But Beyond does still have the bigger army, and there are a lot of different ways that he could try to force an opening into this defensive setup of Riyang. Like, Riyang's main looks really good. Natural, so-so. Third base, I guess, looks kind of good. I mean, it's still definitely a game, though, ZG.
Yeah, our observer Indy, I believe, was highlighting a bit of an arm spaghetti moment right there for Young, who had severely oversaturated his natural, so the mining wasn't as ahead as you would think, and then almost just kept 8 SCVs on the gas geyser, which at the end of the day is fine because it was dealt with before anything else happened, but is maybe worth noting as far as the macro game goes. There was more opportunity for Young to be properly saturated and as ahead as we've been calling on the economy. It just wasn't as much. He's obviously still in a good position, especially for a mech player who is very solid on 3 bases. A lot of potential to get to a 4th without too many hiccups, and it's on Bjorn to really make the comeback happen, which he's good at. He is good at. I absolutely believe in it. 4th TC on location, faster upgrades, all the good stuff Bio usually gets, but can he actually complete the finish on the comeback, or Young play a nice, calm macro game, get to that perfect mech composition, and make a very quick move across the map, as the rush distance isn't too bad here, and win the game himself. It's his best opportunity, especially compared to last game.
Beyond with a classic Beyond moment where he only has +2 armor on the way and he has not quite started attack yet. I hope that he's going to realize that in the future. There was a time that he fixed it, but somehow we have gone back into this old habit. Could become painful because he does have a lot of Vi units out already. He's doing a decent job in slowing down this 4th. I don't think he can really keep this up forever though. There's just so much. Oh, Ryung, what are those Ravens doing there? Okay, that's very questionable.
Yeah, I can't even guess, actually. Maybe he thought it was a Liberator he sent across the map. I really don't know. This is being taken care of, and that is most important. Although those were pretty expensive and good units that got thrown across the map. Young obviously has 2 starports. That's been the case from the beginning of this game. So this just molds really nicely if you get past that awkward midpoint into a late game production setup. 1 Raven, 2 Vikings consistently. Again, not controlling fast enough. Almost loses the 2nd Raven, loses a handful of Vikings. Was trying to push over to the left side by the looks of things. That's a little surprising too, and that has caused him to lose some tanks, although overall it still isn't enough. Yeah, just some odd moments from Ryung, but he can kind of depend on mech to keep him stable.
In his defense, I think this is probably the first time he finds himself in a 14-minute mech TVT on Last Fantasy, where it's like, okay, where do I expand? How do I expand? When do I do it? When do I have enough units? So maybe that also does not help, that he's just not that familiar with this position. It definitely was going good for Beyond until Beyond got way too carried away. Like that deep stim into the 3rd base. Maybe he thought there'd be like 2 tanks, but there were like 7, and he dropped the 30 supply in no time. As now, despite the fact that there are airdroppers here, Beyond has loaded up 2 medevacs, unloads on top of a tank, unloads in range DSV, snipes another Raven. Now might change his mind, go for a couple of the SCVs. Beyond is finding good damage, but Ryung is heading towards a way more terrifying army. And this is the kind of the stuff we were talking about in the beginning of this TVT, before we even started this best of 7. Is Beyond truly gonna stick on Marine Marauder, sometimes tank, sometimes pure Marine Marauder forever? Or does he have some late game TVT plans?
Meta dictates that Bio cannot win against late game mech. That's kind of where we're at when we do see this interaction. There was a time period where Bio versus Mech was just a complete onslaught of Bio versus Mech over and over and over, and if you didn't win, you tapped out. Nowadays, there's a lot more pressure to actually transition over into the starport. That is just the best way to play. And what we are seeing is that Beyond is not being able to. A lot of his damage has been surface level, especially because he's given away his army while doing that. And so he doesn't have a max out Bio army to even threaten that big concave on a moving mech, which he's not tracking, which is also really bad. And he also does not have it in him to make a transfer over into starports. Yeah, he lost track of the army. I mean, that's pretty much a death sentence when it's a mech army tank sieging up in your natural and 3rd only. Oh, I love it! The only reaction is to go for a base trade. The attempt to block with the mule was very cool, but didn't really work out. Now the main base has been scanned. There aren't any tanks, funnily enough, as we made the move to Thor's, who's thinking there'd be some more air pressure from Bjorn, but that was probably still going to be good enough as far as defending the high ground. 3rd CC is now the target. It is a base trade, but it's one where Ryung is about to hit Bjorn's production, and Bjorn can't say the same.
Nope, and we know that Beyond can excel in moments like this. So there's a couple of tanks very exposed. 4 tanks. That is perhaps the start of something magical. Gets all 4. Ryung does need to be a tiny bit careful, right? Because yes, his army is way better and he is already in the main base, and that is fantastic and all. But we can't throw away too many tanks, as Beyond has now loaded up a couple of these medevacs, trying to unload on top of the tanks. But the medevacs went down with a lot of bio left inside of it. And it seems that in the end, more than enough tanks and Vikings have survived. And we even have the boys here to repair a couple of these Vikings and tanks.
They got pulled away from the base trade that was ensuing, and then they're just like, well, I guess we can repair too. Once again, finding a lot of critical units out and about away from the rest of the tanks. The critical mass is being lessened for the mech player here, but that still might be good enough for Riyadh. This is closer than it really feels like it should be, but I believe those are some of the last units of Beyond, and yes, he will tap out. Riyadh seals the deal. Got a little messy towards the end, but the mech play works, and Riyadh will even up the score.
Yep. Gets the job done in the end with Mech, but of course gets himself very far ahead with that 2-base double starport opening. You already mentioned it earlier in the Hero Marine against Riyadh series. It's a classic. It's something you always have to think about in TVT. There was a small phase where instead of double starport, they would go double factory just to have a lot of the tanks, but overall that one fell out of fashion. Double starport has never truly gone anywhere, but I think it really surprised Beyond that this is the map where Riyadh went for it. An Ultra Love or something, I feel like you think about it a little more than you think about it on Last Fantasy. I was worried that Riyadh overstayed his welcome after the first hold wasn't that bad by Beyond, and Stim was about to finish up. I thought like maybe he should go home. He decided to stick around. He got another tank, he got the Liberator, and the second breakout I felt like was worse than the first one, where Beyond just lost so much, lost all of his Marines, and basically didn't have the units to counter anymore and find the momentum that you're looking for as bio player.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising. I was with you. There's a real fear in overstaying in TVT, but I think what maybe changed it really was that the Vikings were such a part of the fight from the get-go. They were able to land immediately to properly protect the tanks, but also more so to slaughter the SCVs. Yeah. So the tanks also were probably focusing the Marines as well if you're really on top of things, which wasn't the case in the first breakout, I believe. So yeah, Vikings absolutely making a difference, and the build just worked out really well enough. And without that fear of a counterattack, the 3CC comes up super quickly. Mech can't be broken easily at that point, and we got ourselves a tied series. So now we're into our third map of the day. In the bottom right for Shopify Rebellion, he is Beyond.
And the boys are leaving town. Not one, but two of them. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the Korean veteran representing Vitality Gaming. It is Riyadh. Yeah, Beyond is like, well, I got the job done with one barracks at home, one barracks on the other side of the map. What if I built both of my barracks on the other side of the map? And I guess the last thing we can mention about that previous game is that by the time Beyond did have Stim, it's awesome to have Stim, and that's obviously going to make your Marines a lot better. But he did not have Combat Shield, and he did not have any medevacs. So Stim is great, but if we're stimming into a bunch of tanks and landed Vikings, it's like, the Marines, they just disappear so quick.
Yep, absolutely. We have a 1-Rax expand from Riyadh, and he's not scouting, which, I mean, it's going to be a bit different here for Beyond. See the Observer highlighting. Okay, I was worried that was going to go build a command center. It is going to go scouting a little bit. The problem is the timing is off. Like, you build the command center before the SCV confirms the cheese. So, is he just going to high ground command center because he wants to be safe anyway?
He's sending it to the low ground, but maybe he won't build it until he sees that it's fine to build it, and now he's not going to do it. If you look at the minimap, there is an SCV for Riyadh on the low ground, and Riyadh has now changed his mind. He's going to send it back. He'll go for high ground. But he goes for a bunker this time, by the way. But what I'm very curious about is, are we going to go Reaper Marine, or is it going to go Reaper this time? With the bunker...
I think he'll go for Marine afterward. By the way, the timing was actually perfect. I was wrong. Rush distances, maybe, just something that Riyadh accommodated for. It was perfect for being able to not put it on the low ground. SCV losing on this side of the map that easily is a bit of a bummer because you can usually save it. But, right, the second unit is going to be Marine. It pops out faster. Obviously, it's going to have the help of the bunker this time. He also pre-pulled SCVs, and this is very much a dedicated 2-rack, so that makes a lot of sense. He's got to take this as seriously as possible.
A bit annoying though that he lost his SCV this quickly on the other side of the map, and obviously against nothing. You're not supposed to lose an SCV against 2 SCVs of your opponent, because I feel like it's so nice to just keep that SCV on the other side of the map, give yourself some map presence, give yourself some scouting, as Beyond kind of clicks it in, very surprised, does not get a single kill, lost one Reaper. So Riyadh is actually taking the lead here in game 3, not just based on the build orders and the scouting that he's done, but now also by the interactions. Only shame is that he lost that one SCV that could have given him a tiny bit of extra info on how quick the transactions are of Beyond on the other side of the map, but hey, besides that, perfectly fine.
Yeah, very happy with the defense for Riyadh. it's not like this defense leads to a very easy game for the defender. Beyond, even though he has made a mistake, maybe being a little overly aggressive, not finding what he wanted, that's for sure. He still has some map control. The Reapers have the threat of the backstab, and a lot can still be done in the mid game when it comes to these like Cyclone versus drop openers or whatever happens for both teams. We have the Magfield Accelerator on the way for Beyond, which does seem like such a solid follow-up to the 2 racks it's not surprising. But for Ryung, what is his plans going to be? Just defensive would be fine for him. He knows his command center is going to be faster, although not if the barracks delays it forever.
This could actually become pretty fun, because if Beyond rallies that Cyclone to the other side of the map immediately, and Ryung is going to defend with less fast units, because obviously he's gone Marines early rather than Reapers. Reapers are mega quick. A single grenade, a single good lock-on could actually become very annoying. That barracks has 1000 HP. It is hard to make your way through 1000 HP, and you want to be careful with your lock-ons too.
It's true. It's true. You don't want to be distracted by this using a lock-on and then Diana just race the Cyclone across the map. Which is not going to happen. This is killed fast enough. Ryung, I said he was going to be ahead. That barracks did take up a lot of time. Thought maybe the orbital at least would be able to complete, so he'd have a sending it over as an orbital. He's not. So actually, Beyond does get ahead in that department. And yeah, you also need to actually land it. That's a lot of not producing 2 SCVs at a time for Ryung, honestly. And Beyond, meanwhile, starting to catch up, maybe even get a little bit of ahead. The drop is on the way. Ryung is looking for some aggression, but he is going to be aggressing into someone who will have Magfield Accelerator and a good number of Cyclones.
Risky. Very, very risky, but he's actually disengaging for now, and he's just taking control of the center of the map, as we do have that very important Zelnaga watchtower. That's just going to give him a lot of extra info without necessarily risking losing any of these units. So I still like Ryung's position, but I'm very curious to see what Beyond can get done with these Cyclones, with Magfield Accelerator. It can deal crazy damage, and we know that Beyond's micro is top-notch. It's going to be fun. It feels that if Beyond gets nothing big in the next, give or take, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, that this game looks really good for Ryung, but obviously things can start snowballing in favor of Beyond too.
Things can still happen. Beyond's 3rd CC significantly later than his opponents. And Ryung is just sending a medevac over to scout by the looks of things. He wants to see something incoming. That is interesting. You might think that Magfield Accelerator just always goes into mech, because that's actually a lot of what we've been seeing, but it's not necessarily, and Beyond's not really known as a mech player, so I think we are going to see bio from him there come down the barracks, and that kind of further makes no damage done with Magfield Accelerator more awkward, doesn't it? And so far, only finds a Cyclone, lost one in turn, medevac takes a lot of damage. You know, that doesn't seem as warranted to be offensive. To be making sure you're defending against anything Ryung has to throw against you, sure, fine. But as far as being aggressive, that didn't work out, and his 3rd CC is a lot later.
Yeah, didn't get a lot done, but I'm actually impressed that he got the medevac and the Cyclone out of there. I thought it was going to be worse. I kind of felt that once he went that deep that he was going to lose everything. The Viking finds that empty medevac. Pro players like to use the empty medevac sometimes just to get a scout without risking too much. It doesn't always have to be a bunch of Marines inside of it. And it's like, oh, if we're moving out, we need to find damage. No, sometimes the information is what you're looking for. As Ryung probably felt that overall he was in a good spot, but the longer that nothing really big happens, the less of a impact that early game interaction is going to have. And this is obviously a nice pickoff for Beyond. Yeah. I mean, Ryung ahead across the board, but is it enough that he can just like run to the other side of the map and capitalize on that advantage? I'm not too certain about that.
I don't think so. Beyond's going to look to delay this 3rd CC as long as possible. I'm not sure he'll get any timing on that, though. Ryung's army already looking pretty good, with Stim finishing up considerably faster, which also means combat shields will finish up a lot faster. And so Beyond's not going to get that typical aggression and control over the map that he would usually desire. I don't think he has to have it to actually win a game. It's just, this is a game that is calmer, and as such, I think better for the chances of Ryung going into, let's say, mid to late game. That is very possible here. Because I don't know if Ryung is going to be able to, in turn, use some of these advantages to instantly win. As you were saying, it's not that far ahead. And so if it doesn't be decided, then we are going to go in a late game. Oopsie-daisy, loses the Cyclone. That was very injured to begin with. Kind of also sees that the potential drop is on the way, too. Oh, it's a tank.
Well, yeah. I was like, that's a pretty big dot in the minimap. Too big for a couple of Marines. But yeah, single tank controlling the Zelnaga Watchtower. Obviously nice for Beyond here to at least have some map presence and keep an eye on how far along Riyang is with his game plan. As we said before, Riyang just a little bit ahead across the board. Combat Shield about to finish up for Riyang, and I don't think Beyond just starts his now. Drops the 4th base on location though. Beyond very, very confident given how this game has gone so far.
Well, I think there's no reason to be very scared, but there'd usually be a reason to just kind of I don't know, not be as aggressive. Like 2 medevac drops could be over there. He doesn't know that, but now he does. Now he knows. A lot of the army clearly is back at home as Riyang rushes backwards to defend. Beyond says, gotcha. Needed you to come back home. Got it. Let's go ahead and just leave. There's no ability to rush after me and kill me for making an aggressive move like that. Couple of units that are on the left side, I think, looking for a drop of their own, just come in. That's why they're there. And Riyang, he's a little supply blocked. Kind of late to rebuilding the supply depots. 4th CC, well, especially you have the excess money. 2-2 does start up, despite the armor being a little bit later. It's still faster than Beyond's. And yes, the combat shield effect is here. I don't know if Riyang's going to push the issue with that. Yeah, he's
such a massive supply block. Like, he was actually supply blocked forever, and it took a little while before he fired up those depots. Would have loved to see him maybe use cooldown for his supply depot if he had the energy for it. I still think it's a little bit underused because there really are moments where it's absolutely fine to use it, as it now actually gives Beyond a little bit of a supply lead. Riyang does have quicker upgrades, but that's about it, and it's not even the biggest window ever. We're looking at maybe 20-30 seconds. There is a world where he finds the fight in those 20-30 seconds. I think top tier players in general incredibly good in keeping track of that, always clicking on enemy units whenever one is in sight. But it's starting to look more and more like this game is just completely dead even, and with Beyond building that 4th on location while Riyang built it in his natural, so he has to fly it over. It's actually Beyond who's just like finding little victories without anything truly happening.
Yeah, and it's not like Riyang is heading into a style that's going to continue benefiting from being the defender. He's actually going to go into an 8 racks. So Riyang thought his 2nd base was going to be faster. It wasn't. Or with the SCVs, I should say, was faster. It wasn't. 3rd base came down faster, but he still didn't win out on the SCVs. Can we get a check on the income graph before anything drastic happens? Because it actually, I feel, has been just Beyond the entire time. Even more so now, obviously, that he has the 4th. Yeah, there's been a couple of spikes, but I mean, Beyond's been pretty consistent there too. It just feels like there should have been a little more there for Riyang in a macro game, and there wasn't. Now he's on the ropes. He tries to attack on the right side. A huge amount of Marines enter into the 3rd. That's an easy... Okay, they're dancing, but that's an easy save for the 3rd CC.
Yeah, they should have already killed that command center, and they do it. They're actually going to pick everything up and go into the main base. That's a big moment. And look at Riyang's main army. It's kind of derping in the center of the map, but he has gone home. He wants to defend, but there's nothing to defend anymore as he's already lost that base. I really thought that if there was ever a moment for those 2-2 upgrades against 1-1 to shine, this would have been it, but he did not decide to send it into the 3rd base. Hasn't killed the 4th base of Beyond either. Beyond definitely got a lot more done there, even if he ended up losing maybe a few more units. There is still one Raven here that could drop a couple of interference matrices. Is it gonna find the matrices looking for? Yes, on one of the tanks on the right side. I mean, Riyang has cleaned up at home. Beyond is about to get his hands on his own 2-2 upgrades. I kind of feel that this army of Riyang has to go home, though, or at least sync up with the rest of the forces, because even those 2 tanks are literally a breeze away from falling.
Yeah, honestly, not as bad as I thought it was going to be for Riyang, who does manage his main base. But 3rd CC lost also contributes to, I think, a mistiming on the 3-3, just with the chaos that was unfolding right there, because he had the resources for it, even after replacing the 3rd, excuse me. 4th is turned into a planetary. Riyang is going to be up to 4 bases very soon. He didn't lose too many SCVs either, surprisingly. And this game is not over because of that at all, but some of those leads and the upgrades have been lost because of it is really what I'm taking away from it. And in fact, that I was pointing to earlier, the 8 racks versus 8 racks, I believe Beyond is just better with it. That's a call it too harshly right there, but I have a lot more confidence in Beyond being able to play out these chaotic, very fast-paced battles that 8 racks lead into.
Yeah, but these are also the games that Beyond love. Like, if Beyond could sign a document right now that tells him that every TVT would look like this, he'd be like, hell yeah, like Marine tank, and we're battling, we're dropping, we're multitasking. This is what he wants to do all day, every day, even though this is risky, but he is paying attention. Can he find an opening on the right side? The answer is I'd say no, as Riyang did have very good defensive tank positioning. And it's now Riyang who wants to set chase to those 4 medevacs, as a few Marines are still left inside of it. Overall, very good defense here by Riyang. So Riyang absolutely passes the test, but I do absolutely agree with you. I feel like right now Riyang is playing the kind of TVT that Beyond dreams of playing each and every single day.
Yeah, it's far more obnoxious for him to be facing Maru with 3 starports than just turtling. Yeah. Although that's gone a little better for him lately. It's just, I think you're right. Like we just know him down for a very long time, and he's always been a very active player. Riyang, he's been fine. He's able to match anything that is required of him in all of the metas of StarCraft II to a very high degree. But this is going to be a very tall ask to win here. I think I do like the transition over into the 3-star port. The 8 racks, it allowed him to keep steady when things did get chaotic. Just to note that for 1 second, that was why he had enough resources in the main base to defend. But I think it is time to move over into a far defensive position as you're forced into anyway, but then even more so choose to go into those start ports, complete that side of the TVT. Beyond wants to kill him before he gets there, but really forcing the issue on the right side is not working out.
No, he got one of those units, but he did not get the Liberator that's still here. That's going to push his units back. But Beyond always has insane production in games like this, where it kind of feels like, oh, he's so reckless and he's crazy, but most of the time he kind of still feels in control and he knows what he's doing. As we don't have a big army, this could be a big pickup for Riyang, especially after Beyond just lost all those units near the planetary. And it's safe to say Beyond didn't really get what he was looking for. That is 5 medevacs full of everything. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a fun TVT right now.
Yeah, that space has to be canceled. The rest are just being picked up. It's not canceled, unfortunately, but he'll save the rest of them by the looks of it. And he's getting a bit of a sandwich on those tanks he besiege. Oh, no. No, not like this. Riyang, he wanted to go in for a sandwich. He thought he had enough on the right side, but those tanks were on siege. So many of them get taken down. I mean, his supply is still okay as Beyond is forced to flee here, but how many tanks was that? And how many are we left with?
We are building 2 at a time. He just lost 6 of them. He only has 3. Now Beyond has 10, but will Beyond find a moment to get these tanks to the other side of the map? Actually, a lot of them are already there. And the pacing of Beyond is just incredibly awesome to watch. Riyang still has 2 Ravens. He's adding in more Ravens, but I don't know how much energy they have. And if these tanks siege up here, this is not a fight that Riyang can take right now. Riyang, I know you don't want to give up on this area, but he kind of has to. It's simply not a fight that he can win.
Yeah, that was the perfect timing for Beyond too. Riyang was going to have such a high tank count with +2 as well, so reducing the kill shot requirement on Beyond's Marines, and he was going into all the starport units. He was going to be in a brilliant setup, and then he lost the anchors. But this push is giving some promise. This push is going to buy some time, deal some damage. Beyond has so many excess command centers that he loses 1 or 2. It's not a big of a deal, but perhaps if the production is also camped, we could get more damage. I don't think it's going to be good enough. Okay, Raven gets the interference matrix. Second tank is very low, not able to be reached. Tries to drop on top of it, might be able to get that snipe. He does, and this second tank also goes down. All right, that is something. Most importantly from this, Riyang gets a breather. He can emphasize his tank production beyond even leaving some tanks back at home, and this has still washed. This is still an even supply, even upgrades, except for that tank, which I think could be important. Beyond does have a lot of bases actually mining, so that is really worrying.
Actually, a fantastic counter there by Riyang in the end, because it didn't look very pretty. The tanks of Beyond were already where they wanted to be, as Riyang is going to try to drop on top of these 2 tanks that were left behind as well. Gets the first, won't quite get the second, but it's very low on HP. Raven count has been climbing non-stop. Beyond still doesn't even have interference matrix to work with. We're now going to have an awkward fight. I don't know how many games you've played yourself. I find the middle in Incorporeal so awkward here. Like rally points and the way you click units if you want to engage, especially if you're a bit of an F2A mover like I am. It's just units go up, units go down. The center of this map is really weird.
Yeah, I think there's always that instinct as well to just go for it when you see some limited units and you're like, no, it's literally blocked, and now my units have split themselves into a disaster. It is a bit funky. Beyond is going to attack over in the left lane, but we got ourselves a solid defense. That particular movement isn't going to reward him, but I fear the middle is a little more rewarding. Riyang doesn't have a lot of defense there. Beyond might have picked up on that. Riyang just trying to give as good as he can get, by the way, so he's not just simply playing defensive, hoping that he gets the ultimate composition. He has sent 3 medevacs across the field. Beyond not going for the third base as fast as he possibly could, still going to be able to break with the help of his own Ravens. Anti-armor missile to try and help out Riyang, probably not going to be enough. And then Riyadh did not send his Marines over to the planetary, which they would have failed anyway. He's going to try and catch the reinforcements. Not a bad call. High ground protected by a planetary, not what you want to see. At least the SCVs aren't repairing, because there's so much time spent, so many Marines lost, and very few are going to be able to escape, if any.
It's starting to feel that this game is going out like a candle in the wind for Riyadh, as Beyond is just rich. Beyond has so much, and Beyond is going to be able to take some fights that may not look pretty, but he's going to get away with it. He's got medevacs for days as well. It almost feels that Riyadh is completely out of medevacs. He's maybe been a little too tunnel visioned on Raven production for a while. Can we take a look at the unit composition right now for Riyadh? Because I feel like he's got one medevac on the right side of the map, not even healing up this army. There is at least a planetary here that he can kind of hold on to, but Beyond is just so far ahead suddenly. 11 tanks against 8, 4 Ravens against 4, but it just feels that Beyond has money for days and could absolutely force a fight here. Look at the HP on this army. Why not force a fight?
Yep, especially if you get an anti-armor missile off. Takes out the tanks from the equation. There is the anti-armor missile. I mean, for both of them, to be fair. So maybe Beyond isn't going to force the issue right here, right now, but it's getting increasingly closer to being able to decide that. Beyond setting up some background important structures, right? He has already been building up his Raven count so that Young didn't have that compositional benefit. He's also getting 4 additional command centers, even more starports, consistently producing tanks, which are going to continue to chokehold Ryung as we move further and further into the third and the natural, perhaps even the main, as Ryung does not give up easily. But now he has nothing on their side of the map. He is purely defending in a very desperate way, and it's not going well.
Such an awkward alley here, by the way, where you just walk in. It's like it's dead-end street. Since when do we do dead-end streets in StarCraft II? No tasteless secret hallway to get out of there. As Riyadh is going to sim forward one more time. He's got 102 army supplies, so it does still feel that he has units to work with, but it really feels that Beyond's got units for days, and Riyadh doesn't just have to win the next fight. He's going to have to basically win and get on top of the production immediately, and that honestly seems impossible. He has another orbital burns down. We're losing SCVs in the top right. And this could very well be the final fight of this 21-minute TVT, where Riyadh was off to a good start, but it is Beyond who shines the brightest. Marine, tank, Beyond says, sure, all day, every day. Can we do this for the rest of my career? I'd be very happy. Riyadh obviously is very good in a lot of things in TVT, but he's playing Beyond's game. Beyond will love this. Beyond will embrace this, and Beyond will gladly do this for the entire best of 7. I wish that Riyadh would switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a hard call. You can't just simply say in the next game, I'll make sure to get 4 bases up and 3 starports instead of 8 racks, because you have to get there first. But I do feel like that entire game was not as favorable for Riyadh as perhaps it could have been. Just thinking back to the very beginning when he was supposed to have that slight edge as far as defending the 2 racks, that never moved into very much. The only thing it really gave him truly was the upgrade lead. And then even when his third CC was like a full minute and a half faster, that didn't actually get put on location, and it was still with less SCVs too. So Beyond really, I mean, there's no point where he was afraid, and that's important because that meant that he could still be his old self, and he could be moving out, and he could be controlling and dictating the pace of the game. And Ryung, you know, just a lot of points wasn't able to keep up. The only reason he kept up at one point with the drop in his main is because he was 8 raxing. But it still felt like it wasn't exactly the right thing to do, because maybe if he had played just more turtley and actually tracked those medevacs, he could have gotten away with a 3-star port too. So it's like, yeah, the 8-rack saved him there, but it's still maybe not the best thing for Young in this particular TVT.
Yeah, and it felt that Beyond's macro overall was just a bit cleaner. Like Riyadh had that big supply block where I think he lost 1 depot, but he was already supply blocked. So with supply block, we lose a depot. You had to wait for 3 depots to finish. Took a little while until it started building. Like you're missing out on 6-7 SCVs by the time that's all over. And obviously Beyond is producing those on the other side of the map. Beyond was also just going ham on the orbitals at one point, building 5-6. That after a bit of chaos unfolded, where it's like, okay, you deal damage to my economy, I deal damage to your economy. It hurts both of us. It's mules for days. Beyond is sitting at 3,000 minerals, and Riyadh is scraping for pennies and can't even afford a medevac anymore. It was a fun game, but in the end it went towards the man who had a filled opening. Can this man turn things around? In the bottom left side, it is Vitality Gaming's very own Riyadh.
And looking to extend a lead in this best of 7. In the top left of Persephone, it is Shopify Rebellion's Beyond. Actually, I literally stopped myself because I thought you just introduced Beyond because Riyadh sounds so similar.
And then a few times during the games, and then suddenly all the other words become complicated as well. To be fair, we had 4 best of 5s, and they weren't the longest, but it's still 4 best of 5s, and you always get a bit carried away with the momentum of the series. Tiny break, relax, and now we have entered game 4 of the best of 7. So I don't think anybody's going to be too upset. It had potential to be 34 games of StarCraft for us today. Now, it's definitely not going to be, as a few of the series have gone 3-0 and we're on the shorter side of things. But still a lot of StarCraft in a single day. Beyond Riyadh, 2 Korean Terrans, it's going to happen, CG. What's also going to happen in Korean TVT is building barracks on the other side of the map.
Especially when you've never been punished for it. Like, you technically did not have a great start in the last game, and it still didn't matter. So why not continue, especially splitting the difference as far as how dedicated it is? Just go for the 1 proxy racks. And there are games where this is punished, just to be clear. It's not like you can only ever do this, but Riyadh has yet to do it. So if he doesn't start winning against these proxy raxes, then Bjorn will keep doing it. Riyadh does get the SCV scouts, and he is going to see that it's 1 barracks, but then stick around, see that there is a lacking factory. And you saw once again his SCV went to the low ground and said, nope, I know what's going on. Get to the high ground.
Felt Beyond maybe in the previous game overall mechanically just a bit more sound, not just because of a single supply block, but maybe those little moments that we can't always look at the production tab where he is building SCVs more often than Riyadh. Because let's not forget, it wasn't just the proxy Rex opening, and it was a 2 Rex proxy obviously last game. Also the Mech Field Accelerator follow-up, I don't think it really accomplished a whole lot. It barely shined more than the regular Cyclones of Riyadh. So Riyadh really should have been just in a better spot than what he ended up being in. He does have that perfect SCV pull this time. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. And actually his Reaper even got so excited that it hopped to the low ground. Really good start of the defense here for Riyadh. This is everything, I guess, you were looking for on ley lines.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. The defense has been improved for this particular type of 2 racks, and not going to let it get really awkward. But this is concerning because Riyadh, if he's going to have great starts, that's fantastic, but is he going to be able to actually keep up on the macro side? If it's a simple answer and it's no, then it's just inevitably going to put the best of 7 in Beyond's hands. And Beyond, whether it's the acknowledgement that his macro is a little better, or just again that I think pacing that he likes to set up for himself, he's gonna 2 racks or proxy 1 racks at the very least in most of these games until it's punished in some form. Riyadh, I guess the other question is, we did see a couple of mech games, mech making a reappearance across the board, I suppose, to a certain degree. Are we going to see that again? As Riyadh got such a fantastic game off of it. Yes, it was 2 starport play that first put him up in that position, but it also would make sure that he's not playing the same game as Beyond. Just by going mech, just by adding on a couple of factories, you're already telling Beyond that I'm not playing your game. And so I might like that as we continue to see this best of 7 evolve. But right now, there's no way we can find that out. We're still waiting on if it's going to be a 3rd CC from Riyadh as Beyond finishes his natural. They got a ways to wait.
And for anybody who has just joined us, this is a qualifying best of 7. Today we're going to do 6 series. We did the 4 series in the upper bracket. Those were all best of 5. This is a qualifying best of 7. Now, if you win this best of 7, you're going to the Esports World Cup. You're going to Saudi Arabia, but you're not guaranteed yet to play in the main event. While we travel to Saudi Arabia 1 month from now, there will be play-ins. But of course, making it through this weekend is very essential, and even getting into that main event to begin with. And even if you go to Saudi and you don't make it into the main event, you still get $7,500 for showing up. If you win 1 series and you don't make it into the main event, you get 12.5k. If you make it into the main, you will join the other 14 that are already part of the main event, and you get $17,500 and potentially a whole lot more. So a lot of numbers, but the TLDR best of 7 qualifying series, the winner of this one goes to Saudi Arabia, and then still needs to play a few more games there to truly make it into the main event. But it's a big one.
Absolutely. And for some people, that's going to make them a little more nervous. For these guys, probably not. Beyond has gotten a little overeager. It's not... I mean, the nerves can still explain it, but it's not like he starts to just doubt himself. There can be times, though, where Beyond does get a little overeager, seeing that it is so close in his grasp. that maybe that can make it a little less clean as far as his best 7 win, but so far, very clean best of 7 as we get a Raven kill. Beyond pushes in with the Magnet Accelerator.
Oh my
does
goodness.
Instantaneous damage, basically. All those units got deleted, and this is what Ryung really wanted to avoid. He wanted to depend on that tank sieged up to protect everything, and he got dragged into the fight outside of it.
Beyond's got a pretty big army supply lead right now with the Liberator showing up in the main base, and maybe these Cyclones with the medevac support getting in range. This is actually so smart because he's not really threatening a whole lot here other than killing a couple of SCVs, but it is allowing the Liberator to shine, and you guys can see late reaction here on the side of Ryung because Ryung is showing a lot of respect to those 2 Cyclones and the medevac. Does manage to kill one of them, but Beyond already more than happy, and Beyond ain't even done yet. Look at all these idle SCVs. Ryung is falling a little apart here, Zombie Grub, in front of our eyes.
A little bit. He's still staying afloat, but this is really frustrating for what, we saw in the last game was an excellent defense against the Magnet Accelerator follow-up. This is the exact opposite. Of course, the Liberator was included too, sure, but this was not it, and it could have been it. That's just all I'm saying. It could have been it. It could have been Ryung ahead by 8 SCVs at this point in time with that 3rd CC finishing up. Instead, he remains down below 3. That's still fine, especially because his mech is online. He has 3 factories worth of production. At some point, I know Beyond must have scouted that. What his question probably would have been if it was a 3rd CC or not. I think he also was able to see that. Yeah, so Beyond does have all the details, but it is, as I was saying earlier, not the game that Beyond would necessarily want. Where, bio, running around, doing everything. Like, he has to be concerned about letting mechs skyrocket and get out of control, and then maybe that means he has to be forced to play in his starports, which he can do. It's just not his favorite.
Now, it's definitely not his stomping ground, but it's also not as bad as obviously like a Last Fantasy where he's playing against mech from Omega far behind. Now he is already on 3 bases. Ryung has a 3rd, but it's still in the main. So Beyond is going to be able to start cornering Ryung soon and then just throw units at Ryung. And may not be as fun as Marine Tank versus Marine Tank, but I think as long as Beyond is able to be very aggressive and be in the face of his opponent, he's having a pretty damn good time playing StarCraft, and he will look damn good in doing so. It was not just, by the way, the SCVs that went down that obviously Beyond was going to be very happy with, but multiple times all of these SCVs were just idling, chilling in the middle of nowhere because they had to run away from the Liberator or from those Cyclones and the medevac. So it's an insane amount of lost mining time, and it just feels that Ryung is growing a whole lot slower than he should be growing as mech player.
These are already growing slower. That is already in nature, but even slower than that, and that gives a lot of opportunities for the bio player to do what bio players do best. That was really what was missing from the last mech game, is that, yeah, Ben was already so far behind that everything was desperate, everything was a little less coordinated than it should be. And so this time around, in a far more even and, in fact, good game for Beyond, he's going to find opportunities like this. If it doesn't work out, it's also a little more acceptable, although still concerning. You can't just assume that these are going to be enough, because eventually the mech will come to punch you in the face. But if it's working out at this point, Beyond is going to take a lot of control over the map, might get the opportunity to call for the triple starport transition, or at least double at the very least, but we're not quite there yet. Medevac in the main base is going to be taken out finally as the Hellions have to chase down the rest of these Marines. More SCVs going down. Beyond now up almost 20 workers, as his 3rd is on location, so is his 4th. Just making sure to take that map as bio players should.
Yeah, up 18 workers, 1-1 upgrades online. Those little interactions, I think Beyond totally fine with. Should be able to win this tank fight as well, and he does. But one of the other tanks, by the way, is mega low on HP as he tries to drop by on top of it. I'm very concerned for Ryung. I feel like this is not the kind of game that you just turn around. And yes, as a mech player, sometimes you're used to being contained a little bit, but we're not used to being outmined, not having really any upgrades going. Tanks in range, shelling away at our orbital. And it's not like we've got a bunch of Vikings and Liberators to at least take control of certain areas. Like, no, it's just kind of, this is what it is. Now one Lib shows up, can create a circle. He's going to push it back. By the time that he finally takes care of this, that orbital indeed was mega low. Now Beyond is going to be knocking down the door of the natural. There are a couple Hellions though. Can the Hellions make the difference? Can they save the tanks? It kind of feels the answer is no.
Not enough. Unfortunately, not turning into Hellbats to further bolster the defenses. So the tanks, there's a good number of them, but they're still spread out, and Beyond was able to have a lot of room to spread out his own bio, and it's just not what the it's not the amazing defense that you would want. It also
The orbital is not being repaired. The orbital died.
Oh, no.
Sorry, CJ.
You're right. No, you're right, though, because I was worried about that. He wasn't repairing it, and then they came back for the snipe.
Sick. The 3-tank hit squad over here in a qualifying match. Often do you see 3 tanks that were forced to siege off, run away from a liberator, come back to finish the job they started a while ago. 6 snipe by Beyond.
That's just so bad for Riyadh, you know? He had plenty of opportunities to get the repair. Nah, okay. Well, I was going to say, if that 3rd CC did not die and the 4th was finishing, this is still not that point where it's maybe easy peasy for Beyond, and we're just trying to crawl our way forward as Riyadh, but now it does feel like it's done. Beyond with a 50 supply lead, 20 in economy, about 20 in army, actually, 25 each way, I guess.
Sure.
Eventually something is going to break here, and Beyond is also up to those starports, so he can also win in the skies.
Yeah, I think Riyadh knows it as well. He has rallied a couple of Hellions to the other side of the map, hoping to perhaps get a few SCVs, force Beyond back, but Beyond ain't turning around for a couple of Hellions. If anything, this is an annoying scout and not a whole lot more. 5 Marauders welcome these Hellions. I think Riyadh is perhaps even at the verge of being forced to tap out, as Beyond might be counting down the seconds. On the right side of the screen we can see +2 attack, +2 armor finishing up, concussive shells as well. And I think for Beyond it's time to go pedal to the metal, get a little crazy, get a little reckless. He has worked hard enough to get himself in this position. Let's send it.
Yep. The dangerous thing to do would be just try to concave and kill the opponent with the bio. He could just play it safe and wait for his air dominance to work out, but I think he could go for either option. He sees a bunch of unsieged tanks with nothing else defending, and he's kind of eyeing it right now. Riyadh might not realize the army's coming in that way, which even if his tanks were siege, I don't think it would quite be enough. It's just a large concave available. Scan in the main reveals no bio, so it must be somewhere else. Hey, there it is. Goes for that concave, jumps on top of the tanks, only a couple shots from them. This is looking like it's going to be it. Even though the skies are won by Riyadh, he doesn't have much on the ground, and he will tap out. Beyond now leading the series 3-1.
A very strong day at the office so far for the man from the Shopify Rebellion, as he got the 3-0 victory over Lemon. And those games were, I'd say, a little closer than the scoreline would suggest. Lemon absolutely winning at least one of them and had some real potential in the other 2 as well. In this TVT against Riyadh, a man with a fantastic TVT reputation, Beyond just looks a bit better. Like, he just looks a little sharper, he looks a little more dialed in, and it's not even that he's getting lucky with the builds or that his proxy barely doesn't get scouted. No, Riyadh gets good starts and Beyond just makes stuff happen and creates advantages where normally you feel like he shouldn't be able to get that much done. He gets done a lot with his 2 Cyclones, Macfield, Medevac, Liberator. He truly turned water into wine there, and what was a bad start turned into a great start.
It does feel like a mechanics test, and on that, kind of the agility test as well. Just how fast are you able to react? And the answer is just increasingly more so Riyadh can't react fast enough. Because, like, you know, mech was a fine option. I'm totally on board with him trying mech again, actually. But the question is, can he do everything he needs to actually win with it? Which is, can he stop those Cyclones from killing, like, the 16 SCVs that eventually went down in Solder or something. And even if that doesn't happen, even if he has as solid of a defense as he did in the game before the last, can he keep up on the macro as well? Because that was also one question. It does sometimes come down to that when we're talking about these like top tier players, 0.001 versus 0.0001 as far as the top tier of StarCraft goes, that guy is actually just that much better than you, as insane as it is to think. Beyond is very, very good. Riyadh is very good, but Beyond, he gets in control. He does all the damage. He's the guy flurrying with strikes, and Riyadh can't hold up. Let's see if that changes on Tokamak in the top right. Could be ending it. It is Shopify Rebellion's Beyond.
6-1 on this very important day for him. In the bottom left side, representing Vitality Gaming, down 1-3. Can create good starts, but can we start capitalizing on these early game leads? It's Riyadh.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Beyond sends an SCV out.
We have done
Why not?
1 Rex at home, 1 Rex on the other side of the map, 2 Rexes on the other side of the map. And Beyond is like, hey, so far I've always been winning. With 1 Rex at home, 1 Rex on the other side of the map. And even if these starts, and well, the one on late lines was obviously very, very good. But the other starts, maybe not what he was exactly dreaming of. Yeah. Why not run it back?
The follow-up was excellent last time too, so he's probably hoping same result, similar result. For Riyadh, I don't know what else you can change. Like I said, I wouldn't mind if he goes mech again. That's fine. It just, you have to stop that bleeding out that happens. And then, I mean, also, it wasn't just the bleeding out of the SCVs. There was also some misreads on where the army was moving and the loss of tanks. So, yeah, I wish I could think of a way for Riyadh to really come back, but the only thing I could think of is actually that he cheeses, right, to really flip the script and start pummeling Bjorn in some way. But that's clearly not what's happening. And if Riyadh is like, yep, just going to cheese, try my best, even on my last life, don't even care, I don't think he wins in Reaper battles. So, you know, by Bjorn in aspect of going for this 2 racks every single time, he's also kind of denying Riyadh the opportunity to do 2 racks.
Absolutely. But I still like the 2 base plays, right? The double starport. Or if we want to do something crazy with double factory, whatever, like anything 2 base oriented that allows Riyadh to get to the other side of the map, that allows him to use his expertise of TVT and get units in cute positions and take the game from there. That's the one that he's won so far. So why not try to go back to that rather than just sit back 3 bases or, yeah, indeed, cheese or not cheese, but this time the Reapers do manage to hop on the high ground and we get a couple shots off. Be annoying. We don't have a bunker, so this is definitely one of these moments where there is very little room for error for Riyadh. But as long as the SCVs are here and they can soak up some shots, we should be fine. I think he is fine. Very good grenades on the side of Bjorn. Doesn't get rewarded, but still very good.
Back to our last TVT, I think that started off a little more awkward for Riyadh, because he thought there was probably the Reapers coming in from the right side, not the top. So Bjorn did proxy to the top side. Unfortunately, he's predicting wrong every single time, and this time is going to be far deadlier. In fact, could be game over. That might be it, guys.
That could very well be it. I mean, you don't have to go home because that Marine is nowhere near out. That Hellion is nowhere near out. Bjorn just wants to keep the Reapers alive, wants to regenerate his HP before he goes back. But he could have already been shooting at SCVs non-stop here. I don't think your call was wrong at all, Zombie Grub. And I still don't think it's wrong because Bjorn is just waiting for, instead of 3 low HP Reapers, for 5 very healthy Reapers. And he should still be able to get it done and guarantee himself an appearance at the Esports World Cup 2025. As Bjorn is the first player to qualify. 4 out of 8 will be very happy at the end of this weekend. The first one is perhaps the favorite that a lot of fans were looking at. Shopify Rebellion's Bjorn is going to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Then, at the end of the day, very nice TVT. You know, like it. But it just feels like there might have been a little bit more of that pushback. We never got there. Bjorn just picked up on a really great opening exploit, knowing that they would at very least give him the control over the game that he desired. So just doing it over and over again, he put the task to Riyadh to respond, and Riyadh at the end of it actually could not, even got worse on the defense. So the good news for Riyadh is that he's not going to have to face Bjorn again. He's going down to the lower bracket where he'll be facing I think the winner of Australia versus Gumiho, actually. So I think that's still a chance for Riyadh down there. But Bjorn is going to be qualifying. And we're going to be heading into our next best of 7 very soon. So TVT, all fun and games. We got to see the mixed bag, 2 starports, 2 racks, mech, bio. Now we're going to be getting into another PvZ. Really, I think the highlight of today's matches, as cool as TVT can be, the story is amazing for Lambo versus Goblin. We're going to go into that more very, very soon, as that is our final match of the day as well, Roddy.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back. We got our final match of the day. It is going to be Lambo versus Goblin in a best of 7. Whoever wins this heads on over to EWC. Whoever loses has a second shot in the lower bracket for tomorrow. So we're back. Roddy, didn't get your thoughts before the break. Let's get them now. What are you thinking for this PVZ?
Well, I do feel Lambo is the favorite, just like based on his career, based on the amount of times that he's been a part of these massive events. Goblin has played a couple of big series throughout his life, and the one early today against Gumiel was a big one, and he absolutely passed the test. But this is just legitimately the biggest best of 7 of Goblin's career, and he's been playing for a long time. I'm sure that he's feeling the pressure a little bit. Lambo is going to be in his face. I do think that Goblin, unlike Australia, is really going to play the player quite a bit here. Goblin is no stranger to Lambo. He's been following him for a long time. They've obviously played a lot of games against each other. They played against each other in that European qualifier, and Goblin came out on top 3-2 in that lower bracket, and that was a very important one, because at that point only the top 5 was going to have even a shot at playing in this, and the top 2 would go directly. So for him to get it done there, you'd almost say if he did it there, he can do it again, but I still think it's going to be an uphill battle, but I expect a banger. I think it's going to be really fun.
To face someone who had a little more anticipation of potentially facing you in the name of Lambo is quite scary. He's very good at prep-based tournaments. And it is worthy to note that the last series that was played in the European qualifier, it actually did go 3-2, yeah. But it was also the first game they had played in about a year. So they don't play as often as you might expect being PVZs, I suppose. Maybe Lambo not playing in as many Open Cups and so on. But that year might have been the difference maker, because before that, Lambo was definitely favored. Now with that year gap, Goblin performing at a high level versus Lambo first, then we just saw him in a really great PVT. This could be the new iteration of Goblin. Is that good enough still to beat the well-known, very good prep-based player that is Lambo? That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lambo had good ZVP coming into that qualifier. I think he even took down Skillless the round before he lost against Goblin. And that's crazy, I think, in the eyes of a lot of fans, where Skillless is considered absolute European elite protos, and Goblin is really good, but like one little step below that. For Goblin to show up at that moment after he already got those really big PVT victories, and some people, I'm sure, are ready to complain about the state of PVT. Then he gets it done against Lambo. What a best of 7. I think it's going to be really fun. First game, I think, is really important in setting the tone in this series, because I am expecting Lambo to probably be aggressive. We took a look at the maps. Even though Lambo is obviously a really good lurker player as well, it is Tokamak. It could scream some macro. Anyway, let's do it. It is our final of 6 series today. We had 4 best of 5s and 1 best of 7. This is the last best of 7. The winner goes to Saudi Arabia. The loser we'll see again tomorrow. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the other player of this Shopify Rebellion. The first one has qualified. Can the second one get it done as well? It's Lambo.
And in the bottom left, bit of the surprise sleeper hitter for this overall tournament. It is going to be the red Protoss Goblin.
And the fact that Goblin is here is already so impressive. It's just an amazing run. There are so many other good European players that you can think of that could be here playing a series like this. Even a whole bunch of Protosses, right? Even the Polish Protosses, Christiana, Gerald, Mana, you name it, they could have all been here. But it is Goblin who has gone this far. And I'm sure that he's already like proud, but at this point, if you're this far, I mean, you want to do it, right? He's been a member of the StarCraft II scene, I think at this point for 6-7 years as well. He, once upon a time, was one of the hottest young upcoming prospects in the European scene, and he had good results. He had a strong performance back then in Kiev, a top 8 finish at an international offline event, but never really has gone this far, this close to making it to the biggest event of the year. I can't wait to see what kind of Goblin we'll see here in this best of 7.
Also worth noting that they are going to be on qualifying match for the rest of the tournament. So whoever loses here goes down, still in a qualifying match, and a very promising one for either. Actually, they'd be facing the winner of Lemon versus here, Marine. So if you're sad to have to cheer for one over the other, don't be too sad. They might still have a chance in that lower bracket. But we're in our first map of a best of 7. It's a long road ahead, especially with ZVP. We could have a couple of very long games. I'm thinking a good mixed bag, honestly. A couple long games on the longer maps, a couple long games maybe forced after an all-in doesn't quite do the damage that it needs to win. And then, yeah, absolutely a couple all-ins. Some cheekiness thrown out from the Protoss side. Of course, too, depth pressure, those charge lots we saw from Estrella. I mean, there are a lot of builds that we're coming out from PVZ, all being used, and now in a best of 7, literally all of them can be used. And what should be a very back and forth one. Stargate opener does remain the most typical, to be fair, but it is the follow-up. It's how many oracles, how fast a Twilight Council, is it blink, is it charge, that can lead to the more interesting discussion down the line.
Yeah, and Goblin actually no stranger of going for 2 base or like 3 base low eco blink stalker all-ins, where we don't get a robo, where we don't get a forge, where it's just oracles into pure blink stalkers, and he's trying to find those very tiny windows where he can just snowball and micro each and every single unit like his tournament life depends on it. He has done those builds quite a few times on big moments throughout his career, so they're both capable of tricks, and it's going to be a guessing game for both players here, as well as Goblin obviously opened up with that very early hatch block, forcing Lambo to take this expand. Those adepts were derping a little bit. 1 adept. Oh, is that a 1 HP adept? That is most certainly a 1 HP adept. But yeah, that's obviously nice for Goblin that it lives, but it's also very annoying that your first 2 adepts couldn't even get in range of the drones.
Right, yes. You're happy that it lives. Going to help the defense, making sure to tuck it into the furthest back corner too. Nicely done. But it just sucks because it can't be that aggressor that you would hope for as well. Probe is taken down as all the lings are sacrificed for it. A couple more available, but not enough to take down the 2 adepts. Second Oracle is the choice. We're seeing a lot of that Phoenix edition from Estrella. Not sure we're going to be seeing that from Goblin. So then the question is more so, is it 2 or 3 Oracles, and how fast when compared to the Twilight Council timing. Beside of Lambo, we're going to be watching him drone for a little while longer. Maybe one of the first indicators for his true goal might be a fast evolution chamber, because he was throwing out a lot of those +1s. Because Estrella at least showed the charge attack, maybe Lambo will be mindful not to overshow fast +1, just so that Goblin, is uncertain if an attack like that would work. But it is a best 7 again, so I'm sure Lambo will throw it out. If not that, then obviously the Roach one could be coming down. Baneling Nest, Fleet Beacon comes down for Goblin. Sneaky, sneaky.
That is very early. We saw was it one of the Protoss players, maybe it was Zaun actually, who tried a carrier build against Seru in Stara Zagorda and did a really good job in keeping the Zerg in the dark forever, but in the end Seru just kind of figured out that it was going to be carriers, had an early fire. This Overlord is really not supposed to be that easy. What a scout here for Lambo. Lambo gets deep into the main base, sees the second Stargate, sees the Fleet Beacon, well, and he can absolutely drop a Spire now. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know on the Zerg side of things, it is expensive, so you got to be careful not to kind of over-defend it. You know, if you see it and immediately react, that can be a bit difficult, but I assume Lambo knows exactly what he needs to do. You know, obviously got to wait for the lair finish anyway, so pump out drones while that is waiting. Maybe a couple extra queens just to buy time. The Tempest will outrange. We know that. We've seen this dynamic. We've seen actually a decent bit of it in the 2-base version, which is why 3-base version was a surprise. But it also was supposed to be hidden better because it was a 3-base version, I would say. And it just got scouted immediately, so that sucks. But anyway, drone, lair finishes, Spire, should have the Corruptors in time. I would say to save the hatchery, that may be the first thing I'm thinking of. Will the hatchery go down? Will there be some type of flub on the defense for Lambo?
It would be very nice if Lambo can get a creep tumor forward there and then have a spore as well. Queens gather up some energy. Just to make sure that it's a little bit scarier for those Tempests to go in very deep. Goblin drops a couple of revelations, misses the Spire. I'm sure he's expecting a Spire here. That won't surprise him at all. But it's really nice to have a good feel for when it comes out. But if he does this build on such a big moment, I'm sure he's done this before. I don't like it at all for Goblin, especially not because that Overlord was able to stick around for so long that he could even see that it's a Tempest. Best case scenario is that he gets a cancel on the 5th, but I really don't think he kills any of the original 4 bases. And then I just have a hard time imagining you're happy with your double Stargate Tempest opening. This is a nice flyby at first for the Oracles, as long as they live.
Yeah, barely. Nicely done. Does get the scout and the timing. Still barely living. All right. So one thing I will say is that if you are thinking of a way to potentially tilt a Zerg player, showing them Tempest immediately in a way that they can't stop, you know, they can't just like literally all in you or something. I do think that Zerg players find that annoying. I say they couldn't all in you. I guess they could. Roach Corruptor, but we are having a Hydralisk then. Hatchery is taken down. Another hatchery off the left side to be gotten, but back to the point I was trying to make, this can be a little annoying for Zerg players nowadays, just to see that and then have to play maybe a bit of a guessing game as to how much they're going to commit to the Tempest and mass air, you know, when they are often going to go into that blink and +1 and build up a ground army. It elongates the PVZ, I guess is what I'm saying. So Lambo, by virtue of dealing with this, isn't necessarily going to be a setup for some of those more typical all-ins. If he was thinking, you know, a queen drop or a lane baneling Hydra, that is completely out the window. So Goblin does kind of dictate this game to an extent. Lambo getting a very fast scout and a very quick response, and certainly has the knowledge to defend this. I'm not worried about it. Just, it could be maybe a little frustrating for Lambo.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most annoying maps as well to go for like regular lair attack, roachling aggression. Like, it could work, it can always work if you execute it well, and maybe it surprises the pros a little bit, or pros was a tiny bit too greedy. But I think Lambo is a lot more fond of those builds on other maps, so perhaps Goblin actually did him a favor here by saying like, hey, just go 4 base, make 80+ drones, make couple Corruptors, and you know that the Zerg is going to max out when Protoss is at what, 140 supply if they're lucky. It's just going to be really tough. I don't think Goblin can ever defend this 4th base. I do understand maybe dancing around it a little bit, trying to get some freebies, right? Pick up a couple links, try to one-shot a Ravager here and there, but let's not lose the game over trying to defend the 4th base that cannot possibly be saved. The Tempest count is pretty serious, by the way. I don't even know if that's enough Corruptors. Lambo might need a few more Corruptors.
Yeah, I don't think he got quite the knowledge of all of the Tempests, honestly, but that's a lot of Stalkers, too, that have been built up, too. This maybe isn't looking as promising as the supplies said at the beginning, but now we finally have those Tempests fallen. Shield Battery will pick out a decent bit. Oracle gets back involved in the action while it can. The Stalker number has dwindled, and the supplies have stayed heavily in favor of Lambo, so for a brief second, maybe the composition, air versus ground, looked a little awkward. Now it seems like it's going to be totally fine. Lambo is continuing to pump units across the map, no longer needing these Corruptors. They could go also just, you know, corrupt something elsewhere. Okay, a little bit of a pushback. Okay. It's still an 80 supply difference. Still triple the army supply for Lambo, but he does need to collect it together.
That's a lot of Overlords, by the way. Losing 6 Overlords for nothing is a little bit painful, but it seems like we had a couple of laser Overlords. Wasn't supply blocked at first. Goblin is going to fire up Storm immediately. Is there a world where Goblin can deal with the next move? Do we have any of the Hydra upgrades, by the way? I see Groove Spines. Is Hydra's speed done? Yeah, Muscular Augments has finished up. I think in the end, Lambo is just too far ahead. It's too big of an investment, ZG. I think the double Stargate, the Fleet Beacon, like if we have to settle for canceling a 5th while we are a 3-base Protoss, like that's just never good enough.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Lambo was really, you know, you can't call that an all-in. It was very dedicated on some low technology, sure, I guess, but 86 drones, 5 bases.
Yeah.
So quickly, too. There was no hesitation on whether he should drone or build army at any point because he knew what the build was. And so that let him do this attack, which I was like, oh, he could do this all-in. It wasn't an all-in. Like, he had the attack alongside building a Hydralisk and a perfectly great economy. So he really got the best of both worlds there, and Lambo wasn't going to let that game go. Wasn't going to let it go into an even later game. And that wasn't frustrating at all from my eyes, right? Like, Lambo was like, okay, that's a little different than what I was expecting. Totally got it. Totally fine with it.
I think he probably kind of enjoyed that one. He's like, cool, so 4 bases, 80 plus drones, not a worry in the world that I over-droned or that I have to worry about a bunch of zealots with +1 getting on top of queens and links, or that I didn't build enough safety roaches. Like, I actually think this was a very pleasant game for Lambo. I've never been too big of a believer of these builds. I do know Hero used it recently on that map with the gold on the right side. It is Incorporeal, I think it's called. I'm very bad with the map names. Not Pylon. Not Incorp. No, Persephone. Sorry, I'm thinking of Persephone. And maybe on that map, I like it a tiny bit more because I can see why it's a really good opening, especially if the Tempest get in there. On Tokamak, I'm not a fan of this build. I know Zaun tried to hide carriers, and I was like, that's kind of cute, and I can see that work. If the Zerg is really guessing on what they are playing against, and they're making safety units of 52, 55 drones, and they're slowing each other down. I mean, it's maybe not fair to judge the build after it got scouted, because a lot of builds that Protoss can go for that are committed in some way will look bad if they get scouted that early. But overall, I'm not a very big fan of this build.
No, I'm with you. I think it is very much a cheese, as in it needs to be unscouted to be the most effective. But talk more about that in a second. We have another Last Fantasy choice, so that's fun. In the top left, we got ourselves a man now down 1. It is Goblin.
Mega early scout. This goes for it immediately, even way before the pylon. Unfortunately for Goblin, he's gonna scout in the wrong direction, as this man has not spawned in the bottom left, but he has spawned in the center right. It is a 1-0 Shopify Rebellions Lambo. And that means that
hatch block possible.
Yeah, and that just means that he's gonna be able to take his hatch like that. It's a bit annoying for Goblin, because Goblin has sacrificed some economy on trying to pull this off. I don't know how worried you have to be about a 12 pool, I guess. Yeah, with even the regular scout, you'd be fine. But 12 pool is still one of these builds that Protoss players like to be aware of as quickly as humanly possible. Sooner, way better than later.
Yes, yeah. That would be the second reason to go for a very fast probe scout, but I don't think you have to go this fast for it.
No.
Anyway, the point is, yeah, you can't block the hatch. But just the last comment on the first game, we saw SOS doing a lot of those 2-base Tempest builds. It is kind of revealed by nature of being at 2-base. Like, Zergs are starting to pick up on it, but it still was such an awkward timing that they could misplay against it. That 3-base one, I feel like it's even more important that it wasn't scouted, just because it's not nearly as awkward for the Zerg player to respond once it is. But it was supposed to be hidden for longer. It could have been anything off of those 3 bases. And I guess the good news is, if you want to look at it half full here, Goblin used it and now is in the back of Lambo's mind, I suppose, right? Like, every time he sees a 3-base setup, Lambo has to think, wait a minute, like, maybe it is going to be some type of Stargate play and not just something ground-based. So, but that's a very optimistic view of an unfortunate first game and a bit of an unfortunate start to the second game when you cannot block their hatchery.
Yeah. Tempest can be very, very good defensive units as well. If your opponent attacks you very early on with Queens, Queens actually really suck against Tempest offensively. Defensively, they're not great, but they can dance a little bit, especially if there's creep and there's injects that they can work with. But if a Zerg wants to all-in a Protoss that already has Tempest out, Tempest is probably one of the best defensive units there is, because it can sit mega safe on the high ground and just fire away. And especially if you get 3 to 5 Tempest, you'll basically hold any attack if it is a regular attack. But yeah, none of that happened. Obviously, Goblin not quite able to get the value of it. It's maybe just one of those, it is what it is builds. He went for it, tried to be cheeky, funky, hoped for something else, didn't work out. Shake it off and let's move on. Curious to see how he's approaching a map like Last Fantasy. That's what I was talking about earlier when it comes to like pure Oracle, Blink Stalker aggression. This is one of these maps where I've seen some Protoss players already get some cheeky victories. For instance, Sebades from the Czech Republic just got the best of Solar with pure Oracle into Blink, non-stop aggression. And so I was like, all right, Infestation Pit, we're going Hive, right? Like, no, it's just like nothing but Blink Stalkers in his face. It is not going to be Oracle first, though, ZG. It's a Void Ray first.
Yeah, so really changing things up. I mean, you can kind of set... The choices you make on the Stargate are going to affect any subsequent build just by how expensive a Void Ray versus a Phoenix versus an Oracle is. But I think what's really happening is that there's just going to be anything beyond this. And maybe it was once upon a time, if you saw a Void Ray, you got, you know, the hair in the back of your neck raised and you're like, oh, he's cheesing, he's doing something, he's hiding something. And that's not necessarily the case anymore. We saw Hero really mix and match the Stargate units. Void Rays would come out and then they'd play a typical macro game, so it's not a guarantee. But one thing that you can say about the Void Ray opener is that, one, it will deny Overlords 100%. Phoenix can do that too. Second thing a Void Ray will do is kind of help out on the defense against maybe some pushes later down the line, to an extent anyway. But is it going to be something cheeky? We don't know. Lambo, more importantly, will not know for some time. All he sees is that it's a third base. He didn't even get to see how fast the gases were taken or not taken in the natural, which can be a nod to something. Yeah, so he's blind on this side of the map.
Yeah. That is indeed the power of the Void Ray, and another fleet beacon. So a quick third base and another fleet beacon. And will probably be another second Stargate, and I'm not expecting carriers here, so I guess it is going to be Tempest. Lambo his fourth base. I assume that he would go above the natural, right? Maybe the Tempest could get in range there. Because last game we had to settle for a cancel on the 5th. Never ever what you're hoping for with that build. If in this game Lambo would be struggling keeping the 4th alive, Goblin could already be a lot happier. Definitely takes cojones to go for a back-to-back double Stargate fleet beacon after it failed miserably in game 1.
They'll never expect it. Oh. The Phoenix or Void Ray opener definitely helped them never expect it. This is more promising, and I think it is worth reiterating and really emphasizing how much worse this is going to be, especially as the Oracle finds so many drones. Kind of missed micros in the last second, but still already a good job. How damaging it is, okay, it's carriers, for a Zerg player to not have the knowledge right off the bat, especially if they're going to go for a ground-based all-in. You know, Queens coming into the faces of carriers is not exactly what they're hoping for if they're going to be brought over here. They're hoping for oracles or just the Void Ray or whatever it is. So this is extremely awkward for Lambo. I was going to point out how awkward it is in a macro sense. Well, now we'll talk about how awkward it is in the all-in sense.
I'm just worried for Goblin that he has no DPS. Because, like, you have maybe one carrier, then you have a second carrier, but then those interceptors build one at a time. We don't have a forge, so he cannot build any cannons. The gateway units that he's going to warp in are going to not be anything special at all. I almost hope that he builds something else other than carrier number 3 and 4. I'd love Tempest here, actually. Tempest build a lot quicker. Yeah. Void Ray's also totally fine. Even Oracles. I don't want to see Goblin fire up carrier number 3 and 4. That would take way too long.
Yeah, totally with you. A lot of reasons not to do that right now. Just emphasizing the micro. He wants to get rid of those queens as fast as possible. And this is taking some time. Ling, Roach, Ravager will start to destroy the shield batteries, the probes, and perhaps even the Nexus. As the carriers, you're right, just don't have a lot of DPS. So Lambo didn't realize he was running into this, pretty sure, but he's going to be okay with it. He's going to get the damage done, and then macro back at home. Plenty of time bought for the Spire, at least ideally. Yep. Now finally the Tempests are built up, and we got additional structures as well. Forge, Twilight Council, Extra Stargate. Third Nexus will be planted back immediately. I wonder if he's going to be cheeky and double expand.
I hope something cheeky. He did build a third Stargate, I think. I kind of like that. Goblin panic there, Zombie Grub. You could really see just the panic take over. Lost the Void Ray. The Void Ray was not supposed to go down there. It's a couple of slow queens in the middle of nowhere. Then we built 1 million batteries, but it took a long time, I think, before we really started using them efficiently. And he didn't build. I said I didn't want to see carrier number 3 and 4. Well, he didn't, but he didn't build anything. And he was sitting at 1,200 minerals while basically being all in is a big word, but it's a very, very dedicated attack. Goblin just kind of panicked there, very indecisive, and now needs to find something on the other side of the map. Had a good start this game, found damage, and Lambo's economy is not as good as it was before. I wonder, by the way, what Goblin is going to build out of his all of his Stargates the moment he sees that Spire. Because he has +1 air weapons on the way. And there is a world where he actually fires up a couple of Phoenix with any Impulse Crystals. This would really not be a bad game to do so.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. And it's, building Void Rays. He was actually supply block, so that's why the second Stargate wasn't really pumping out for a while, but he now is on 3. +1 will finish by the next attack. He's going actually for charge here. Yeah. So obviously Stalkers will be able to help out on the skies, but he wants to make sure that he can take down the ground army as well.
I guess Void Rays with Flux Veins is going to be a play too. And maybe you can get Zealot, Archon, Void Ray Carrier. Like, it's very good. Because Lambo is not rich. Lambo is taking a lot of economic damage. Goblin might have to recall. The Corruptors are looking, they're sharking, they're hunting. Kind of missing it. I guess the Voids is a cute play. I'm personally just, you know me, but I'm a massive fan of Phoenix with an upgrade lead and Impulse Crystals. Oh, Goblin, that's a late recall. He's going to lose at least one. Won't lose the second one, but a Void Race is fine too, but I do want to see him get Flux Veins though. He's got the Fleet Beacon, of course. Without Flux Veins, I feel like Void Race is so silly.
I actually totally swapped the names in my brain, so I thought that's what you were calling for, was the Void Rays. But Flux Veins, you're right, not any Pulse Crystals. My bad. But yeah, the Void Rays is what I was expecting. I mean, it can just, it's still, it sounds like such a great counter, but the problem is you might not have enough of them, and that's actually currently the problem, especially with that supply block that happened, delaying initial Stargate units to begin with. This is not a great start for Goblin. This is a very heavy commitment, I guess, from Lambo on expensive Corruptors, but reminder, he is up to 4 bases, 79 drones. Actually, even more on the way. So, I mean, as long as he keeps the Protoss suppressed, no easy 4th base is taken either. This is a game that Lambo is going to take these victories while he can get them, while then slowly building up to a maxed out army, get technology if he wants to as well, and Goblin is going to constantly be on the back foot. I mean, he has no way of being aggressive. What's he going to do, send 6 Zealots across the map? Is that really going to be enough to threaten Lambo?
I mean, there is very little map vision, so maybe they will get something done, but I absolutely agree with you. I think that fight was way too good for Lambo. Like, Lambo was able to take a couple of big, expensive air units out there while not even going all out Corruptor production. It's like, no, he made some Corruptors, he went back into droning, he got 4 bases up and running, he's now adding in a 5th, and he still found a good trade. He's not supposed to be able to find a trade that good, and that's maybe because Goblin was a bit stubborn in not recalling that second carrier home earlier that died. It's definitely not over yet, as long as it's Lair Tech Zerg. If Goblin's army grows, and Goblin does have +2 air weapons close to finishing up, a Goblin is allowed to dream, but it's just kind of painful. This game really had a lot of potential for Goblin, more than once, but it's still looking a bit problematic. This air army, however, the Golden Armada, is starting to look somewhat terrifying.
Yeah, more Void Rays being added in. No additional technology from Lambo as of yet, too. So we're going to be waiting on Fungals. We're going to be waiting on Microbial Shroud, technically, too. And we will be waiting on Vipers. I'm sure they'll eventually come out, but this is more to the point I was trying to make in the first game, which is that by kind of forcing a potential late game scenario, just by the nature of your build, and, well, Lambo did do the attack, but still, like, there's a lot of opportunities for the Zerg player to get eager to end the game and overcommit into this type of army, and then it's such a frustrating collapse afterward as the Protoss seems unbeatable. Going after the Templar Archives is a very good call. It's going to continue ramping up until it just gets deleted. No chance for Storm to finish, and now these High Templars look very awkward, without even turning Archons.
Way too late there, as the first one dies, now the second one is not protected at all, so that one gets picked up as well. Goblin now panicking, going for the second double Arclife build of the day, as the Corruptors are in very high numbers. Prismatic Alignment does get activated on the Voids, but a lot of the Voids are getting one-shotted. These Corruptors are working with +1 flyer attacks, and the supply kind of tells the tale, as Lambo's now rebuilding 20 Hydras. And let's not forget, the man just denied Storm, so Hydras are going to absolutely cook. And at this point, the Corruptor says, you know what, let's use Caustic Spray one more time. Ravage is killing a Tempest, or at least softening it up. And Goblin is just getting overrun. It's sad, it's a bit unfortunate it's happening this way in a very important best of 7. But we need to see a little more of that Goblin that we saw in the European qualifier, because at this point it just looks like Lambo is way more in his element than Goblin.
Yeah, he's got this on lockdown. No matter what he is planning on doing, he's able to make it work, transition, add when he needs to beat such an army before it gets to that critical mass. Lambo showing some dominance versus the Sky Toss. A 2-0 lead for him in the best of 7. Kind of respect the second Stargate play, especially if it wasn't going to be scouted thanks to the Void Ray. You know, it's kind of, you know, if you got a best of 7 and you're not in your last life already, then go for it. But at this point, the call must be made think you just stop it. I think you go back to some ground-based Protoss.
Yeah, and Goblin is good with that as well, but maybe there's a tiny voice in the back of his head. It's like, I actually messed up this game, though. I could have worked. This could have worked, and it really could have worked because he was in a really good spot. I think if he immediately uses those 2 Stargates after the first 2 carriers come out for Void Ray production, I think the game looks really good for him. Even if he ends up maybe losing the 3rd base, he would end up losing it while killing so much and cleaning it up quickly, and his counter is going to be better. He could even go carriers into Phoenix to then counterattack and lift the Queen up and let the carriers kill that. Work on Overlords. Like, a lot of things could have gone so much better for Goblin there. It's a bit of a frustrating one, but overall, obviously, I agree with you. Like, Goblin is a really good standard player. He can open up with a Stargate, a couple Oracles, find some damage, play Blink. Maybe it's just the fact that he is playing against Lambo, and Lambo is so good at punishing the quote-unquote standard stuff because Lambo has mega sharp builds that Goblin is thinking outside of the box. And the second game, it obviously it went a lot better. There was so much potential there, but unfortunately, it just feels that Goblin is really, really nervous. Like, I'm looking at it and I see the money go up and I see him second guessing himself, and you see the slower reactions in certain moments. It just feels that a Lambo has been made for best of 7s like this, and for Goblin, it's a bit of uncharted territory.
Yep. Yep, that might be what is most important here, their experience when things get down to the wire in these elongated series as well. In the bottom left, now up 2-0, he is Shopify Rebellion's Lambo.
Of course, wouldn't take anything away from Lambo. He's playing a clean and sharp series per usual. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who is arguably playing the biggest best of 7 of his career. And he's going to have to step it up if he wants to make this one close. Hailing from Croatia, it's Goblin. We maybe have a tiny bit of downtime here in the beginning of game 3. When I was talking in the last game after those carriers and the Spire was scouted, like almost every pro would probably, or maybe a lot of Protoss players would absolutely tell you, like, you go Void Rays there, you go carrier into Void Rays, then maybe Flux Veins or not. I really love Phoenix, as everybody knows, but I also truly love Phoenix if they have an upgrade advantage over Corruptus. Like, if it's that even, I can understand why some people would prefer Void Rays, but since Goblin invested so early in +1 air weapons, Phoenix with any Impulse Crystals and an upgrade lead, they actually melt Corruptus, and that would make it very difficult for Lambo to ever properly drone up, because he couldn't just make 8 Corruptors and be like, okay, that's it, and now I can go back into droning, because Phoenix is built so quickly and they can start getting value immediately. And Phoenix are not afraid of Corruptors because they are fast and they can fly to the other side of the map and they can be in the face of the Zerg. Well, if you go Void Race, you're kind of saying like, all right, well, I'm just gonna sit at home and try to build up a strong army, but while sitting at home, you allow the Zerg to macro up, right? So that's why I personally like the Phoenix there.
I guess the question is would the Phoenix be in enough numbers to defend the Corruptor attack when it happened?
I absolutely believe. I absolutely believe it would.
Wow. Okay.
If you go immediately.
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't even really, I guess, respect the possibility. Even if you called it out, I was like, yeah, Void Rays are on the way. That's what we want to see. But I'm totally willing to believe you. I do think we're going to need maybe outside of the best of 7 of your life to test that, if Goblin hasn't already. But it could be something to discuss in the future if we're going to see more of that from the meta of PvZ. But I do think at this point, we're just going to move on to talking about the ground base. Mm-hmm. I feel like Goblin tries to get away with something sneaky in the first game. We all kind of understand that as an opening in best 7, great. Does a really surprising thing, does the second game, hides it better, great. It also might have been a way to maybe calm down his nerves. If you can play a very kind of passive defensive style, that also might be a little less nerve-wracking. If your hands are tingling, if they're shaking around a little bit, and you get a victory off that, you can kind of calm yourself down too. Well, unfortunately, if that was something he was depending on, he is now down 0-2. So it's like the nerves are not gone if that is an issue for Goblin. And he's going to have to be very careful if he does decide to go some ground-based Protoss with some significant micro. The Stalkers, we need to see them executed well. The Adepts need to do great shades. The Oracles need to glide well, and that might tell us a little bit to the nerves if he starts messing up with this first Oracle, for instance. If it glides incorrectly, we can kind of say, okay, Goblin is going to need to reset his mental and to really have a shot. It was a 1-gate third base, so pretty greedy, and then not even bothering the second gateway, waiting for it for the pylon, just making sure that the Lings cannot get into the main, which at this point, I like, because I don't think it is a second Stargate play. I do think you still want to make Lambo wonder if it is. Don't just let them get a free scout.
Well, I felt that if you look at the first 4 minutes, Goblin's micro looked sharp in Last Fantasy. While he was just executing his build order, while he was the one making some plays, it looked good. The moment where it kind of felt that he crumbled is the moment that Lambo made a bunch of units, sent it to the other side of the map, and the money just spiked up, and we made a couple of bad calls, and we didn't save the Void Ray against a couple queens off creep. So it felt that as long as Goblin is executing what he has in mind, and he's just going with the flow of the game that he's used to, it looked all right. It looked like he was able to keep those nerves under control. It's just a moment that something happened that kind of disrupts the flow of his game. That's where he really struggled, and that's where he truly needs to step it up here in Game 3. That, yes, you are going to find things that you didn't expect. You're playing against one of the best Zergs in the world. He's going to surprise you. He's going to catch you off guard. This is where your crisis management just needs to be quick, sharp, and you need to make the right calls in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to play a standard game to his own expectations, which is very clean and very sharp. Fourth hatchery is going to have to be canceled. Yeah, it's kind of cheeky sometimes for the Zerg player to immediately rebuild, but the queens were close. So that ends up being replanted and will actually finish. +1 melee is going to be the build from Lambo. Not fearing anything to typically... not typically aggressive, but really aggressive like that charge. It is blink +1. We know that. Lambo doesn't quite know that. Although the Baneling Nest has been used to defend, as we saw in the previous PVZ. But it does seem like he's reading into this as being a more normal build. And he would be right. The Overlord's about to get into the main and see exactly what it is. Forge and Twilight Council being chronoed.
We have +1 melee and that Baneling Nest. We were wondering earlier today when we saw Lambo have this opening if he was willing to do what we've seen Rogue do, what we've seen Serral do. And that is called not for the traditional Baneling boss where it's like early game, Banelings to win slow. No, it's like speed based, lair attack, a decent economy with +1 melee, hoping for a little wraparound on the Stalkers with your Zerglings, forcing a Rico and then Baneling busting wherever those Stalkers are not. He could go down that route, but knowing what we saw earlier today, Lambo seems to be quite comfortable in just getting a strong 4-base economy going on lair attack and then finding a beautiful surround with Hydra Link Bane. The strat that fell so out of fashion for a little while, people didn't believe it anymore, Banelings are bad, yada yada. Turns out that when Zerg players got a whole lot better at activating all those stasis traps, it can still be pretty powerful, ZG.
Might not be dedicated, but it is a fairly effective Ling attack. Gold hold position. Looks like Goblin is going to accept that his third base is going to be ransacked and is hoping that his Stalkers can grab the fourth base of his opponents, but this is going to be a very I was going to say, if he goes for it, it's going to be a deadly recall. He doesn't get it after going for it, and it is still a deadly recall. So many Stalkers are dead or injured significantly, and 11 probes did go down. Obviously you didn't know the Lings were coming over. That was already the first problem, but then put in a position where you can't run back in time anyway, especially awkward. Goblin's in a lot of trouble.
Yep, Goblin really is in a lot of trouble because it's Lambo's world and we are just living in it. Stalkers are going to get surrounded. That is a massive stasis trap. That is the best stasis trap that Goblin could have ever dreamed of, because that's actually going to allow him to warp in a few more units. He will no longer be supply blocked, and he should hopefully be able to save a couple of these Stalkers, because so far it is exciting. Qualifying best of 7 is just a bit of a one-sided affair. Now we're going for Templar Archives and Fleet Beacon. I feel like the Beacon is a little ambitious, but maybe it's just for the mothership. I think he's just doing it to get that mothership out. It's expensive, but I guess he was supply blocked anyway, so maybe he was floating some money. Storm is on the way, a couple of Archons are being built. There is a world, right, where Goblin lives long enough to get value from that mothership.
There is a world. I am scared it won't be this one. Lambo is rounding out the drone count, so but he's also waiting for upgrades, so it's not like he's really ready to go. But Baneling Hydra attack maxed out onto maybe a 140, 150 supply Protoss. That's actually very typical. I'm not painting a picture grimly with that. It's just, it is where the Protoss really have to do their best to hold on. No doubt about that. It's not an easy defense. The fourth Nexus also not already being established at any point means that you're not going to have a stack defense there. And then the Oracles, which really provide a lot of value with stasis traps. 2 of them taken down. Third one is the one without the energy. Do you recharge it? Do you use it for something else? This is not even 150 supply, actually. I thought it was going to be a little closer, but of course he is also putting a lot of money into the mothership, so this is very familiar. This seems like that Estrella game. And while Storm is done, Are we going to get enough storms in the right locations? 2 Archons are here too, and Charge is actually finished, so it's a bit better than that, but what an overwhelming number of Zerg units.
Here comes Lambo once more, and there will be some stasis traps, but that won't stop the German Zerg, as he simply has an overwhelming amount of Zerg units. The Swarm is here with all its glory. Goblin's army stands no chance at all. Mothership does not come out, and just like that, it's 3-0 for Lambo, the man who made a video a while ago saying he owes it to himself to make another appearance at the biggest tournament of the year. He's not there yet, Zombie Grub, but he's awfully close, and he's just dominating. He really is dominating, and that's why I find it a bit sad, because I love both Lambo and Goblin, and I'm just hoping that both of them are able to bring their A-game, give us fireworks, give us a show, and even if it doesn't go one player's their way, that they can at least leave with their head held up high. But so far it feels Lambo, he's playing at the level that we know he's capable of. Maybe he will feel that he can be even better, but he's playing pretty damn sharp and clean and efficient. And for Goblin, it's just a bit of a train wreck of a series. It's really sad, but it feels like everything is going wrong.
This was actually offline. I can imagine Estrella and Goblin just like looking at each other and be like, bro. Because apparently Lambo is the one main factor. He is playing so damn well that he really obliterated Estrella, and now he is very close to obliterating Goblin. Goblin might not have been able to set himself up nicely enough, as his first game just got scouted, but the next games were supposed to be the point of comeback, and that has not happened either. And it just feels like no matter what you throw at Lambo, he is so comfortable against it. Do we have Goblin try something more of the ground-based all-in, try and bring this back on his last life? That would be such a gutsy call. But then can he depend on the macro game to start finally working for him after 3 games where it didn't?
I mean, winning 4 PVZs in a row against this Lambo. The man has just won 6 ZVPs in a row, and he looks clean. And it is not just the lair tech stuff that you have to be worried about when it's Lambo, because Lambo's got some very gnarly lurker builds up his sleeve as well. And he's just a really good hive tech player too, with Vipers. It's just, I think what's most frustrating for Goblin is that it probably feels that he has barely played the game and he's down 0-3. Like, he has had very little going his way, and I believe we got an update from production where one of the players, and I assume that's Goblin, has requested a pulse. And I think that's smart, ZG, because yeah, Lambo might just be too good, right? Lambo might just be a more experienced, a better big game player, and maybe he would always win, but it's not supposed to look like this. It's not supposed to be a walk in the park for Lambo.
Yeah, you're right. I think you said it there, which is just you don't even feel like you've played your game as of yet. Like, technically you got to deliver the builds, but not in any way that you were really expecting. So a reset is absolutely called for. If you have the opportunity, use the strategy pause, I guess is what it would be called. Hopefully get your head cleared. But right, going now 4 games up against him, that is so difficult. Lambo also has plenty of other builds up his sleeve. Yeah. Very, very grim setup right now for Goblin after such excitement since their last series was so close. Just not getting the same magic of the day, I guess.
And what a story for Lambo. The man who technically was out of contention unless he would get the job done in Bulgaria, did not get the job done in Bulgaria, and that wasn't even his fault because he played really good there, but he lost against Serral twice, and he even made a tweet saying like, that's a bit unfortunate. I wish I could have just gone head-to-head with Showtime over that EWC ticket, but he did know that he would get bumped up because he was the 6th place finisher in Europe. Top 2 directly went to the main event, 3, 4, and 5 got seeded into this global qualifier. Showtime was one of those. Showtime obviously gets bumped up into the main. Lambo takes the Showtime spot, and it's safe to say that he has jumped on this opportunity because Lambo is just doing everything that we know he's capable of, that we expect of him, and that I think he was hoping he could show as well. Just what a day for him, 6-0, and has he ever been losing? Like, and maybe this second game against Goblin, if Goblin plays it out a little bit different, makes a couple of different calls, perhaps Goblin can get some momentum going. But it kind of feels that we have seen 6 ZVPs of Lambo, and 6 times Lambo's been in the driver's seat from almost the very beginning till the very end.
Even in the more awkward games where you go up against someone who's going air and you've got a ground base more so all in, which he handled just perfectly fine. It still can sometimes be that awkwardness for a Zerg player where they didn't have the economy that they wanted set up, and now they're hesitant to do so in case the counterattack is stronger, which I know you called out the Phoenix. I was also thinking if he had 4 Stargate units, maybe the Spire could have also been in trouble at one point. Yeah. But yeah, that didn't happen. So, but it's to my point, like Lambo is not getting thrown off his game, even if it's not the games he might have anticipated going into the series. He might have thought, oh, this guy's going to try and do something similar the last time he faced me. Maybe it's some of that stalker aggression. Oh, it's Stargate? No problem either. To have tons of practice against that. Everyone does it against me. That's what it seems like. And Lambo is the common denominator in this PvZ grind for him, and he's just looking absolutely fantastic. Good sign, I guess, going into potentially EWC as well. Just one map away from it, seeing the player list. A lot of Protoss that he'd be taking this world-class EVP to.
And what a day for the Shopify Rebellion if Lambo does get it done here. First is Beyond, then it's Lambo, both upper bracket. Obviously 4 out of these 8 players are going to make it to Saudi Arabia, but only 2 of them make it into the main event. And that does mean that maybe Lambo will see some of the players that he's already played against again in Saudi Arabia, if a Goblin or if a Australia make it. But we're getting a bit carried away. Obviously he's not there yet, guys. He needs to win one more game, but I'm sure that chat is kind of feeling the same way as we like. There are moments where somebody's down 0-3 and I'm like, you know, I still kind of believe, as stupid as it may sound, I kind of believe that the guy that has just lost 3 in a row can win 4. But it just feels that Lambo is a bit of an unstoppable force today, especially in CVP. And Goblin is not bringing his A-game. Like, Goblin needs to be playing the best StarCraft out of his career to win a best of 7 like this. And unfortunately, he's not even playing the best StarCraft, I think, that he's done in the month of June. And that is just not going to be good enough.
Well, it's his last life. In the bottom right, we have the red Protoss, Goblin.
Great series early today, of course, against Gumio. Can't take that away from him. But in this PvZ, nothing is going his way. Against this man, the mean German machine, 1 map away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup 2025. He said he owes it to himself. It's Shopify Rebellion's Lambo.
Certainly seems likely that it's going to get there. And you know, for this potential final map, I actually would not mind at all if Lambo did just try and dedicate, shall we say, onto Goblin. Particularly if Goblin once again goes for no second gateway, but rather pylon in the natural wall, where the natural is oftentimes what really, I would say, makes or breaks that big Ling swell and whether or not it does truly devastating damage. The third base could be ransacked but stabilized if they get into the natural too. That's usually where everything goes down the drain. But Lambo, I don't think necessarily of him as the guy who goes for like the 2 racks or the 3 racks at the end of the series or beginning of the series. Obviously, Zerg, I know, but early pools not as popular as they once were. So I don't know if he'll do that. I just think there is the opportunity. He's been so commanding with his Lings. There was a grand opportunity given to him in the last game that led to the better Ling, Baneling, Hydra attack in the first place. Like, it's a good time to continue pummeling your opponent, who's clearly on the back foot.
And game 3, obviously, I think the most impressive game coming out of Lambo, because the first one we had a really good scout. Second game was a bit wonky, and I kind of felt it was Goblin handing it more to Lambo than that Lambo truly played out of his freaking mind. But the last game was the most standard one of them, and it's just great Ling movement, getting on top of the third, creating chaos, making it hard for Goblin to figure out, does he have enough or not? Does he need to pull those probes away? Should he stick around with the move out? Should he go for that hatch? Like, that was truly Lambo causing all sorts of problems for Goblin, and Goblin just not being able to find the right calls there. Let's see what Incorporeal has to show us. The map with the awkward zone, Naga Watchtower in the middle. There's also no gases in the middle. It's like, I mean, I don't care too much about that kind of stuff, because how often does that really come into play, Zombie Grub? Like, what are the odds that you see a Broodlord and an Archon fight it out for victory? You know what I mean?
Yes. A game that I had apparently erased from my brain because I was like, this classic, did Classic already get in? I was GSL, it was really dumb. And I was like, oh, he definitely got in because that was the round of 4 match. Wasn't that so fantastic? Seems my body has tried to protect myself. That was brutal. It does happen, but I don't think we're going to see that here in today's game. It might be nice for Goblin just because if we do get to a 40-minute, epic late game, that means that he's able to play his game and not die within the first 10 minutes. But yeah, not sure it's going to get there as
somebody's lagging.
I was wondering who that was.
Yeah, Iskar, one of our admins, referees, I believe. That's all right. Bit unfortunate for players, obviously, but not the worst moment ever, as there are no units really close to battling with each other. One adept is on the other side of the map. It's frustrating, but not as bad as somebody lagging right before the bailing nest or the bailing boss happens. So that's a bit more unfortunate. A pause 3 seconds before bailings blow up a pylon that's part of a wall. Those are awkward, ZG.
I'm glad Lambo asked this, because that's what I was thinking could still lead to some
it should be fine.
difficulties.
I think it should be totally fine. Only if it was Indy, I think dropping out, we might be in a tiny bit of trouble. But
you know, it's a pretty big deal. They might want to referee in. Yeah, I was worried about that. Which, you're right. It's like, this is, if you're going to recover from replay, same thing on having the disconnect happen, which is just, ideally, it's not in some super micro-intensive battle where then everyone's, you know, blaming one or another player for because I know what happened recently. I don't want to exactly call it out, but you know, if there's a micro battle and then you're saying regame, it's like, at what point where you think you were actually lagging or whatever, then it gets a little awkward. This is not awkward. This is both players being like, yep, exactly where it ended. Bring us back into the game. No problem.
Not awkward, but still tiny bit annoying, especially if you're truly trying to get into your zone, your focus, and you feel like you're sitting right. And this is always a bit different. Now you have to wait. Nerves are building up, tensions rising. Now for Lambo, I think it's probably alrighty. This would be a lot more annoying if you're about to die. You're like, I don't want to give up, but now I'm just even more tilted over this game than I was already tilted over. This is a tiny bit inconvenient, perhaps the best way to put it, but it's all good. So we're just going to rehost as soon as the referee is back. We can continue game 4, potentially the last game of the day. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow. I think same channel, EWC_Black, for those lower bracket best of 5s into qualifying best of 7. So tomorrow should be shorter, yet I feel like it's going to be at least as long, CG, because today has just gone way quicker than I feel like it ever should have gone. And on one hand, you can say, like, okay, it's kind of cool that it wasn't 19 hours of 34 games in a row, but I was kind of hoping for a few more 3-2s and a 4-3 in the qualifying match.
Yeah, me too. I think we had a setup for at least 2 or 3 very promising series that just frankly didn't deliver. Tomorrow, yeah, I think there's just no way you can get faster, even if, I mean, maybe if they're also all 3 zeros, I guess it would be faster, but
how can it be? How can it be?
Yeah, you'd think not. Yeah, and I was saying earlier on, while we're still getting into the game, I think we're in the game, we're just waiting for the game to actually catch up. There's a very solid chance for Goblin to continue. Lambo is apparently the big bad of this particular bracket, so both Estrella and Goblin are struggling against him, but tomorrow you won't have to deal with it, and that is something to kind of look forward to. You will have to change perhaps a little bit of your prep because it's not a Zerg player that you might have been looking forward to facing. It's a Terran or a Protoss, but I really feel like Goblin has a strong chance against both Hero Marine and Lemon, and that would be his only qualifying match tomorrow, so you can focus entirely on it.
Different matchup as well, and Goblin's PvT clearly is at a very high level, and I think his PvP, it's a bit hit or miss, but that goes for almost everybody's PvP, so no, I'm totally with you. And also, today was, so far, up to this point, and it's not over yet, but it was just a bit of a disaster for Goblin, at least this qualifying match. So maybe you can also say, well, it can't really go worse. Like, I'm not going to play another best of 7 where nothing goes my way. That's just not happening. And if he does get to play a PvT, just played a banger of a series against Gumio and made some really good calls in the heat of the moment. Like all the great things we saw in his PvT, we have been missing so far in the PvZ, where it feels like it just takes a little too long for him to read the game correctly, to make the correct decisions in the heat of the moment. Gumi threw a lot of very weird stuff at Goblin, and he was still kind of able to keep his head calm. You think back of that rebuild Pylon, rebuild Cybercore, rebuild Twilight Council, move out, come back. Like a lot of really good calls were made, and then here on Last Fantasy gets attacked and we're just sitting on 1200 minerals while we are basically fighting with 2 carriers in a void ray, and then we lose the void. It's like, that's just, it's not the same level. It's hard to even imagine that it's like the same play. Did we just see that guy do all that good stuff against Gumi? But and that's just how StarCraft II can be sometimes.
Yeah, it's like strategically, I totally get it, and I don't mind it at all for Goblin. I'm not going to come in and be like, what are you thinking? But execution-wise, you don't, that could be said about the Stargate play in general, you don't get to really play it like you do on the ground. It is a very different composition, a very different pace, and one that maybe isn't taking advantage of Goblin's PvT where he was just so good on the decision making. He was so fast and agile and really able to push the issue to Gumiho at times. You didn't expect it. You don't get to showcase that when you go for Stargate play. But strategically, it was fine. It's not the highlights of Goblin's play, and unfortunately, it's still not the highlights here, as that third game was more typical, and it was very quickly leading to disaster. I will also say in that third game, there was that scout on how many gateways there were, and it feels like Lambo was also really just great at predicting that the Stalkers would try to move out to be the bullies. And I think that's also really just a key nod to Lambo's perception of the game and his read on it. But Lambo, I think also would not have been punished even if Goblin was at home. So it was just a good use of his lings in general. Once again, Twilight Council and Forge as we are back into the game. Lair is on the way now for Lambo, about 4:30. And what is that going to lead into? He's been doing the +1 melee in the past few games. Not this time around. Just in the past game, actually.
Indy is taking a good look at this Twilight Council of Goblin. Twilight Council done, Forge done, and not using it yet, but we're gonna fire up Link. We're gonna fire up +1. Overlord is here to scout it. Lambo's Overlord scouting throughout this series has really been a 10 out of 10. There hasn't really been a single thing that he had to see that he did not see. And even if a lot of it sometimes is standard, not everything has been standard throughout the series, it's so good as a Zerg to confirm things. Because while you're confirming things, you can make the correct calls at home, and that's when your build will just flow a little bit better and you're going to be a bit richer. Now, Lambo makes his first, perhaps big mistake of this entire series, EG, as after losing that Overlord, he's supply blocked. That means he was already supply blocked, and he's probably going to end up with like 5 or 6 Overlords in production here. First time we really see Lambo slip up.
Yeah, and honestly, I could blame the disconnect on that one, actually, just because you're out of the flow and you had the Overlord Scout pre-set up. But even if you can find something to blame, it still doesn't take away the fact that it did happen. That's a pretty significant delay on the drones and the rest of his build. So that's one thing going well for Goblin that wasn't forced. It just coincidentally happened. Lambo's Scout, you know, what did it really read from that to make him comfortable? For instance, it read how fast the Twilight Council was. There could have been a third Oracle for all he knew, building instead, and now the knowledge is there that it's only 2. Other than that, Lambo might want to get another Scout at some point if he can, just to see the timing of the storm, perhaps, or if the Fleet Beacon is once again emphasized. But we got a similar setup without the Baneling Nest, I should say. So no, not a similar setup. Yeah, no Baneling Nest was made. Infestation Pit going to be prioritized, and oh, okay, that was seen. So did that miss it? It is seen.
Yeah, so it could be a quick hive game. Could be Lurkus. Maybe there is something about the way that this map is designed that Lambo is very fond of Lurkus. Goblin is spending money on a lot of very expensive stuff right now. Storm, a Robo, a Stargate, a Fleet Beacon. So maybe he has the correct read where he says, you know what, I actually don't think you're going to attack me. I don't think you're going to try to kill me. This is all out macro for now. However, with Lambo, you don't necessarily know. Just because he built an infestation pit doesn't mean he's going to build 20 more drones. And maybe after he gets scouted, he actually wants to switch it up. Curious where this is going to go, because I'm a little bit confused. Lambo is showing us a lot of different things. Goblin is showing us different things. What Goblin is definitely showing us is that he's not afraid. Is he right in that regard, ZG?
I think you're right. I think Lambo might have just, decided not to go for the big burst of macro. It's not a maxed out Ling Hydra army, and there are no Banelings. The Hydra upgrades aren't even completely done, but he thinks he has an opportunity. Goblin has started to add a lot of that greed. Stasis Trap going to be denied. One more is available. That nice force field effect happens, but there's the Hydras just being able to take down the cannons on the front line without being punished for it, because there's no charge lots. Storm isn't quite done, and the Stalkers are running out of room. That blink forward is so close to the Lings that are about to be unlocked from the stasis as well, and Immortal is only so helpful in this case. Finally, the Storm is done, and finally, that might be able to push Lambo back. Lambo dodging and weaving, still wants to stick around and get this last Immortal at the very least.
Lambo, Goblin once more sitting on a bit too much money, and now after losing that Pine, and that's a slow warp in, so it takes forever before those Stalkers are finally here. Still has 800 minerals, but we've got the Tempest out. Lambo used Contaminate on one of his overseers at the start of this fight, and that bought him those extra seconds to take out the cannons, take out the batteries before Storm was even ready. Goblin really is in trouble as now the probes are walking into this dead end street. I guess we can blink and recall everything out of it. I mean, Lambo is just finding so freaking much. And now the Lings get on top of the Stalkers, and just like that, it's all over. Lambo will be going to the Esports World Cup 2025 after a 4-0 victory over Goblin. And we'll see him, just like his teammate Beyond, over in Saudi Arabia in a little over a month.
Very happy for the Shopify Rebellion. I'm very happy to see Lambo in such fine form. He did end up canceling the invitation pit as well, guys. That really was just a call made, I think, as soon as the revelation disappeared. Very cool stuff. Goblin was convinced, you know, maybe even somewhat happy when he saw the infestation because he was like, oh yeah, backer game, let's go. Like, I can prepare for this one. And Lambo just put a stop to that. So Lambo all over this matchup. No one could stand up to him. 3-0 Estrella, 4-0 Goblin, and he advances over into EWC, where he will be facing Beyond potentially in those play-ins or one of the 2 players that are going to qualify tomorrow through the lower bracket.
Yep, and out of those 4 guys, 2 will make it into the main event, and we'll start where everybody else starts. The other 2, that journey will end before the tournament truly begins, but they'll still get at least 7.5 or 12.5k. This is the bracket that we can look forward to tomorrow. We're going to kick things off with Lemon versus Hero Marine, a PVT. After that, another PVT with Australia versus Gumio. Goblin is waiting for the winner of Lemon and Hero Marine, and Ryong is the one who's waiting for the winner of Australia and Gumi. Fun day. Zombie Grow, very happy for Beyond and Lambo, 2 fan favorites, 2 guys that we know work incredibly hard to show us how good they are in this video game. I'm a bit sad about 4-1, 4-0 in the qualifying matches, but I'm happy for the guys who got it done.
Yeah, we'll just look at the positives here. Lambo and Beyond, 2 favorites of the community, making it on through guaranteed, and still chances for other favorites to make it through in the lower bracket. But it is all down to this, guys. This is the only tournament leading into that EWC, and then the last tournament announced for StarCraft II, so make sure to not miss anything. Follow everything that you can, and don't miss a minute of the action, and see who is going to be in Saudi Arabia in July 22nd to the 25th. I believe that is it for us for today. Thank you so much for watching. Please continue watching tomorrow and in July, and continue supporting your favorite players as we watch more beautiful StarCraft. So have a good rest of your day, a great weekend, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.